Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, or prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another open mic after show here on Logical, Plausible, Probable. Hopefully this will turn into a good back and forth dialogue as everybody heads on over from the stream that just happened over on Standing for Truth's channel, where Sal was talking about many aspects of the problems with evolution, abiogenesis, the assumptions, the contradictions, the just plethora of issues and conundrums that are facing the quote-unquote consensus and all of the standard talking points that are spewed by both Evo atheists as well as the theistic evolutionists, and to some extent the old earthers, but mostly the theistic evolutionists and the Evos, and very often the Evo atheists who don't even know what their own talking points mean. So the link is in the description if people want to hop on in. I'm not planning on doing any crazy rants unless people want to come on in and or don't want to come in and have conversation. I guess I will run my mouth until People's CO Jones descend back to the position where they're ready to engage in mental confrontation. So we got this Eddie Chapman guy who's talking a big game, and I guess perhaps is too gentrified or sissified, one of the two, to actually come in and back up his claims. We'll see what he's got. He was running his mouth big time in the side chat over on SFT, so let's see if it will come in and back up some of his claims. But anyway, in the meantime, say what's up to everybody. We got Mountain Hours is here. What's going on? Oh, we got some members are in the house. What's up, Keith? Keith is here. We got, I think Doki Doki had stopped by a little while ago. We got Andrew Kaufman's in the house. Jerome is here. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. We got some Ray is here. Dr. Ray is here. We got Patrick Alexander. He just got home. Now he's going to have some fun, I guess. Greenie's here. His wife is wondering what the heck is he doing. Hurricane Havoc is in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. And Liam Baker, how you doing? Good to see you. SFT's here. Oh man, Chris Keith. Chris is coming out of retirement. He's been getting all of his stuff in order over there in Eastern Tennessee, and now starting to be able to rejoin the YouTube madness. So good to see you, Chris. Let's see. Kelvy's here too. What's going on, Kelvy? Oh, Utopia Buster is in the house. Man, this is going to be a good one. We shall have some fun here in the not too distant future. So come on, folks, join the stream. Link is in the chat. It's pinned. I'll post it again here. So join the stream, and let's get the after show conversation going, because you never know where it may end up. And as people who watch the show regularly know, I am in no way, shape, form, or fashion afraid of dumpster fires, and have even been deemed the YouTube dumpster fire marshal by the one and only Doki Doki. So it's it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. So we got Consequence. Consequence just joined us. His greeting from Nigeria. I and my family are a big fan of yours. Oh, appreciate that very much. Glad you guys get some fun and entertainment, and hopefully some good knowledge every once in a while. Have some fun and frivolity on the old channel. So, here we go. We have got our first arrival. Looks like Eddie Chapman's going to join the stream. What's up, Eddie? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yep, coming through just fine. How are you?
All right, okay. I'm all right, thanks. I'm Eddie. It's come up as something else. It's me. One of my other names, Frank Slim. Ed, I'm talking a big game. What's that then? What did I say that was a big game?
Well, you were making very strong assertions about people like, say, Francis Collins, for example. And
yeah, I read his book, DNA, The Language of God.
I've read both of his books as well, and I've also read quite a few of his papers and followed him quite heavily for quite some time. And I think that I assume you're familiar with BioLogos as well.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. So do you support things like abortion, babies are not actually alive, and that it's totally acceptable to conduct research on them?
No, why would you even ask about such a thing? And
well,
I've never even said anything like that.
Well, no, I'm asking because you're such a strong advocate of Francis Collins, and as the head of the NIH, he has formally taken that position that what I just said is acceptable, and is also his position on infants.
I've no idea. I was just talking about his position on evolution, and he's a geneticist, head of the Human Gene Project, and of course he's a geneticist, so he fully accepts evolution because it's true.
Evolution is a bunch. Just because you're a geneticist doesn't mean that all of your assumptions are correct, and a large portion of the assertions that he's made over the years have not really stood up to the sands of time, if you will. And there's been formal meetings like the one in 2016 where a group of leading scientists who are not creationists by any stretch of the imagination, who formally have stated that the theory of evolution does not even remotely come close to accounting for all of the things that they have to account for. Are you aware of that?
Was that at the Royal Society in November?
This was in 2016, and the members of the Royal Society were associated with it. Yes, they were for sure. But there was
it the Royal Society in London? Was that when it was talking about the third way and it was challenging? It was challenging Darwinian evolution.
That was the beginning. That was the beginning of it. But yes, that's grown since then. And obviously, I'm sure you're aware that's not like the first time that the principles of Darwinian evolution have not been dramatically questioned, and the different aspects of the processes keep having to change. And they apply the same name to it, but the how it actually happened supposedly has changed quite a few times. You are aware of that, right?
Well, yeah, it's constantly being assessed, which is a really good thing, because you can constantly recheck that you're on the right path, which it definitely is. All what's happened is we've got the modern synthesis, which includes now DNA and biology, and we're asking the Royal Society, that particular meeting I'm thinking of, was being asked if more branches of science could be added to it that don't quite come up to the level that it's at now. And so it was a discussion about that. But creationists, I discovered when I was told this by somebody in comments, have twisted this to make it look like Darwinian evolution is in trouble and, oh, it's all been thrown out the window and we're going to completely change your mind, which is not the case at all. It was they're expanding on it and making it.
Well, we have to put this more in better context. So they are still looking for explanations other than creation, but the foundation of the third way is that the methods that are being proposed to explain it, that have been supposedly established and proven and shown to be account for all these things, beyond all doubt, don't actually account for all these things beyond all doubt, and we need to start looking for entirely new ways to explain these things. So that's not in any way, shape, form, or fashion supporting the position that you're taking in relation to like the assertions made by Collins as an example, since he makes assertions in his books as an example, and all the way to this day through biologos that are being, in many cases, discarded, if not outright shown to be false or directly contradictory to the evidence that's being developed through the dramatic advancements in research just over the last decade.
Well, it's what it talks about in that book that you say you read. None of that has been contested at all. I mean, it's pretty much mainstream. It's pretty much accepted. What did you think about his explanation of the truncated genes of all mammals, showing that the fractioned genes show that all mammals are related? I mean, without a doubt, we can trace it back that all mammals. It doesn't matter whether you want to believe it or not, but it looks very much like we can trace it back that all mammals are related, which means me, you, monkeys, elephants, all tetrapods are related.
So you do realize that's a direct assumption, not a proven assertion, like a proven statement, right? In terms of
tracing it explains it. What do you think about that when he explains that in the one chapter?
Okay, so in the context of similar genes, housekeeping genes, all those kind of things, right? So if you have a similar function that's going to be executed across a system, and you have multiple systems going to need to have the same function, why would you not, as a designer, why would you not utilize those similar sequences to execute baseline function? Like that's extraordinarily basic common sense in any concept of engineering.
Because they're all mistakes. You can see the truncated genes where they've been replicated and they're fractionated where they've got all mistakes in them, and they're still there as like trash or junk DNA, you might call them.
Okay, so you're still there. Okay, so you're still holding. Okay, hang on. So you're holding to the junk DNA paradigm.
I'm not holding to anything. It's a very good explanation of how all mammals are related.
Well, no, you're claiming that these things must be errors, and that they must be, they have to be duplicates from error perspective, and they all contain the same errors versus the similar aspects, right? So, what have we been finding out about many other things that are so-called pseudogenes that were considered junk, and we're now realizing actually have function?
Well, that's great. I mean, what kind of function have you showed that they've got? I mean,
well, I mean, it's happening on a regular. I mean, they're discovering this all the time. Like there was a one of the largest collective research projects was published in January of 2020, and one of the things they went through in quite some detail was the fact that a plethora of things had been considered broken, pseudo genes, non-functional junk, et cetera, actually turns out they actually do have function. They're actually directly correlated. The breakages in them is correlated with disease, and they actually were complaining rather loudly that the assertions made by people like Collins have led to a reduction in funding and development of technology to analyze these portions of the genome, and are actually mitigating our understanding of the totality of the function. Are you aware
why
of that?
would you think? Why would you think that you know better than geneticists? Are you a geneticist?
I'm literally referring to geneticists right now. I was just referring to a gigantic compilation of over 120 papers that was published in Nature in January of 2020. I'm not talking about for myself. I'm referring to them. So again, are you aware of what I'm referring to?
No, I'm not, because I don't spend my entire time reading all these papers and stuff. So I'm not. No, and I often when you
okay. So when did Francis Collins write? When did Francis Collins write his book?
I'm not sure. Was it 2016? Just to the gap, I can't remember.
No, that was 2006. It was 2006. So that was.
I got the six right.
The Language of God was 2006. So that was what 4 years after the release of the initial Human Genome Project. Would you say that we know a ridiculous amount more than we did in 2006 of the genome, the functions, and the non-coding region functionality as well?
I imagine we do, but I haven't kept up with it.
Okay, so you might want to go and keep up with it before you make all these assertions, when many of the positions that were taken by Francis Collins in his book and still are being taken by BioLogos, the foundation that he started, have been completely and utterly obliterated by the research of the last decade. Many things from the last 3 or 4 years. There's huge amounts of research that's come out that just completely obliterates a lot of the talking points, as well as things like phylogenetic trees and such, and the direct contradictions that come out as we've done further mapping of the genomes. So, for example, are you aware of the fact that the trees are dramatically different if you are doing a comparison of microRNAs versus just like normal coding regions?
No. Like what I was just trying to say is often when I argue with creationists on this, they often throw a bunch of stuff at you that I haven't heard, and I don't know. And like the last time I did this with Nephilim Free, I got accosted by somebody and said, "Have you heard of this? And he rattled off 3 things to me. One of them was the aquatic human theory, and I hadn't heard of it. And he was blazing at me that I don't even know my own theory, as if it's my theory or something. And I later looked at the video and listened to it and went back, and each of these 3 hypotheses were completely dismissed, and they weren't even mainstream. They're certainly not taught. I was told at the time they were taught as evolution. They're not taught at all. They're like some sub hypothesis that's gained no traction. It's got no traction at all, and it's just an idea, and it's been pushed by creationists to make out that this is now what they're teaching. We completely change their mind, and it's not the case at all. It's just been some sort of some theory that we've come across, and they're like, look, this completely debunks what you're saying. Can I just make my position a bit more clearer? I've never been religious, and I never knew anything about religion until I came across the creationists arguing with science on the internet, and it's all very amusing to me, and I don't mind coming on and talking at all. I don't know everything. I'm no expert on any of this, but I have self-taught myself on evolution over the last 7 years, I think it is. And I think I was asked something by somebody on Neff's channel, why do you believe it? Why do you believe evolution? And I think I've got it down to 3 points. One, I've read up on it. 2, the creationist arguments against it are nothing but a pack of lies. And 3, when you argue this with a creationist, they refuse, they will not look, they will not read the stuff that shows what you're saying. They mostly in general just ignore it, and they will not read any science book or anything other than their own creationist sources. That's my 3 points I found.
Well, that's always very interesting. So it's a very interesting talking point, because I find it very ironic that it's a very standard, I call them Evo atheist talking points, and the accusation that gets made on a regular basis, even when you are referring to atheist researchers, people who are staunch atheist researchers, you're quoting them and reading directly from their sources, that, oh, you just got that from some Christian source or some creationist source. And I actually have a link on my About page. It's titled "For the Annoying People," and it's a folder that has hundreds of research papers that I directly draw all of my arguments from and my positions. And so I take things directly from peer-reviewed sources and actually make it a point to not rely on, nor to usually even bring up, anything that's been put forth by a quote-unquote creationist source. Specifically to account for individuals such as yourself that operate from this perspective that any position that can be being taken by anybody who disagrees with something like evolution must therefore be, not be able to be backed up. So, case in point, the point I was making about the phylogeny problems with microRNAs versus normal coding region analysis, right? So this was from Kevin Peterson's paper, I think it was like 2012, 2013, published in Nature. And you can see here the dramatic differences.
It's all right. I know it's all right. I know somebody called Kevin Peterson. It's definitely not him, but carry on.
So you can see dramatic differences between the supposed ancestry and relationships if you looked at a normal DNA sequence versus a microRNA. And turns out that they've realized that microRNAs have massive necessity in relation to body plan differentiation. And they actually are now concluding that the Cambrian explosion was a direct result from the evolutionary position, the result of microRNA formations. However, that logic directly contradicts the standard position that's taken by the evolutionists. So this gets brought up, it gets shown from sequencing, and then Evos are like, well, there's nothing to see here, no big deal. We don't need to account for this. We'll just move on. And these sorts of things are just examples of there's a plethora of these things. Like, this could go on and on and on, right? And all this stuff gets completely brushed off, and nobody wants to actually address the improbabilities, the mechanical necessities, and the overall unanswered questions in relation to how do you actually get from A to B, and what are the source code modifications that must take place in order to accomplish going from function A to function B, or from body plan A to body plan B. And people just want to be like, oh, well, it just happened. It must have happened through natural selection and environmental pressures. Like, this is just this is what happened. It's like, okay, cool. That's great. So let's go back to, how is this actually realistic in the context of, hey, you have to account for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of unique genes that somehow have formed from a non-starting place, obviously with none. And then if you want to operate from a Luca perspective, you have not many at all. And now you somehow have millions. Like, how do we account for these improbabilities when, from the mutation rates that we have data that we supposedly agreed upon, the plausibility of this and the waiting time problem is in no way, shape, form, or fashion addressed? So I've been rambling for a minute, but what's your response?
That's all right, rambling. It's okay. Do it myself. You're asking me a bunch of stuff there. What I do find is that science is like discovery. It's like going for a hike. in the mountains or something, you don't know everything, and you're discovering things as the way. That's what science is. I think you earlier said that creation, we're trying to come up with a better explanation than creation. Well, creation isn't an explanation, though, is it? It's an assertion. Creation doesn't explain anything at all. You can't explain how anything was created. What we do have with evolution is we have an explanation of the species. We might not have an explanation of abiogenesis. And I don't deny any God might exist. But it's what we do seem to know, and what looks very likely to me, is that evolution has occurred, and that all mammals are related. And So do you
operate from the perspective that 3D print scripts can create themselves?
3D print scripts, what are they?
So if you want to do print a three-dimensional object, you have to have something like a G-code, where you are controlling the X, Y, Z axis, the element, and the time variables.
Okay.
And then by expressing all that, you end up with a three-dimensional object.
Yeah, I think I read a couple of Dawkins books last year, Blind Watchmaker and Climbing Mountain Probable, and one of them, I can't remember which one, he explains this in great detail. It's rather old now, which is when Dawkins was a younger man, and he created a computer program with it, which there's lots of computer programs that seem to follow creation, and they'd be delighted in reading this, because he explains it in great detail how he's run computer programs, and showing exactly how this can be.
I think is it the one about the weasel, I believe. So
no.
his
no, he does it on a computer program, basically.
I'm saying isn't the saying, it's something about a weasel, is what he claims his computer program is able to create. I forget the exact language. It's okay.
I might mess with the program itself. I'm not sure.
No, it's the text script that they were searching for. I think it's something about a weasel. But okay, so two things. Number one, the Dawkins script was operating on a initial code. It had a target search sequence already accounted for, and if you actually research beyond his book, which was written ages ago, that whole premise has basically been completely debunked as actually being plausible.
When I read it,
the evolutionary algorithms have been shown. If you go to my folder, there's a paper on this. It was published in 2019 on the problem of evolutionary algorithms and how they do not actually have the capacity to generate novel function. They have the capacity to optimize existing function, but not to create novel function. And that's before you even have to account for like the fitness function and how do you, and the vast majority of these supposed examples that I hear ad nauseum from evolutionists, they, per their own admission, give it immortality, and they don't actually account for morbidity in terms of the probabilities of their search function actually working. It's hilarious to me when you actually go down the rabbit hole and analyze what's supposedly being claimed. It's a joke. It doesn't exist without an intelligent agent, number one. It doesn't exist without a source code, number two. And then it has a pre-existing end search function that has already been preset. And then you're selecting as you get closer to the already predetermined end goal. It's the system is programmed to clamp onto and to select the letters that are going to be put you towards that goal. But then at the same token, Dawkins and the rest of them claim that there was no predetermined end outcome that was already being searched for. So you can just toss that whole premise that Dawkins was making out the window from an actual plausibility perspective. Do you follow me?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's nothing at all related to what I was talking about from the book. Everything about a computer program that shows...
That's exactly what I'm talking about, buddy.
Yeah, there was no if you actually read the book, there's no predetermined action there. He's starting from pretty much scratch and just putting very conservative variables on it, and showed how this could actually happen. It was about two chapters on it.
Generation 40, Generation 43. It's methinks it is like a weasel, is what I'm referring to, buddy.
You mean you've got a quote from his book? Is that what you're telling me?
Dude, I own the book. And it's Generation 43. Generation 43. Remember, okay, when you first brought this up, did I not say it was something about a weasel? Did I not say that?
Yeah, you did. But
okay.
But then you've gone on to saying something predetermined. His program was definitely not predetermined on anything. It was showing you how it could be.
Dude, what do you think target phrase means in a search function? Like, he was searching for, methinks it is like a weasel. That was the end search function. That was the end search that was being looked for.
Oh, you're talking about the words. No, right. This is different. He was talking about graphic pictures, graphics. I was talking about. You're talking about statements like from Shakespeare or something like that of a weasel. That was a particular phrase, wasn't it? That's different from what I was talking about.
Are you talking about? Okay. So
it's a bit different. We're on.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the picture selection, the different graphs, like yes. Black, white. Okay, I understand all that. You're still not resulting in novel function, which is what I'm talking about. Actual function is a totally different dichotomy than what you're now dodging over to. The whole methinks is like a weasel.
The function wasn't even relevant. He was showing with the graphics that it was completely possible for new anatomy, new forms, and the rest of it with the graphs. I wasn't talking about the phrase. I think you're talking about particular phrases and words. I think we're mixed up on which.
I understand what you're referring to. The point I'm making is that that what you're referring to now is not even relevant in relation to what we're talking about in relation to what will be necessary for evolution in terms of the new novel functions to be created, which is what evolution necessitates.
Okay, well, just skipping up here. I can't be on the phone all night. I can't be on here all night. So everybody listening wants to see me get creamed. I don't mind talking at all and getting creamed. I talked about a few things. This was just one of the things. Do you want to give it like 20 minutes and you can nail me on this on whatever, and we'll talk about 3 points maybe.
I'm gonna open up the conversation to everybody else. We can get on.
Sure.
A bunch of folks have been waiting for a while, but the underlying point I'm making is that the evolutionary algorithm systems and programs that have been created, they all have predetermined search functions that are written into the source code of the program that is being run in order to supposedly find something random.
As soon as you've mentioned something about an algorithm, it seems like you're already putting that in there as if there's like some end game going on. This isn't what I was talking about with the graphics whatsoever.
Dude, the program that you're referring to has an underlying algorithm that's necessary. It has source code that is necessary. It has syntax that is necessary for the source code that's running the evolutionary algorithm.
You keep calling it an algorithm, you might as well call it a creation, but it's the intelligently designed. You're just asserting that beforehand before it's even
okay. Are you suggesting that the system that you're referring to did not have source code?
No, I'm saying that it had no end goal. It was just like let's run it and see what happens. I think it's available online as well, although it's not very good.
Okay, again, are you suggesting that the program that is being run, are you suggesting that it does not have underlying source code?
I think it'd have to have underlying source code, wouldn't it?
Correct. So are you suggesting that this underlying so are you suggesting that the underlying source code would not require the preceding actions of an intelligent agent in order to create the functions that would be necessary to run the program?
Yeah, correct. How we did the graphs, it just required a couple of variables and that was it.
Okay,
That
so
could
again,
be used in nature.
again, are you suggesting that this has any relevance to undirected evolution?
Yes.
So you're saying that
From-
something that requires pre-existing source code has relevance to evolution. That's what you're saying.
No, you just asserted it has necessary source.
Well,
It has necessary.
you just conceded the fact that it has source code.
Didn't you say something about some sort of end goal? You didn't say end goal. There's something about it's an algorithm. You're already asserting it's an algorithm.
Are you suggesting that the source code that is necessary to run the program that you're referring to did not require the preceding actions of an intelligent agent and the formation of syntax and semantic value assignment and code mapping that must exist prior to running the program that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. So again, why? So if what you're referring to necessitates a pre-existing intelligent agent, how does that have any relevance to undirected evolutionary theory that you're claiming is the being proven?
Because the initial variables could easily be or naturally occurring. Could easily just naturally occurring, as in random.
So didn't you concede? Didn't you concede that we can't? Hang on. So didn't you concede that we don't have an answer for abiogenesis?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
okay.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have any answer
Nowhere
for
near.
that.
I've read 2 books on it.
Nor for the source. So we don't have any answer for the source code that would be necessary to get to the stage that you're talking about. But you're claiming that we can just concede that the thing that requires source code and algorithms prior to somehow is indicative of evolution being totally plausible.
No. That's not where I'm at. I think the analogy I'd like to say is, if you see a ball is rolling, you don't have to know what got the ball rolling to recognize that the ball is rolling. To say that you need to know that the ball is rolling doesn't mean the ball is not rolling. The ball is rolling. Evolution is happening. Just because you don't know how it started doesn't mean the ball isn't rolling.
So we have adaptation of pre-existing function that we see, which is the whole point I was making about what we have been able to empirically prove is happening with evolutionary algorithms. And we have optimization not of pre-existing, not formation of new novel function. So your claim that this is how the ball started rolling actually is not being substantiated by the evidence that we're observing in terms of the formation of new function. There. Okay, I'm done. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of people been waiting. We got Patrick, Joel, Andrew, Bubble, and Sal have all joined us. What's going on, guys? Joel, you've been waiting the longest. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. You're up first. Give us your thoughts, and then Patrick's up next. Sal, Andrew, and Bubble. So what's up, guys?
Hello.
Joel.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, sorry about that. You caught me just as I was trying to make a sandwich. Yeah, no, I guess when I first saw the notice for your link tonight, I was curious if we're talking about the, I guess the original, the Christian creationist, evolution theory that, started from Lamarck and Paley and Mendel and all those guys that Darwin plagiarized from, or are we talking about the, I guess, what I like to call the atheist, mythology, the mythology, I guess, of random change over time, like you were just talking with Eddie here tonight.
Well, we're talking more about just modern Darwinism, I guess, modern evolutionary theory.
Yeah, because if we're gonna, if as an alternative, I guess, if we want to talk about the original, the Christian evolution theories that started all that stuff that the atheists don't understand, I'd love to go into that, because that's where the code is. That's where the, all the stuff that I've worked on in the past that you seem to love to talk about as well. That's where the quote unquote science for at least the Christian version of, and it's not random evolution. It's very codified. It's very pre-programmed, preloaded, as if SFT likes to talk about. So there's all kinds of quote unquote science into how the language of God is designed and how it, how it falls apart and how it can be repaired. How we can look at fixing the bugs in the code. So that'd be where I'd like to focus if we could.
Well, I'm sure we will get into some more of that here in the not too distant future. Patrick, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? And what are your thoughts?
What's up? I didn't see the Sal debate. Hope it went well.
Oh, it was a different Sal. What? Not Sal Cordova. Sal G.
Oh, different Sal. Okay. I
Yeah,
thought it was
over
Sal
on.
Cordova.
Yeah, no, Sal. Man, I'm having a brain freeze on his Italian last name. Was over on SFT, and they were talking about basically the whole point was, does science refute or dispute some of the fundamental aspects of that are put forth by evolutionary theory?
Is Eddie Chapman still there?
Yeah, Eddie's still with us.
Yeah.
Are you there, Eddie? Hey, Eddie,
Yeah,
I got a
I'm
message.
here.
I got a message for you.
Oh dear.
Believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, or you're going to hell.
Things like that don't scare atheists. I got rid of my demons when I was about 11 years old. You can't scare me with hell, mate. Scaring an atheist with hell is
Not
like
meant to
scaring
scare.
a grown adult with
It's a
an
fact.
visit from Santa Claus.
It's a fact, buddy. It's a fact.
It's how do you know that? You're not getting any presents from Santa Claus this Christmas, mate. Does that scare you?
All right. Well, let's see. We got Andrew Graham. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Oh, actually, Sal's up next. Sal, how you doing, brother?
Sal's next. Sorry.
Hey, well, I finally got, this is the computer I was trying to get going yesterday when it froze. Actually, I had to replace it. So I'm now getting out of the basement because it's getting too cold to be in the basement. It was perfect for the summer. So I relocated my studio, so to speak, for streaming. Just quick question. Who are participating in the debates and
No, it wasn't a debate. It was a presentation.
Oh, by Sal Giordana?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed it. Anyway, that's all I had.
No, it was good. They got into a lot of stuff. Hey, so real quick, so I assume you're referring to Conway's Game of Life. Is that what you were referring to, Eddie?
Sorry, say again. I missed that.
I said, were you referring to Conway's Game of Life?
What point? What are you talking about?
The program that you were referring to when you and I were talking.
I don't know the name of it because I haven't looked at the book. I haven't got it in front of me. It's upstairs, and the program I was talking about was the graphics he's got in the book that show how forms. We've just given a couple of variables that could easily happen through random. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what
Game of Life you're referring to, but that whole thing was Turing complete. Yeah, it was a Turing complete system that was necessary for that concept to be executed.
If it could be shown that evolution is actually intelligent design, would you accept evolution?
Yeah, the only way that it's plausible is if you have
that's where Francis Collins is
an artificial intelligence systems that are being executed, and sure, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, fine. But in my opinion, when you look at the completeness of the source code for all these different organisms and the contradictions that are being discovered on a daily basis to the standard paradigm, it seems more plausible that the opposite is true.
It's
that's
interesting.
the topic that I'd like to go over, guys. Because Eddie, it isn't. It's irrefutably it's code. We can't understand it without looking at it through software engineering type principles. But I guess, John, to help, are you talking about Dawkins' monkey Shakespeare experiment? Is that the test y'all were trying to talk about?
Well, initially he was referring to the he thinks it is a weasel algorithm that he did.
Yeah, that was the second one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he was referring to. I'm pretty sure that the one he was referring to is Conway's Game of Life was the program. But that program, it's like basically it can evolve with no further input, is what the claim is. But you're starting with the Turing complete, system here. So it's like it's
not only that. I like to have the arguments where the language of God, as you guys were referring to, the way Collins likes to talk about it, it's not only intelligently designed or code or whatever you call it. We actually reverse engineer it to help advance our own technology today.
No, it's a very good. It's a very good point. I mean, we do exactly that. Okay, real quick, guys. So we'll get through everybody, and then we'll get into more open discussion. So, Andrew, you're up next, man. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's going on?
Yeah, not much. Just bored, so I thought I'd drop on by, see what was happening. Yeah, really, not much else to say at this stage.
All right. Let's see. Looks like Bubble has joined, and Bubble, I do recognize you. It's been a while since you and I've interacted, but I think you were on a couple of my streams, maybe last year, maybe, or very early this year. I think. What's going on?
I think it would have been earlier this year. Oh, let me get my headphones because then you're gonna get echo.
All right. Well, he's getting hooked up. Sunflower, what's going on, man? How are you? Been a while since I've seen you. I've seen you in side chat a bunch. I haven't seen you in the streams lately. How are you doing?
What's up? Yeah, I haven't been in that many streams lately. Been busier, a lot busier the past few months, but glad to be here. Thanks for always hosting a good show. Yeah.
All right, no problem, man. Appreciate you joining us. You got anything you want to about the presentation or what we've been talking about so far? You want to discuss? Or
I mean, I had one general question. I don't like that. I'll just pose, and no one has to directly like go off on this tangent here, but it's mainly for Eddie. And I come back to this a lot, and it's to put it in a nutshell, it's my cave painting question, and that is when in the sciences and whatever, like anthropology, human history, whenever we see cave paintings in unexpected places and date them to unexpected times, we seem to have no problem scrambling all of our dates to account for where and how human or a human sort of civilization could have sort of been there to make those cave paintings, because clearly they're made by people, something like that. And I just don't get how we can simultaneously have the approach that Eddie mentioned of, well, I think science is a lot like a hike where you're discovering things, and also have the approach of, we just discovered cave paintings, this, like, throw every other possibility out that it was anything other than an intelligent designer or artist, and let's rearrange everything we know, because this is the only possibility for these. And cave paintings are pretty basic, right? And nonetheless, they can be groundbreaking and revolutionary if we date them at the right time. So that's where I'm trying to juggle these things, right? It's like, you can either look at things like abiogenesis and other aspects of design and evolution as, well, I'm not making any assumptions, I'm just discovering things along the way. And of course, if you have that approach, then I guess you're probably never going to come to a creator. But yet we see a cave painting in the right place at the right time, and without blinking, we go, intelligent designer, humans made this, let's rearrange everything we thought we knew about the human timeline, because there's no other possible option for what these are. And that's clearly not discovering things in a hike. That's basically operating from the presupposition that only humans could have made cave paintings, and let's make everything else fit that. But so that's kind of how I frame that when I hear people talk about this sort of like, I'm just skeptical, I'm just discovering things along the way, I'm not making any assumptions. I don't feel like that comports with how we generally view other aspects of discoveries in history. So that's what all I had to add here.
I'd like to answer that, but I don't think everybody else has had it to say yet.
It was directed at you. Go ahead and respond, Eddie, and then Bubble will be up, and then Rob will be next.
I'm not sure about the cave paintings, but what I do know from looking at creationist claims against evolution, I started with Kent Ovind.
That's kind of already off topic to what I asked, though.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to it. What I found with creationists, it's maybe like the cave paintings, is they just seem to pick at a few anomalies and highlight them as if they're the only ones we've got, when really there are 100 times more than that. So I imagine with cave paintings have been found over time, but the only ones that seem to make the headlights for creationists are the ones that seem to go against the evolutionary theory, or that cavemen were putting these on chalk, like firewood charcoal or something, on the cave walls, and I don't know. I don't know too much about cave paintings. I don't know. I just know.
What I'm saying is, why not just say, "Oh, there was cave paintings here, but we didn't think that advanced humans lived in that era." Well, it was probably just stick. Well, wait. Why not assume that it could have just been sticks slapping against the cave walls because the right storm happened, and you wouldn't have to rearrange any of your other theory. But again, there are some things that, in my opinion, are clear indications of intelligent design, and we have no problem like readily conceding that. Like, it's not even like people say like, oh, this wasn't, like, you could have like the most like a borderline toddler infant could have drawn the thing, right? And if it's found in the right place at the right time, it could turn the anthropological timeline on its head. So I just don't get, like, there's no problem doing that, because it's whatever. It's more just it makes the evolutionary timeline, I guess, it doesn't really threaten it. But if we apply any level of design to things like the genetic code or the origin of life, you get people saying like, we can't assume that, like, silly creationists. I see a point in the near future where evolutionists will say, okay, there's some evidence of intelligent design. All we can assume is that it was a intelligent life form that came before Earth. Like, I know that time is coming, and I can't wait for the amount of egg on the face of the people that are going to have to concede, okay, it does appear like aliens seeded life on Earth. So, like, that doesn't mean God. Like, that's going to happen pretty soon, if you ask me. But I don't know.
I mean, I think there has been numerous occasions where cave paintings have been found. Oh, I'm muted. I'm muted.
No, you're not muted. I can hear you. No.
I think there has been numerous occasions where cave paintings have been found, and it hasn't fit what we knew, and so it's given a greater mystery. That doesn't throw everything out the window. It's just but at times it does. Like Göbekli Tepe, right? Göbekli Tepe is a good example of, like, bring it on.
What's that?
And discovery is a great thing. And
no, but what I'm saying is, why if it's not, like, if all it is that it resembles intelligent design, then just say this isn't necessarily intelligent design. Keep your old timeline and move on with it. But no one does that, of course, because it would be silly, right? It would be silly to see things as even as rudimentary as they might be. It would be silly to say this could have just been sticks slapping against the wall, because we all realize, while there's a possibility of randomness creating cave paintings, we also kind of simultaneously as adults say, like, but we all really know it wasn't randomly sticks slapping against the wall. So let's handle this like mature adults, and let's treat it as the most likely thing that it is, which was that humans made it. And then I just don't get why we don't do that with the bigger picture questions, when the genetic code is like orders of magnitude more complex than a cave painting. So I don't want to derail. So I could go on for a while on this, but I want to let everyone else continue to participate. So
all right, let's wrap on that topic for right now. And hey, Eddie, we're getting a weird, like, chipping noise or something in the background. If you're not talking, can you go ahead and hit the mute button, because we're getting a little bit of a background sound coming from your.
I'm getting that too, and I wonder where it's come from. I wonder if it's the charge.
Yeah, it's definitely something going on with you. So when I mute you, the sound goes away for sure.
Oh, it must be Satan.
Okay, so real quick, we got Bubble is back, and he'd been waiting for a while. What's up, Bubble? How you doing?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep, come through.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not sure when I debated you, but yeah, would have been early this year sometime, but I don't really remember.
No, we didn't have a formal debate. I'm saying you were on one of my streams as
well. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think so. I was in quite a few, and then I get kicked out of like every single one of them.
I don't remember kicking you out. I just remember us having an interaction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Bubbles, the polytheist. I think I'm like one of the very few polytheists. If there's anybody else here, am I the only?
I don't know if there's. I don't think right now. I don't think there's any other polytheists right now, but you never know what comes every once in a while. So if I remember correctly from observing you over on SFT's channel for the last couple weeks,
Mhm.
I think are you A, trying to get a debate, and B, aren't you usually talking a big game about evolution?
Yeah. I am trying to get a debate with Standing for Truth. Haven't set it up yet. Still
Okay,
waiting.
and like specifically, what topic are you wanting to debate?
Well, it's clear evolution is. Oh, let me do some things. It's clear evolution is false, but the Christian answer is also wrong. I mean, do you believe the Noah story?
You're referring to a global flood?
No, like Noah putting all the animals in the ark.
I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Why?
Well, do you? Well, here's a big problem I have with people like Nephilim Free and I think Kent Hovind. They state that Noah brought in like this. They think that like, have you ever heard their kinds argument? Like, all dogs come from like one dog.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the argument. I think from a genetic perspective, what you have to be looking at is if there's front-loaded genomes with greater possibility, then all you need is, in this context, two of the male, female, the ability for reproduction, obviously, in the context of having the front-loaded capacity for the variations, and then from there, it's not that complicated of a premise for it to be executed in terms of rapid speciation.
So everybody's aware of that that argument. Well, here's the problem. Like, to me, that's just a rescue device. This is really nonsense. To me, to say that to say like a wolf will eventually give birth to like a chihuahua because there was this front-loaded genome is it's a stretch. It's like that's just not how it works.
So are you suggesting that through artificial selection, that if you took two wolves, you don't think it's possible that you could end up with a chihuahua?
No, you wouldn't. No, you would never end up with a chihuahua.
So that's sort of like the premise that I'm talking about is directly supported. Like, people agree with this. This has like been discussed by dog breeders about how, yes, you give it enough time, you could, and through artificial selection, you'd be able to pull it off.
Well, dog breeders are an authority in biology, I would say. And when dog breeders do with, say, mixed dogs, they never attempted to take a wolf and they never turned it into a chihuahua.
Well, wait, Bubble, like, did you realize that dogs evolved from wolves?
Evolve? What are you, an atheist?
No. Well, I'm saying, even if you assume, the kind position still concedes that things can, like, what they wouldn't use the word evolve, but I'm just using it like
devolve. Would you say devolve?
Well, I just don't get what your contention is. Do you not think in the framework of even the evolutionary framework, did modern domestic dogs, like the Chihuahua or the whatever, it did come from, like, do you have an alternative third party explanation here? What am I missing here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. God made a Chihuahua.
Okay, so Bubble, let's think about this for a second. If you have, this is like, okay, if you have a group of short people and a couple of tall people, but then only the short people keep mating, are you eventually always going to have, is the height going to get shorter and shorter? Well, unless you insert a tall person back into the equation.
Well, no, this is I would say this is a bit of a straw man here. It's not like
how is this a straw man? This is basic. Like,
Well, there's
that's
like
very basic genetics here.
Well, no, this is just like a defunction. People turning into midgets happen, but you will never have a Caucasian turn into an Asian. That will never happen. A black person will never turn into a Japanese person. That's never going to happen. You can have short and tall Japanese, sure.
What do you think albino people are? Are they
Well, albinism is a defect. It even hurts Caucasians.
Fine. No, that's
do
fine.
you
But
think? Hey, listen. Do you think
they
that
look different.
Do you think anybody? Do you think that bulldogs are going to be in existence in another 100 years?
Yeah, but more sickly, yes. They'll still be bulldogs.
Right,
Well,
more
right
sickly.
now, right now they don't think that bulldogs will exist in 100 years. Like, it's a serious problem. But do you actually not think that the bulldog is not the result of deletion and of different genes?
No,
Like
that is completely absurd.
Bubble, show me. Wait, Bubble, show me a domestic dog breed that is not more sickly than a wild wolf. Have you ever heard of mongrel vigor? The wild wolf is going to beat any domestic dog breed every time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how sickly they get. They're not going to turn into a chihuahua. They'll turn into a defective, retarded wolf. Sure.
That's what a pug is.
No, a pug is.
That's what a pug is.
A pug is not a wolf.
A pug, you could describe a pug as a defective, retarded wolf. I wouldn't use that terminology, but I feel like that would probably actually be like scientifically accurate.
Now, at one point, the pug was fit. We made it retarded.
What? So now you're agreeing that you can use.
No, look. If you really want to prove this idea that there was deletion, you would have to show a fossil record of slow transition.
No,
yes, you would.
no. Now you're going back on your own point.
Look.
Let's not talk mechanisms here. You said that God made a chihuahua. Now you're admitting that through sort of incestuous breeding, something can become a breed can become like inherently so defective that it's bad. That you just described the whole creationist position.
No, it's something becoming
going in circles. It's very simple. Dogs and wolves hybridize. That means they can interbreed. That suggests that they had a common ancestor.
Right. I just don't get Bubbles' point. It's weird. Like you're saying that every single breed was created, yet we can also selectively interbreed them and observe the thing that you're saying couldn't have happened to get them where they are now. That's just weird to me. I don't really understand why. Like, just rewind 200 years. Instead of starting your position of every dog breed being created as it is now, and you get an antithesis to your point. Well, like, do you not think that dogs would look different if you? Oh, okay.
There's more differences in between breeds of dogs than there are in between humans and chimpanzees.
I'm gonna need a citation on that, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. When I hear little like blurbs, I've heard so many one-liners like that I don't really, I don't take them on face value anymore. So I'm not going to say you're wrong or right, but I'd like a citation on that.
Okay, so all domestic dog breeds that exist in the world today in their myriad forms are the result of the domestication of the gray wolf. I mean, gradually, as humans selected for traits they want in their dogs, herding ability, particular temperaments and size, dogs diversified. Because we've intensively selected for specific traits in dogs, they make an ideal study animal to match genes and physical features to better understand how genes work. I mean, anyway. Okay, so Rob has been being very, very patient through this whole back and forth. What's up, Rob? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, guys. No, I'm just chilling, doing some chores in the background.
Right on. Well, let us know if you have anything you want to insert into the conversation. And by the way, for the audience, because Bubbles was issuing this whole I get booted thing, I did no way, shape, form, or fashion booted Bubbles. He is welcome to return. I'm not sure where he went.
Okay, I think I can give an example of dogs that have been crossbred. Now, in Australia, we have the wild dog called the dingo, the purest breed of which I believe is still on Fraser Island. The reason it is still the purest is because it has not ever crossbred with domestic dogs. So that might shed more of a light on the problem.
I'm not even sure what the problem was, because my understanding of Bubble's argument is that evolution is wrong and the creationist concept of like front-loaded genome that deteriorates is wrong. And his explanation for his explanation was every discrete dog breed as we know them currently is how they were created by God. But then he also conceded that you could, if you were to selectively, sort of inbreed dog breeds now, that they would become increasingly sickly and defective. So I'm confused on like why he chose dog breeds as we know them now to be his like special created kinds rather than just like,
I think he referred to Kent Ovines and Nephilim Freeze.
Sorry, my
arguments against.
Oh yeah, my internet is like really bad today for some reason. I mean, it's bad, but it's extra bad.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still just curious about what, like, you think that God? You said, am I quoting you? God created the Chihuahua.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if we interbreed Chihuahuas selectively for the next 300 years, will that dog look different in 300 years than it does now?
It'll be a Chihuahua. It'll be a more diseased Chihuahua, but yeah, it'll still be a Chihuahua.
And then if you were born 300 years from now, would you look at that new diseased Chihuahua and say, this was clearly created by God, and this would have never, like, this would not, you can't breed a dog into this thing?
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't disease, but now it's disease.
Well, how are you defining disease? Like, there's some dogs that have such bad
scaroleos. Well, they got a bunch of deformations. For example,
there's some dogs have such bad genetic defects. Like, I can tell you right now, like, some dogs have hip dysplasia is a big one.
Yeah.
You don't think that those are already the result? Like, how do you have a personal like map in your head of all the dog breeds that God created? And
no amount of disease is going to turn into a wolf into a Chihuahua. Sure, it'll make a diseased wolf, but no amount of disease is going to turn the.
I don't see why not. Have you ever seen a dwarf? There's dwarfism, there's albinism, there's all kinds of things.
Hang on a second.
It's because what you're
Bubble. Do you think that the wolf or a domestic dog breed has more genetic diversity?
I would say let's go with wolf.
Okay, so if the dog has a less robust genome compared to the wolf, which one has the capacity for variation, the domesticated breed or the wolf?
Let's go with the wolf, but no amount of variation is going to turn it into a pit bull. And look,
so we can do a comparison of the genomes and see what would have to be deleted in order to get between a wolf. Hey, I'm not arguing that dog breeds are evolution from the
evolution. Well, what do you mean by that?
Okay, I'm talking about in relation to the dog and the wolf are still canines, right?
Yeah, but a wolf is a wolf, and a German Shepherd is a German Shepherd.
Right. That's a breed, not a species, right?
So what is a mutt, Bubble? What is a mutt?
It's a mix of two dogs, and they tend to be infertile.
Okay,
mutts are not infertile.
Mutts are very fertile. What are you talking about?
No,
have you heard of?
For example, if you take like a lion and a tiger, you get a Tigon.
No, we're not talking about lion tiger. We're talking about like black lab and German Shepherd, or corgi and German Shepherd. That's not going to be an infertile mutt. That's going to be a very fertile.
No, they get their children turn to be infertile. For example, if
No,
you
they don't. No,
they
they
do.
Dude, mutts do not
No.
tend to be infertile.
Okay, look, if you try to give like if you get like
mutts have more genetic diversity than the purebred dog.
no, what
Bubble,
happens
are you
if you
just
try to
trolling us? Mutts
No.
are not infertile.
no look if you try to mix a German Shepherd with a Chihuahua, the child is like comes out really retarded.
No, that's
Yes,
not true.
it does because it
You are
like
making things up
Okay,
now.
hold on, Sunflower, hang on. Bubble, are you suggesting that a German Shepherd actually can physically mate with a Chihuahua, or it requires artificial insemination?
well, through artificial insemination, of course, but it can still breed. But in the Chihuahua has birthing issues.
Okay, so from a artificial selection perspective, something's being done by an external agent, in this context, a human. You're suggesting that has some, just because they of the same, because they're the same kind of animal, they are genetically compatible. Like the egg and sperm can join and fertilize and whatnot. But yes, there's massive ramifications because in the natural environment, they wouldn't be able to mate, would they? Because the German Shepherd's penis would literally not fit inside of the Chihuahua.
Yeah, because they're not meant for each other.
Okay, so why the hell are you using them as an example?
Because I'm trying to show they're not meant for each other.
Bubble, what about the massive market for like mixed bred dogs? People love to mix. They create names. Yorkie poo, like and that Labradoodle.
That creates disease.
How does that create disease? These are thriving dogs.
Dude, mutts are known to be healthier than pure breeds.
Have you ever heard the phrase mongrel vigor? Wait, Bubble, have you ever heard the phrase mongrel vigor?
No, this combining that mutts are healthier is false.
Okay, Bubble, hang on. Bubble, you're being ridiculous, dude. How much do you want to bet right now? Let's make a bet on whether or not mutts are recognized to be healthier or less healthy than pure breeds.
Okay, I got $10. I'll bet you $10.
You want to bet $10?
Yeah.
You're gonna Venmo me.
Yeah, I actually have it.
Okay. There's witnesses. You're gonna Venmo me $10.
Yeah, I just feel like Bubble trolls. He gets bored and trolls people. I don't know.
No, because God has clearly put barriers.
Okay, thanks to their mixed genes, mutts are less likely to have received a high dose of any particular breed's genes. Because of this, many mutts have lower rate of health conditions such as hip dysplasia, spinal diseases, knee problems, certain cancers, heart disease, and more than their purebred counterparts. So
there you go.
Let me find mine.
I'd love to see your. I can't wait to see Bubbles, a source that doesn't exist.
Well, it's my history, so you're gonna have to give me a while. Let's just talk about something for the meantime, and then we'll get back to it.
Do you want me to leave and come back on because there's so much static on you?
Yeah, if you want to. Now, in this context, we're talking from a generality perspective. We're not going to claim that every single mutt is always 100% of mutts are always going to be healthier, but we're talking about from a general sense. The mutt is going to be healthier than the pure breed because of the diversity of their genome. Like this is known.
This is not even controversial.
No,
totally.
No, this is a lie.
Wow. Okay, troll.
Okay, here.
Stop coming on to streams to troll people, man. Like at this point, I'm convinced you're trolling.
How do I screen share? I don't know how to screen share.
Okay, so research at the University of California, Davis challenged the theory. Blah blah. Okay, they say 27,000 dogs. They found that it holds true for 10 out of 24 disorders studied. So I mean,
how do I screen share? I don't know how to screen share on mine.
Please, if you can let him, I'd love to see what he has actually, like as the last.
He can share. He's not requesting a share.
I don't know.
Click the share button on StreamYard. It's on the bottom next to Leave Studio. There's a share button.
Oh wait. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay. Here's from a vet. I mean, they have a higher rate of. Hip dysplasia is often used as the prime example. I mean, like this condition, which occurs due to a malformation of ball and socket. This is from a freaking vet. Like,
it's widely known.
In the hip cause pain and weakness. Again, it's not saying that there aren't some things that a mutt's going to have, but it doesn't mean that it's not that purebreds are not more likely to have a lot of these disorders. I mean, it's like this is not that complicated.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Some disorders were more common in purebreds. These disorders include cataracts, bloat, elbow dysplasia, allergic dermatitis, aortic stenosis, dilated cardiomyopathy, hypothyroidism, epilepsy, porticosystemic shunt, invertebrate disc disease, I mean,
Yeah,
this
because
is
All right,
ridiculous.
can we see? Yeah, can we see a screen? I just want to see really quick if it's anything halfway legitimate or.
can you see it?
Okay, let's see.
Okay, wait. What is this? What is this website?
It's some dog website. Let's see.
All right,
Fit
let's
Bark.
see.
Okay, can you guys read that?
Yes, while many breeders argue that crossbreeding produces Gerardos, there's no scientific. Yeah, they don't do scientific. They don't waste energy
Come
on doing
No,
studies.
read it.
Oh,
This is
gotta read.
this is your evidence. This is your evidence,
No,
dude.
read it. You asked
No,
for evidence.
yeah, I read it. Therefore, the combination of two separate dogs could potentially lead to serious genetic entanglement issues. Yeah, if you breed
Okay,
a dog,
It could.
listen,
No,
Bubble,
don't deny it. I'm saying don't
Bubble,
deny
you
it.
you are
Okay,
trolling
hang on.
because the
Dude,
birth
hang on.
canal, the
I
birth
showed
canal.
you.
No,
Hang on.
Bubble, you're trolling and you're bored. You're a
Okay.
bored person.
How do I stop?
Okay.
What? Like a stop
Like
sharing.
if the
Okay.
birth canal of one of the dogs is literally too small to birth even a puppy of the other dog, yeah, that's an issue. That has nothing to do with anything here. Like you're just trolling us.
No, that's just one example.
Okay, so
That wasn't even an example. That was like a
How is that not an
literally-
example? Well, you're
that was
just
an off the cuff comment on a blog about like it's not necessarily true. Like, are you even
it's
listening?
genetic.
All right, I'm done.
okay, some disorders were more common in purebreds, although the chance that your dog will develop these disorders depend on its breed. For example, large dogs like St. Bernards and Great Danes are most likely to suffer from bloat. I mean, this is from coronaryanimalhospital.ca. I mean, this is like specific things that they're more likely to get as a purebred than as a mutt. I mean,
Yes, that doesn't stop them from being a mutt. Also, being has its downfalls.
right, but we're saying, okay, how many times do I have to repeat myself, dude? I literally stated that I was not arguing that mutts can't also get other things like freaking cancer. But we're talking about they have specific things that they're way less likely to get than the pure breed, and the pure breed is it's a result of homozygosity versus heterozygosity.
Well, look, if
Like
those
this is very basic.
that small advantage, I hear like clicking, like
Yeah, Eddie, unless you're talking, you need to be on mute because we're getting, I don't know what the feedback is, but we're getting some weird chopping noise.
yeah.
So anyway, all you came up with
Mate.
was there's some
I
stuff.
just didn't want to jump in front of anybody. That's all.
Yeah,
I
what?
was to be
yeah,
honest.
Chihuahua.
Eddie, can you please mute because it's just getting on my nerves.
Is it me that's causing more of a static?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll leave. I'll leave you to it.
You
Oh,
don't
so
have to-
typing, I think.
Eddie, you don't have to leave. You just have
It's
to
gotta
stay on
mute.
mute.
It's got to
And if you
mute
want-
me.
If you want to talk, then you like come off mute and say what you want to say, and then click the mute button again. It's no big deal. We can handle it when you're not talking, but just not when you're not saying anything.
All right, I'll mute. I'm trying.
Okay, so Bubble, you did not disprove the position, and I showed evidence that there is a higher probability for a plethora of disorders for pure breeds versus mutts. So
No, look, the long
yes, I
term
did.
the long term ramifications of crossbreeding are more deleterious than just a short term advantage. That's the main point.
the purebred has pre-existing disadvantages as a result of being the pure breed. They have. Okay, Bubble, either you're going to pay the $10 on Venmo because I showed beyond doubt that my position is stronger than your position, or you can go away. Your choice.
Look,
You showed nothing. You're making assertions.
Yes, I did.
I literally I showed multiple sources that leaned in favor of my position and specifically stated that purebreds had a greater risk for, and I literally read disorders they have a higher probability of that the mutt does not have the same risk for. There's like common stuff. There's common things that all dogs. Dude, shut the fuck up. There is a common list of things that dogs have at risk. Just like humans, we all run the risk. Eddie, you're off mute again, buddy. Every human runs the risk of. Okay. Every human runs the risk of getting cancer. That doesn't mean that there aren't some humans that have, because of genetic disorders and such, have a higher risk of getting a particular type of cancer. You do recognize this, correct? Bubble?
No, you're missing the point.
Bubble, is what I just said, yes, correct, yes or no?
It's correct, but I'm more correct because
You're okay. You really do try to get to be a jackass and get booted, don't you? Shut your fucking mouth and listen.
Yeah.
He's just dude, shut up, or I'm going to put you backstage. I'm going to finish my point, and then you can respond, and you can pay the $10 because you freaking failed, or you can just freaking go away. Now, if I inbreed, am I going to be susceptible, or my offspring going to be susceptible to also within the 2 or 3 generations? Are my offspring going to be in greater risk of a plethora of different disorders and diseases than if I am not conducting inbreeding? Yes or no?
In respects to inbreeding, of course, you're going to accumulate more mutations.
So
but here,
no.
Let me answer. Let me come back. I think you're aware you're losing, because here's the big kicker. And this is something Christians are not going to like, as much as liberals out there listening are not going to like.
How old are you?
Let me do my argument. Look, it doesn't matter.
You're not making an argument. You're going to tell me how old you are. Because you're talking like you're a 17-year-old child. How old are you?
No, I think you're where you're losing.
No, you think I'm losing? I've literally are purebreds inbred? Purebred dogs, are they inbred? Yes or no?
Purebreds?
Yeah.
No, they're not. Not all of them are inbred. A lot of them are inbred because they were going extinct.
Breeding,
so we have to.
Breeding of a dog is the result. The creation of breeds of dogs is directly the result of inbreeding.
No, this is your false delusion. Show me a wolf making a chihuahua. That's just absurd. What you're proposing is that a wolf and a wolf had a chihuahua.
Just go away, Bubble. Like, why don't you have any hobbies or interests or projects?
How about you actually?
Because I've encountered a lot of people. I've encountered a lot of misguided people in this sphere. Truly,
how about you? You're not trying to make the science.
Hobby. You need a hobby, Bubble. You need a hobby.
You have no argument. Look,
this is one of my hobbies. This is one of my hobbies.
Like, no, not you, Eddie, not you. Bubble. I'm sorry if I said Eddie, I meant Bubble. Bubble, you're wasting everyone's time, and I don't know who you think you're entertaining besides yourself.
This idea that 2 wolves are going to give birth to a German Shepherd is preposterous. And what's even more preposterous is
have you ever seen a black person give birth to a white person? No.
Exactly. No.
What about albino?
So are you Adam and Eve? Hey, just because you're Adam and Eve, your Adam and Eve story falls apart because of that.
Wait. What about albinos, bro?
Extent of inbreeding in pedigree dogs revealed a new study. The extent of inbreeding in purebred dogs and how this reduces the genetic variation is revealed in a new study by Imperial College London researchers. Inbreeding puts dogs at risk of birth defects and genetically inherited health problems. Oh my goodness gracious. Isn't that what I've just been saying this entire time, which you have been continuing to argue is not actually true? So are you suggesting that this study, which I'm going to find real quick, are you suggesting that what they're saying is false? If you're responding, Bubble, we're not hearing you.
Oh, sorry. Did you mute me? I think I muted myself. Yeah, you're talking about inbreeding. That's like talking about that's having sex with your sister. Of course, you're pulling a straw man there. It's about a German Shepherd having sex with another German Shepherd outside its family. You saying this is, of course, inbreeding is going to cause mutations that are deleterious. And what I'm saying furthermore is that a German Shepherd is having intercourse outside of their breed is also going to cause mutations, which are also going to be deleterious and far worse.
Do you think a German Shepherd is more closely related to another German Shepherd, as you quote outside of its family? Is like on average, are German Shepherds more closely genetically related to other German Shepherds than other dog breeds, or less?
More genetically close, of course.
So do you understand the concept of, I don't think you understand the concept of dog breeds, because
okay, here, let me put it simple for you.
This is how dog breeds are conserved.
Okay, do you know that donkeys and what's it called? Donkeys and horses can have children. It's called a mule. but their children tend to be infertile. Same thing with tigers and tigers.
You're talking. Okay, why is that not true for dogs?
That's the thing. It's also true for dogs, and what's more importantly, it's true for
Well,
humans as well.
Have you ever
Here's
gone
the
to your
big kicker.
local?
No, here's the big kicker. It's also
idiot.
shows up in humans.
You
So
idiot.
let's
Go to
tell
your
us.
local pound. Go to your if you live anywhere in the actual U.S. and not like in the like on a random like under a hill somewhere under a rock. Go to your local pound. I guarantee you, every month you go, that pound is overrun with none other than mutts.
Yes, because that's dog sellers. They don't care. They just care about the money.
No, your pound. You don't. How far removed are you from like words and society? That's
Yeah,
not
look,
the pound is not a dog
Alright,
seller, dude. The
I'm
pound
out of
is where
this
they
I
discussion.
have
put
no control of my mic.
like
I've got no control of my mic. It seems to go on and off. I tried to mute.
the pound is where dogs go to get put down because no one else wants them. There's stray dogs. That's what the pound is. This is not dog
Bubble is
breeders.
talking more sense
yeah.
here than any of you tonight. He's talking more sense. Than any of
thank
you.
you.
You're not listening to
So
it.
the reason that pounds are overrun with mutts that have to be put down is because mutts are so infertile that they can't make more mutts.
No,
Riddle me that
Okay,
one.
You know what?
No,
You
it's
know
'cause
what,
no-
guys, we're
dogs-
gonna switch topics. This is completely freaking pointless, and I'm gonna make one final point on this, and we're gonna move on. The entire argument that was being made about the genetic diversity and things being able to descend from the wolf, which has the greater genetic diversity, is the entire point. And there is the inbreeding results in a reduction in the unique genetic variants. And the paper that was being referred to, literally one of the first things they talk about. So it's right here. For all but 3 breeds, 90% of unique genetic variants are lost over 6 generations, indicating a dramatic effect of breeding patterns on genetic diversity. I mean, this is, literally, it's like directly, like the first point being made is substantiating the original point that I was making in relation to the dog breeds can come from the wolf, but not the like. This is
Okay, then take a
this has
wolf
been-
and turn it into a
this is-
chihuahua.
this has been.
If you
this has
really
been-
believe that.
Okay, dude, are you going to pay the $10 or not?
Look, you lost.
You
You
I
just
did
wanna
not
admit it.
lose. Okay,
You did.
I did not lose. You're either going to pay the $10.
Look, if you want to prove yourself right, take a wolf.
I've
take
literally
two wolves, make a chihuahua. Make a chihuahua out of 2 wolves.
He's trolling.
That was not the point that was made on our $10 bet.
Don't let him work you up, dude. He's just trolling to get.
Oh, he's not working me up.
No, you know I'm right.
No, at this
He's
point,
trying.
No, at this
Yeah.
point, okay, he's done. See you later, buddy. And
I just don't understand that. Like, does that guy ever make a sincere appearance, or does he just perpetually troll with like the facade, the very thin facade of someone that might have a sincere point, but like, is his entire identity just ultimately trolling? That's sad. That's sad, man. Like, what is that guy?
I don't know. Thanks for your super chat, Doki. He says
More
LPP,
sense than any of you.
the official YouTube dumpster fire march.
Eddie, he made okay. Eddie, are you gonna actually back that up?
He talked more sense than any of you. He was trying to explain something. All you did was talk all over him.
Can you explain? Can you just summarize his point?
He was explaining how a chihuahua it cannot be made from 2 wolves mating together. Of course it can't.
Eddie, do you actually think that we were saying that the 2 wolves are going to have sex and then their initial offspring is going to be
At some point you
a
actually
chihuahua?
did, yes.
No, I did not. No, in
Eddie,
no way, shape, form, or fashion.
No one. Are you
Dude,
kidding?
when I was talking, dude, were you paying attention when I talked about why a Chihuahua and a German Shepherd wouldn't actually be able to mate other than artificial insemination? Do you think that I'm suggesting that dude, put yourself on mute? What is the hell is up with your mic, dude? We're talking about with artificial selection. If you start with a male and a female wolf that have genetic diversity, and you do selective breeding over extended periods of time, you would be able to diversify into different breeds.
And that's Eddie's position. Eddie believes in evolution. What is his argument for how the Chihuahua came into existence?
Yeah,
What, like, again, am I in the Twilight Zone? What are these people even talking about? Like, Eddie, how do you think Chihuahuas came to exist?
Hey, I'm just jumping here. It's kind of
What's up,
funny
Zach?
because there's actually a breeding program in Russia and Siberia that was done with wolves, and they specifically bred them to become more tame so they can use their superior smell in military in police dogs. So they took took wolves and would breed them. I forget how many generations it took, and it made them domesticated. It's exactly the same way with, any kind of, let's say one dog has a little bit longer fur. Well, they just use that one to, breed, and it'll just change the dog after not one generation, like they were saying, because it's kind of silly. But after many generations, it will change the dog into whatever you want it.
Yeah, unless Eddie was trolling too, which is possible. But he sounded at least until Bubbles came in, he sounded like he at least was not trolling. I'm shocked Eddie just took Bubbles' side on that, right? Because he actually sounded like the evolutionist essentially just took the side of the guy saying that you can't get domesticated dog breeds by selectively breeding wild dogs or wolves. The evolutionist, the guy that was the evolutionist on the panel, just said that wasn't possible. Are we in the Twilight Zone or what? I don't know anymore because,
But what he actually said was that Bubbles was supposedly making more sense than anybody on here. But of course,
right, which of course
several
obviously
of us weren't chatting, so that's a very unfair, biased judgment on the part of him. And well, to go back to that black and white thing, I know of at least one couple. She's a white Ukrainian woman. She married a black American man who went over there on a wife hunt, shall we say. She came back. They have 2 kids, and both the kids are black. So there are cases of black people giving birth to white children and white people giving birth to black children at the same time. So,
well, actually, I was demonstrating that was possible. Like I was saying, I was saying,
and
like,
he was trying to say it was impossible.
Yeah, exactly. He was trying to say that because we don't see wolves give birth to chihuahuas, like he was using that as his example to say that phenotypically different offspring can never be born. Period.
Yeah.
Right. That was his argument was essentially like an organism's offspring can never be radically phenotypically different from it, which is obviously insane and stupid and insipid and uninformed. And like, yeah, of course, that's the general trend. But there are like, again, I feel pathetic even that I'm even entertaining his argument. But yeah, because wolves don't give birth to chihuahuas does not mean that there are not occasions where offspring that are radically phenotypically different are not born. That obviously happens.
Yeah, well,
the guy is a troll. Yeah.
Yeah, but they also don't give birth to white West Highland Terriers immediately, nor sausage dogs for that matter. And those are 2 dogs that are very vastly different.
Exactly. Dogs that were selectively bred over, decades or centuries. Yeah. I'm not surprised that that the wolf doesn't pop out, the dog that was bred specifically intentionally for certain traits. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the dog still might give birth to an albino dwarf 2-legged dog, and that's just as phenotypically different from it. And like, I don't know. That guy's a troll.
Mutation.
The funny thing is that there's actually there's a couple occasions that it happened that a white couple had children that were black, and they were actually genetically their kids. It's just a recessive gene that was triggered or flipped or something, and they just it was in their genetic makeup because they had grandparents or something like that were black. and literally they are both white and they had children that were black. So.
Yeah, it's so many of these things. Just like, go find a geneticist that claims that you couldn't figure out a pathway to take a wolf into a freaking chihuahua. I mean, it's deletion of genes. That's what it takes to get to those points. There's documented like, okay, this is what was deleted between this breed and this breed. I mean, you can take it all the way back. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting part about that one in Russia with the wolves, is that specific breeding started from wild wolves, and I think almost like for 40 years they were breeding them, and eventually they got to a dog, well, a wolf that was tame but had like almost like 50% more smell than a regular dog. So they had it like genetically tracked because they were doing it on purpose to engineer the kind of wolf dog or whatever.
I just don't understand people in favor. Like, so Eddie is in favor of evolution. Bubble is not, yet Eddie was saying that Bubble was making sense. where what we were discussing was actually more in favor of Eddie's position than Bubbles. It's like, I really sometimes wonder if Evo atheists actually use critical thinking skills before they open their mouths, because it's bad. Man, it's
Well, you do realize critical thinking has to be taught. Otherwise, we lose it.
True.
I do think it's even funny when he was bringing up that Game of Life. He was trying to use that same argument that it's like random mutations that are happening in that game, when it's specifically an algorithm set up for specific processes to happen if a condition is met. And it's like, that's not random anymore. That's an algorithm running a pattern. It's just patterns that keep happening. And it's not literally making anything new. It's just following patterns. It's kind of funny.
So Hurricane Havoc just makes an excellent an excellent observation. Now, if we could get Sky out in here with Eddie and Bubbles, this would be the most epic of all time. I would completely agree. That would be a dumpster fire of epic proportions, but not in the usual sense. Yeah. And Eddie's now claiming that I wasn't letting him speak. I'd make it epic if I could speak. Dude, I told you how to just like put yourself on mute and take yourself off mute when you wanted to talk. You weren't doing that, and you kept coming off of mute, and it kept just crackling over and over again. So if you want to talk. If you don't, come back in, just put yourself on mute until you're ready to talk. It's not that complicated. What's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
He was actually typing, John.
Okay, wait. I have the breed to show really quick, and then okay. Please, this is all I'm going to show. Here's what popular dog breeds looked like before and after 100 years of breeding. Okay, Bull Terrier then, Bull Terrier now, English Bulldog then, English Bulldog now, German Shepherd then, German Shepherd now. Okay, you can look at this like this is the nail in the coffin. Okay, this is commonly known. Anyone can Google this, but yeah, like again, that guy was trolling us, but okay, that's it. Thanks.
Oh man, Hurricane, I'd forgotten about Boy. Man, add a little Boy in here to spill some LSD into the mix, and we're gonna all get our brains fried from frustration. I would actually pay to see, or actually I would forgive Bubbles' bet loss to see him and Boy have a debate. That would be one of the most ridiculous examples of sheer YouTube idiocy that has ever been recorded. If that actually if that happened, that would be pretty funny. Danny, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Oh, my mic was muted. I was just taking a break from writing. So
Right on. How have you been?
I've been well. How about y'all? Sal,
hanging in there.
you look well, Sal.
Oh, you do too, Danny.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Danny. So you missed your YouTube crush. He was here a little while ago.
Oh, he was Rob.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he got frustrated with the dumpster fire.
There's already been a dumpster fire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Basically from the beginning, it was a little bit of a dumpster fire, and then it flared up about maybe 5 minutes ago. It flared up, and started to lose, and then the bubble gum guy said we'd made a bet, which he lost, and then he claimed he won, even though he lost, and then we kept talking trash, so I finally kicked him out.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Is this an after show to one of SFT's channel debates?
It wasn't a debate. He had a discussion that was going on, and I had an excuse to do an after show, so I wasn't going to do a stream tonight. And then I was like, well, you've
been streaming a lot.
Yeah, getting back into it. I was streaming a lot before I moved.
Yeah, you do enjoy it though, right? This is not like something that you don't enjoy, right?
Oh no, I do something like this all the time, and I absolutely hate it because I'm doing this.
I don't like hosting these sorts
Danny,
of things.
I'm doing this purely for the ridiculous amount of cash that I'm making off of my.
Well, I just don't like. I don't know. Being in the position of hosting is like a little bit more of a drag than just like joining in and leaving when you want.
Well, I mean, I can end this whenever I want to.
Really? I mean, like, I feel like I haven't hosted a lot of open mics, maybe like 2 or 3, but I feel like I abruptly, like, I'm kind of bipolar in this way. I just go in a stream and then suddenly I disappear, and I feel like it's just awkward if I do that if I'm hosting the stream,
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, I don't know. I don't mind doing it. It's fun. I enjoy it.
Well, I'm glad because we need more of this stuff,
Yeah, well, and part of it too for me is like I operate from the perspective, and I go out and like do searches for live streams, and there's like basically nothing, or the stuff that is streaming, I go in there for a second, and I'm like, there are some straight up nut jobs in this thing, and what they're talking about is like there's one dude, he calls himself Uriel, and he gets like 300 to 400 people watching his streams. He literally claims to be the physical manifestation of Uriel the Archangel. And all these 300 people, we does a streamer, and they're like talking to this guy, and I'm like, and he's sitting there like smoking joints while claiming to be an angel. It's freaking hilarious.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that, like, I mean, there are the sort of community, I don't even know what kind of, I guess, debate community, philosophical community, evolution, creationism, all this stuff. It's a very small community relative to the other parts of YouTube. And some of the like very popular, like, million plus, like I found out I had a classmate that has 3 or 2.5 million subscribers on YouTube. And I was like, wow, what's she doing? Right. And she's just like literally just doing stuff. Like she's playing paintball, she's doing archery, and just saying, hey, I'm doing these things. And then like, meanwhile, you have someone like, even like Sal or you, that like work hard to read a lot of papers and trying to get through these like really complicated, deep philosophical, scientific issues. And relatively speaking, there's not the popularity is just not even close, right? So it's kind of crazy what gets you famous, in other words.
Oh no, you're 100% right. I mean, I think some of that stuff you're referring to is just indicative of the dramatic decline in both intellectual discourse as well as just general IQ points that's now plaguing modern civilization. Like, I'm gonna go watch somebody do random stuff for 6 hours. Like, okay, I guess that might be fun for like one time, maybe if they're doing something weird. But outside of that, when it's like watching them sit on the couch and you're watching somebody watch TV, that kind of stuff, like that's kind of weird
Yeah.
in my opinion. And then on the flip side, you got idiots like Bubblegum Gun who claim that mutts are infertile and can't actually reproduce. So, yeah, that's the kind of genius we've got on both sides of the equation.
Or those
Yeah, they're
people that
both
say, I
really
can play the
funny.
drums, come watch me drum. And you find out how good they are.
Yeah, but in that context, it's somebody like you're like playing an instrument. I've tuned into some of these. Like there's a pianist who will play stuff like, and you just sit there and watch him play live and hear the beautiful music. I mean, it's like that's cool.
Yeah,
I've tipped
but
him.
yeah,
I've tipped him a few times. Same thing for drums, guitar. You guys are playing the guitar and all kinds of stuff. That's cool. Like I got no problem. I'm observing somebody perform and like do a skill and all that kind of stuff. It's way different than. I mean, like I've even watched people like play chess online and stuff. Like, okay, that's cool, but it's way different than watching some morbidly obese person sit on their couch and like eat Cheetos and watch TV.
Yeah, I found one of those channels today. It's a bird that sings along with the dad playing the guitar of the owner.
Oh, nice.
So basically, he plays "Don't Fear the Reaper" and all those sorts of songs, and the bird chirps along on key, on pitch. It is truly amazing.
Yeah, see, that's a totally different concept right there. Like that stuff, cool. Even the guy, like the gamers and stuff that are making ridiculous amounts of money from you're watching them stream their gameplay. Like, I mean, I would prefer to be playing the game myself rather than watching somebody else play. But hey, whatever. At least you're watching something actually happen rather than completely boring, no purpose stuff. That's kind of like, I honestly wonder if a lot of people watch those kind of streams. I don't talk about like just random people doing nothing. I wonder if it's like a way to convince themselves their lives are actually pretty good.
Yeah, but
like makes them feel bad. Like I'm not as bad as that guy. That kind of thing.
Yeah, to put that into perspective, though, every time my dad pulls out his harmonica, the last 3 dogs we've had just howl when he plays the harmonica. It's not singing. It's off pitch. It is really dangerous, and it's not watching. I wouldn't recommend watching it because it's damn annoying even when you're there. Or it's funny when you're there.
Yep. Hey, Danny, real quick before I forget about this. The other day, were you having a back and forth with Leo about should and ought, and whether or not they're was it? We guys arguing over them being like objective? I think
I've had multiple conversations of that nature with Leo, but I don't know which one you're referring to.
I want to say it was on Gur streams.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I part of why I'm a non-naturalist is that I don't think you can naturalize states of ought or states of value, good and so yeah, I've had those conversations with Leo before about that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the exact point he was making. Something about it not being objective or something. I'm trying to remember. I found a paper on the topic at the time. It was
he has
the exact subject you guys were talking about. I'm trying to remember what exactly was being said. I'm just gonna find that thing.
Whether value is or whether good is external or objective, that kind of stuff.
No, it was specifically to do with ought I believe, was the what you guys were talking about.
What paper did you pull up?
I'm trying to remember it now. I'll see if I can find it in my folder. I got it somewhere. Well, we have put Patrick to sleep. Patrick, good to see you, man. He's heading to bed. Oh, we're still with us, but so Patrick, is that are you heading out? Uh-oh. Patrick has already fallen asleep. He's still in the stream.
Probably gonna head out.
All right, very good. You got any last words you want to put forth before you roll? You've been being very quiet and reserved through the rant.
I have my best evidence for evolution. I can front bar if you want.
Okay, hang on 1 second, Eddie. Patrick's got last words. He's about to go to sleep, and then
Yeah,
you can
sure,
have
yeah,
you,
carry
then you
on.
can have the floor.
No problem.
Let's see, last words. Let's say if I was to die in the next 10 minutes, I would say you should accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Those are my last words for tonight.
Right on. I would agree with that. Well, appreciate you joining us.
I'll just remember you in a pink shirt, mate. So all the best. Good luck.
Hey, I'm gonna probably jump off too, just because. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just jump off. I gotta do some programming and I'm just killing time.
Right on, man. We appreciate you joining us, and you have a great night. Come back anytime.
Yeah, I'll still listen in. Yeah, one ear. Pretty cool. All right, guys, have a great conversation.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Okay, so real quick, Utopia Buster says mutts are infertile is the new "Let's Go Brandon" for atheists. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, Eddie, floor is yours. Go ahead. What's your evidence for evolution?
Is my stream really not bad, but it's crackling again, or what? Did it go off then or not? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything right now. I was saying that the floor is yours if you want to go ahead and make your case for evolution.
Yeah, like I gave this to Kent Ovine once on his channel in comments, and he responded to it. So this is my best evidence for evolution. It's the list of human evolution fossils on Wikipedia. There's 172 of the most important ones. If you knock that up, the list of human evolution fossils, and that's my best evidence that I will give anybody in comments on YouTube. And I'd say, yeah, that's my best evidence. That's what I would give. And what Kent Ovine did was hilarious. He said, okay, so he went on his channel. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So that's my best evidence. There's much better evidence than that, but it's what kind of evidence that you can give to somebody on YouTube on my phone. I mean, what am I supposed to burst through your phone and shove a skeleton in your face or something? I can't do that. So it's the list of human evolution fossils, which is what I had to be convinced by when I was learning it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty convinced that we are evolved apes. We definitely are. There's no two ways about it. I'm absolutely convinced. I could be wrong. I'm leaving the door open, but yeah, I'm pretty much convinced. So knock that up and tell me what's wrong with it. Tell me what's wrong with the evidence of the human evolution fossils on the list on Wikipedia.
One can't generalize, even in supposing there is human evolution from apes, that can be generalized to all levels of evolution, particularly, as I've discussed, the eukaryote, prokaryote transition. Because at the cellular level, it's brutally obvious that without miracles, one couldn't evolve from a common ancestor. And I covered that last night, and I've debated this with other people. I do work with protein biologists, and I published in these areas, and also a molecular biologist who's a professor in molecular biology. So when one can admit the possibility of miracles in the transition from eukaryotes and prokaryotes, it's like, well, then what else can you start to suspect where miracles could be in play, like the common ancestor of plants and animals? It just, the amount of new cell types needed to affect that, it's just mind-boggling. So then you're starting to start talking about cutting, starting to cut branches off the phylogenetic tree that it becomes infeasible to be talking about evolution in the sense it's naturalistic, because to maintain common ancestry, it would need the equivalent of miracles, and at that point, it's indistinguishable from creationism.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, Sal. If you could explain how all of these fossils throughout the last 7 million years have been magically. What did you just say? It was a miracle.
It would be indistinguishable from a miracle. You can't reduce miracles.
Suddenly created over a gradual period of 7 million years to look slightly different than the rest ones over like
plants
the last
are very
7 million
different
years.
from animals. Plants are very different from animals. That's not a gradual change.
I'm talking about the human evolution fossils.
Okay, so you might have some. I'm just granting you might have gradual transitions that are reasonable. The ape-human one it's not, contrary to most creationists, I'd say, because I see the genes that are 100% identical between chimps and humans. There's some. I've definitely seen those. So let's grant that. That can't be generalized to all levels of evolution. There are some transitions that are just mind-boggling in difficulty. It's not a matter of ignorance. It's just that it doesn't make any sort of sense. It's like expecting a tornado to pass through a junkyard and make a 747. There has to be so many simultaneous changes. Otherwise, the creature's dead. So, for individual genes shared between humans and chimpanzees, it's like, well, that's feasible because they're 100% identical, or even 99%. But then we have orphan genes that are in both lineages. That's a little bit harder to tally. And there's still lots of differences that are probably, we still don't know, that are non-genetic. So it's still very early in the game to be asserting that, this is feasible over millions of years. We have things called like the waiting time problem. And I myself have studied things like zinc finger evolution, and it's not quite as easy as people are saying, because even though, and I've seen this, even though when genes look very, very similar, it could have a lot of difficulty evolving it rather than just random mutation. If it involves like what they call binding sites, like protein DNA binding sites. And I gave a 4-hour monologue on my channel on zinc finger protein biology. It's not trivial, but when you study it, you could see that it starts not to look so, it's not as clean cut as the evolutionists are saying. So the more, if you're just looking at the fossil record, that's very superficial because you're looking at the bones. What's important is the cellular changes in the cellular biology. And we don't have cellular fossils, but what we do have is the differences between the cells in the present day, and we can examine it. Same for the proteins. Then we can estimate how many changes are needed and how long it might take to do what they call fixating it. And so I'm not using Kent Hovind arguments. I worked for a famous geneticist for 7 years as his employee, and I'm now his colleague. We still publish together. And so, I think you will have an easier time debating Kent Hovind, but you'll have a harder time debating kind of the more, people that are actually professors at secular universities. I'm not a professor at a secular university. So
if you could show that there's some way that they could miraculously be formed just slightly different, these fossils, over all of these years, and they were created differently and the other ones were destroyed or went extinct or whatever, I mean, that'd be great. I'd be fully open to any of that.
Can I say something about this real quick? Can I speak on this matter for a second? Because I just have to make a clear, obvious distinction. There's a pink elephant in the room because he didn't even claim evolution. He said slight variations of human skulls. Well, we could go to New York City right now and find actually 10,000 times that many variations of human skulls still alive today. So that would be normal reproduction, not evolution. And you have to make a bunch of presuppositions about the age and everything else. But the problem is you're not even claiming evolution. I'm not identical to my parents. My skull is different than both my parents' skulls. Yeah, and that's called normal reproduction, no evolution. Okay. Thanks.
Do you understand the actual pattern of evolution?
No, that's the point. Is that that's the point. Is that you don't understand what evolution is. You're describing normal reproduction, not evolution.
No, all I'm talking about is a fossil record, mate.
Yeah, there's no
Can I
evolution.
speak
The
on
fossil
that?
Okay, I'm done after this. I promise that the fossil record shows that it's stasis. Humans only make humans. Frogs make frogs. That's it. Fossil record shows no evolution. Sorry. Thanks.
Well, the fossil
Can I
records
speak? Can I speak on that?
Yeah, go ahead, George. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, George
I just
Bond's here. Brilliant.
Be quiet,
George
Frank.
Bond, who claims he's actually
be
read
quiet.
the origin of species, which he
Be quiet.
clearly
Be
hasn't.
quiet, Frank. Be quiet, Frank. Be quiet, Frank.
Right,
This is my troll here, Frank Fleming. Frank, this is
George,
an article. Oh, here we go. He's going to
says
interrupt me
he's
again.
read the
John,
origin of
mute him.
species, which you
John,
clearly
mute
haven't,
him.
have you?
Now, Frank, May 6, 2021, article from the American Museum of Natural History. Review. Most human origins stories are not compatible with known fossils. That's the name of the title. I'm going to read a bit out of it, okay? So just be quiet. Scientists conclude, human origins research is a big mess. In this press release, the senior author of the new study, Sergio Meshiga, a senior research scientist at the American Museum of Natural History, is also quoted as offering this remarkable admission, quote, when you look at the narrative for human origins, it's just a big mess. There's no consensus whatsoever. People are working under completely different paradigms, and that's something that I don't see happening in other fields of science. 150 years later, possible hominins approaching this time of the human-chimpanzee divergence have been found in Eastern and Central Africa, and some claim even in Europe. In addition, more than 50 fossil apes genera are now documented across Africa and Eurasia. However, many of these fossils show mosaic combinations of features that do not match expectations for ancient representations of the modern ape and human lineages. As a consequence, there is no scientific consensus on the evolutionary role played by these fossil apes. It goes on to say, overall, the researchers found that most stories of human origins are not compatible with the fossils that we have today. End quote. That's a phys.org article. No proof of evolution in those fossils, Frank.
Okay, you want to respond?
Oh, can I speak now? I'm muted most of the time.
No, I muted
because
you.
you kept interrupting.
I muted you while
I'm sorry.
George was
muted.
reading. You're not muted right now. I muted you while he was reading because the clicking sound was back, and it's back right now. So go ahead.
He's quoting from something related. Yeah.
Go ahead and make your response. You have the floor. Go ahead.
George Bond just recently claimed that he'd read The Origin of Species and there was loads of racism from Darwin in it. He's never read it. The Origin of Species has got nothing to do with humans in it. There's no humans mentioned in it. So it can't possibly to do with human races. And yet he claimed in a video from Stand Up for Truth that it's got racism all over The Origin of Species. He's completely lying. He's never read it. You or Dave McQueen have never read it. And Dave McQueen also claimed that Darwin was preaching, because I listened to it this afternoon, he was preaching to sailors to stop them from having a girl in every port. And that he mapped the south coast of South America. That's not what happened at all. Where have you got all this shite from? That's not what happened at all.
This is
Darwin
irrelevant.
was not a Christian by the time he went went on the Beagle. I've read the book. You haven't. I've read The Origin of Species. You haven't. You're a complete liar, George Bond. You are completely
I have so, Frank.
exposed as an idiot. You're an idiot.
Go ahead and respond.
I have so,
George.
Frank. I have so. I'll even quote your stuff out of it. He claimed that Darwin, that I said Darwin talked about the Australian. Shut up!
You gate dope.
Shut up!
Yeah, you can't even let him talk, Eddie. You're scared.
Are you going to let me talk now?
You said he's got his corals from the Great Barrier Reef. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef.
No, I did not. I've got.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I've got my notes right here, Frank. Right? Darwin wrote The Structure and Distribution of Coral Reefs, published in 1842.
Can you just agree? Can you just admit that you've never read The Origin of Species like you?
Why can't you just let him finish?
I have. I have read it.
Whereabouts?
Oh, there you go. See, there you go. Hold on a second. I'm trying to.
Got it in front of me.
Eddie, let George respond. You've called him a liar. He gets to respond now.
Yeah,
go ahead.
He is a liar.
Okay, with regards to the reef, this is what I said. I've got my notes right in front of me. Darwin wrote, hold on, after returning to England in 1836, Darwin presented his first scientific discourse of the geology of the Andes at the Royal Geological Society and published some preliminary results about volcanic phenomena observed in South America. His major contributions to His major contributions to volcanology are two later books: The Structure and Distribution of Coral Reefs, published in 1842, and The Geological Observations of the Volcanic Islands, published in 1844. The first book covers the distribution, structure, and formation of coral reefs around the slowly drowning volcanic islands in the Pacific. The second represents the description of the visited volcanic islands like Ascension, St. Helena, the Galapagos, and short notification about the geology of South America and Australia. Where did I say the reefs in Australia, the Great Barrier Reef?
In the video that you cited me to with Understanding the Truth with Dave McQueen, you said that Darwin went to the Great Barrier Reef and he talked about the coral reefs. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef, a great dope. His travels never took him there. He went to the Pacific and the Indian Ocean and the atolls in the Pacific. And he correctly predicted that the corals were growing from sunken volcanoes. And he was correct. He was proven correct 150 years later. What a fantastic discovery Darwin was. Way beyond his time. And you have no idea what you're talking about. You have not read The Origin of Species, nor The Voyage of a Beagle.
And this is what I said straight after that, right? So how old is the Great Barrier Reef on this basis? On this basis, okay? Then I talked about the Pandora Reef the Pandora Reef. I made comparisons between what Darwin found and the Great Barrier Reef in Australia.
He didn't find it there. He never went there. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef, you dope. He never went there.
I didn't say he did. I said, look at what I said about the reefs in South America, right? And then I made comparisons.
South America.
Hey, real quick. So, Eddie, is it your position? Eddie, is it your position that Darwin never went to Australia?
No, he never went to the Great Barrier Reef. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef.
So you're saying he never went to Australia or New Zealand?
No, that's clearly not what I just said. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef.
Well, I just want to make clarifications here because you're trying to play semantic games. So you're saying he never was in Australia, or he never was physically at the Great Barrier Reef while he was in Australia?
Darwin went as a company for Fitzroy because he was a theist from a theology, so he was an intellect, and he went as a ship's naturalist. He didn't go there to find evidence for the flood, as Dave McQueen said, which is a complete lie.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if he had ever been to Australia and New Zealand, yes or no?
Of course he did. He went all around the South Coast. Yeah, it's on a map anywhere you can find on Wikipedia.
Okay, awesome. So are you arguing that there are no other coral reefs anywhere in the world other than Australia?
No, that's also not what I said. He went to coral reefs in the Pacific, and most notably in the atolls in the Indian Ocean, where he traveled. He wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to come for 2 years, and it was a 5-year journey. Fitzroy went back up the coast of South America, back towards Brazil, against all the shipmates wanted what they wanted to do. Darwin also traveled right inland, got in touch with the nomads that were there, traveled on horses.
That's fantastic. So are you claiming there are or there are not coral reefs along the South America?
But there aren't coral reefs in South America, no, like George just claimed.
You're claiming there are no coral reefs on the eastern side of South America. Is that your position?
When he was on the western side of South America, he experienced earthquakes, and he observed where there was a succession of beaches. You'll find this from the Voyage of the Beagle book that he or Dave McQueen have never read, and they've never read The Origin of Species because it never mentions humans.
Did you just claim that there are no coral reefs along South America? Yes or no?
Not in South America, no.
Okay,
Hey.
well, I think you may need to use some Google. There's no, just like Africa, on the western portion there's none. On the eastern portion there are. So you might want to.
George claimed in a separate video that Darwin was talking about.
I didn't ask you about what George claimed. I asked you about what you claimed. You just claimed
have
that there
a liar
are.
on board.
I just asked you.
George has never read.
You're accusing George of lying. I am questioning what you have just claimed specifically. So are you going to triple down on the fact that there are no coral reefs along South America?
Not in South America, as George claimed. Just no. There may be some on the outside. I have no idea. I have no idea. But where Darwin went, his talk about coral reefs are mostly from the Pacific Islands and the Indian Ocean. Because I've read his book and George hasn't. Neither has Dave McQueen. They both haven't. And Dave McQueen claimed that Darwin was preaching to the sailors to not have different girls in different ports. Most of these sailors had never even been on a ship before. They were in complete shit with Fitzroy. They were on a boat, and Darwin was there to be a naturalist and the shipmate. He was not there to prove a global flood, which is what Dave McQueen said. That's a lie. He's completely making it up. And George said he'd been to the Great Barrier Reef, which is complete bullshit. He never went to the Great Barrier Reef.
Well,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
You said he came back and talked about the coral reefs that he got from the Great Barrier Reef. I just listened to the last part of the video today. It was hilarious. I could write a book on it.
Give me, Frank. Give me a timestamp. Give me a timestamp.
Last half of that video.
No, give me a timestamp.
I can't do it off the top of my head, can I? Last half of the video. You're saying.
Well, if you're going to claim I said that, you got to give me a timestamp.
He was correct in saying that the volcanoes were sinking and the corals had continued to grow to keep afloat above the surface of the ocean, which is exactly what was happening. And it was proven correct 150 years later. Darwin was way beyond his time, and he's been proven correct. Evolution is true, suckers. The Bible is false. It's made up. And you are lying.
No, I'm sorry. You don't even have a claim. No. That's not going to fly. You don't even have a claim for adaptation, let alone evolution. You've already been debunked.
George Bond is on here lying, and he was lying in the video.
Yeah, you won't stick to the topic. Yeah.
Eddie,
yeah, this is just personal attacks.
George,
yeah,
you've never read The Origin of Species, have you?
I'm just saying to the modern. I have read it. Can we move on?
I read it when I was 16.
Eddie, do you remember when you sided? Eddie, do you remember when you sided with Bubblegum, who said mutts were infertile? You sided with that guy.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Do you remember that? It was like, do you remember that one?
I sided with him because he was talking sense about two wolves can't make a chihuahua.
Do you think that helped your case? Do you think that siding with him helped your case, or sabotaged and imploded your case? Just out of curiosity.
I think he was making sense and he wasn't allowed to talk.
Well, I'm just letting you know that was an act of self-sabotage. It was a kernel that reflected your overarching self-sabotage that is indicative by your stupid worldview and bad arguments. And I would be willing to bet that you're miserable in your personal life too, if I had to just take a wild guess.
Correct, Sunflower. He annihilated himself. That's absolutely correct.
Is that what we call an ad horn?
Yes.
Occam's razor. No, that's Occam's razor. Actually, Occam's razor.
Look, I call them like I see them. There's something about the way certain people talk. I can hear it in their voice There's pain and self-loathing. Eddie, it rings true in the way you talk. I don't know how else to put it, man. Something's something's up. Something's up with your personal life, and I suggest you confront those demons before you confront us, because we're not the problem, man. There's something else going on.
I enjoy exposing liars, and George Bond is definitely a liar because he pretends.
Well, you know what? Actually, what you just said says it all. A lot of I think almost all internet atheists, they enjoy. Think about what he just said. He said, "I enjoy exposing quote unquote liars." Every internet atheist, if you just trace back the rope to what led them here, you're probably gonna find failure to thrive. You're gonna find internet atheism as a last ditch effort to appear competitive in the only field they feel like they can compete in. Is this, wild abstract? It's wild abstract. It's wild abstract, unsequestered skepticism. The only avenue they've found that they can reap some level of competitive edge is by attempting to expose, theists on the internet. It's sad, it's tragic, and it needs to be exposed as such.
That's right. They always join forces. Remember, they will always join forces at all costs to discredit the Bible, so it shows their true intentions. It's correct, Sunflower.
Hey,
Since we don't
George.
have evidence for evolution, it just turned into personal attacks against George because they can't back a claim. The guy described normal reproduction earlier. Thanks for playing.
And I showed him by quoting the American of Natural History that what they've got in fossils is a load of baloney.
Of course, George, but they don't care about evidence. Yeah, George, they don't care. Yeah,
shows you how much you read, Frank.
They don't have a claim, George. Sorry.
Hey, George. So is Eddie a fake name? Is he actually Frank?
I don't know his real name, but he comes on to a lot of streams as Frank Fleming and Frank Cardano, and he claims he's got 70 sock accounts.
Yeah, it was because
just like Eddie Chapman.
Can I explain that? It was because
that's evolution. Yeah, sock accounts. Yeah.
It's because I was banned so often from Kent Ovine's channel. So me and another guy, Agrippa, which totally nailed him and his then third wife.
Totally nailed him.
Yeah, we kept on making new accounts. It was such a laugh. And on Kent Ovine, because are all of you Kent Ovine fans here, or just some of you recognise he's full of crap?
See, he's called me a liar. He's called Ken Helvin a liar. He's called Nephilim Free a liar. He's called Standing for Truth a liar. He's called David McQueen a liar.
George, this is exactly what I said 30 seconds ago. They don't have a claim for their cartoon belief system, so they have to attack you personally, even people that are not here. Yeah, even people that are not here, they have to bring up because that's their entire life is hell-bent upon justifying their immorality. That's what their entire life is based upon. Yeah.
George, in that video that you cited me to, Dave McQueen said, we're going to see from the origin of species how Darwin supports racism. Can you point out anywhere in the origin of species where Darwin supports racism as in human races? Because he never speaks about humans anywhere in
It's irrelevant.
He qualified that in The Descent of Man.
No,
have you read that book?
About the origin of species.
What? Well, no, he made reference. He made references. What's the second part of the title, Frank? Why don't you say what the second part of the title it is?
He never talks
the
about
whole title of
human
Natural
races.
Selection. Yeah, what is it?
Talking about races as in species.
Did he ever mention an origin of a single species, Eddie? A single origin of one?
Yeah, throughout the entire book. Yeah.
Oh, just give me one. Perfect. Can't wait to hear about it. What's one?
The origin of species, such as.
That was easy. Thanks for playing. Yep. See how easy it is, guys? All you got to do is ask them to prove a point. It's over. It's too easy.
Oh no! You just gave me a point out an origin of species.
Yeah, have fun searching. Do some Google searches. Yeah. Good luck with it.
Yeah, you'll have to read a 600-page book to understand.
Yep. Good luck. Yeah. Thanks for admitting that you don't know of one origin of a species in the book Origin of Species. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it explains in the book. It takes.
Yeah, I know. I have to go read your book. It's
Yeah,
your
you
claim,
do.
but you can't
You
tell me
have to
your
read
claim.
it,
That's
yeah.
how easy it is to destroy evolution. Ask them for a claim and they shut up.
I understand how hard it is for you to read.
You don't even have the slightest clue. I'm sorry, Eddie. You don't even have a claim from your own priest, Darwin. You can't even tell me when he showed you evidence for the origin of any species. Not a single one.
He's got a 600-page book explaining it. It's
Yep,
called The Origin
600
of
pages
Species.
and not a single example of evolution,
You
not a
ever read it?
single example of speciation, and
read
not
it?
a single example of
You ever read it?
adaptation. That's the big truth here. Most people don't realize there's not even an example of adaptation throughout any
ever read it?
single writing throughout the last 150 years of evolution pseudoscience. Not one example of adaptation in nature, let alone evolution.
A much better, can I refer you to a much better book that can show that much better, which is called You're in a Fish by Neil Shubin. I read it last year. He was on the team
deflection.
who
Yep,
discovered,
no, that's fine, George. It's fine because you also won't be able to give us one example from that book either. Watch how easy it is.
Tiktaalik.
Oh, Tiktaalik came from what?
Tiktaalik is a fish, depending on who you're listening to. It's a fish.
And where's the speciation event? Yeah, okay. And Tiktaalik came from what? A non-Tiktaalik? Oh boy, that would be exciting.
It's a fish with front limbs.
Yeah, and where did it come from? Yeah, where did it come
Are
from?
you going to give me a chance to
You don't have
speak?
an yes. I need something that was not a Tiktaalik to create a Tiktaalik. Then that's a speciation event. You have no example.
Can you allow me to speak?
Yes, there's also a coelacanth and there's also a cockroach we
Not allowing
found
me
in
to
the
speak.
fossil record. And these, yeah, that's the point. You don't have an example.
All right, Exo. Let's let Eddie, Frank Eddie, whatever. Let's let him respond. Go ahead.
I'd be delighted to talk about Tiktaalik. You're asking how we can show how Tiktaalik came from it. We've got a fossil that the theory of evolution should be in this particular layer that used to be in the equator, and it should be there. If evolution is true, then we should find a fish with limbs, and it's exactly what we found. Neil Shubin, Ted Deschler, a team went up to Greenland, and we found exactly that.
They're still alive today.
Evolution predicted it, and it's better than any prediction that you got in your silly little Bible.
Zero prediction. It's called a post-diction. They're still alive today. There's a breed called a what? A mud skipper. Yeah, and a Tiktaalik would be a form of salamander. Tiktaalik's not a fish. It's a salamander. So I'm sorry you don't understand your own religion. That was easy.
Is it a fish with front limbs and strong
It's called a
shoulder
salamander. It's called a salamander, and salamanders still live today, and they make salamanders. Thanks for admitting there's no speciation event. It's just too easy.
Do
They
salamanders
still exist.
have front limbs?
They still exist. Show me the Tiktaalik you're talking about because you have a fictional creature that doesn't exist. That's not speciation.
I think there's
That's the point. You don't even have a claim. It's called a salamander. They still exist now. Yes, they don't have
Not a
fins up
salamander,
front.
son.
They have limbs. They have appendages.
Not
Just
a
like the
salamander.
salamanders living today, they were the same back then. No speciation event. Yep.
In the late Devonian, which is the rock that we got in
They're the
Greenland,
same today.
you're not
You're
allowed
ignoring
to
the point. They're the exact same thing
think
today, Eddie, and you're hiding from this fact.
Do you speaking over me wins the argument?
Eddie, you're just lying. That's fine. Continue to lie.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you what's in the book by Neil Shubin is that it's a fish with a strong shoulder girdle. It's got front limbs with the beginnings of a humerus. I'm looking at my arm now, and an elbow, and the limb, and the beginnings of a wrist.
Yep, just like a salamander. It's
Front
amazing.
limbs.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
In the late Devonian, if evolution is true, this
No
is
such thing.
exactly what
Yep,
we'd
we still have
expect to
salamanders, Eddie. We're looking for the salamander coming from a non-salamander. So
What
you
what
still
is
have
this
no claim.
proposition of if
We'd
evolution
expect
is
to see
true, we
salamanders
should
now.
This
find
is insane. It's just pure insanity, bro. You don't have a claim. They still exist today, just like the horseshoe crab.
It's
Eddie,
exactly
if
what I'm
evolution
saying.
is true, you should find a lot more than just that thing, right? Like you don't think that proves evolution.
It's the same thing that lives today, though.
We are
Sunflower.
finding.
Same animal.
Well, no, I know that.
So it hasn't changed for 400. So his claim, Sunflower, is that 400 million years of staying the same is evolution. You have to be demonic possessed to be that ignorant. There's no way you can do that on purpose.
No, I think
I'm just going after the
Tiktaalik has been proven
semantics,
65
Eddie.
million years ago.
Eddie, the
Yep,
semantics,
continue.
Eddie, the semantics of your proposition are so like crafty. You're saying if evolution is true, we would expect to find this. That's like saying like if Germany existed in 1860, we would expect to find, ancestors from that time. But it's so inconclusive. It means nothing at all. What is the point of what you're trying to say?
That's okay. I fully understand what you're trying to say there. What you're trying to say is like if this, if that. It's not like if it's true, it should be there. It's just another layer. It's like the theory of evolution.
It's a drop. It's a crumb. It's infinitesimally. It's a piece of evidence that's infinitesimal for the overarching evolutionist framework.
There's no way they'd have found this unless a theory of evolution took them there to find it, and they found it in this one layer of rock in the place exactly where they would expect to find it, that used to be on the equator 370 million years ago in the late Devonian. It's exactly what they're looking for. We now find 9 examples of it, I think.
Wait a second. What was the first part of that? What are you saying that precludes? What you just said. Finding that, what does that preclude?
It's a bit like saying, imagine if somebody robbed your house and you saw some footprints running out the back window, and you're saying, you know what, if somebody nicked my video recorder and my TV, we should find maybe the cables in the woods. And you go and look in the woods and you find the cables in the woods. Isn't that a bit more convincing that somebody?
But aren't you aware? But aren't you aware that the entire? Do you forget that this, if I may, LPP and your discussion when this stream started, was it not more focused on abiogenesis and the origin of design and code? Like you seemed fixated on something that is now far removed from the original discussion you were having. That was less about, these intermediary forms, whether or not they are. And I'll grant you that maybe that one is. You're missing the forest for the trees, right?
No, it's a good point you make. It's a good point you're making. When during the stream, we set off running.
Yeah, fair enough. But I don't see how you could ever be so compelled by this, whatever this fish with limbs. Like, are you genuinely not? Do you toss your hands up when we go back far enough to the origin of life and just say it must have happened naturally, and that's good enough for you?
No, it's kind of what creationists do, isn't it? It's like it must have been created, so that's good enough.
No, but why do you, again, and the same way you just before you said you enjoy exposing liars, whatever.
Yeah.
Is that your only goal here? Like in a vacuum, what would you do if you didn't have creationists to make fun of? What would you do? I feel like that's
Darwin didn't know what a cell was.
There'd be nothing left for you to do because
I'd be delighted to answer that. Does somebody else wants to jump in and say something?
It just seems to me like less and less like you actually care about the origin of life and abiogenesis, and more like you've found a little niche avenue on the internet where you can feel good about yourself.
You might be right there, so I can answer that with something.
Eddie, Darwin didn't know what a cell was, Eddie. Darwin had no clue what a cell was. And all we're finding today in the lab is that everything in this cell requires specified information. And it's not going to form in just a chemical soup by chance. That's what we're proving over and over. So as chemists investigate this process over and over, there's no natural pathways to get from chemicals to life.
I'd like to answer the guy with the funny.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yes. Please.
What's interesting is I was visited by a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses a couple of years ago, and we came back because we had a good discussion. And personally, it's, when we're discussing on the internet like we are now, it's like so impersonal. It doesn't matter. When I got somebody face to face with me there, you're a lot more respectful, I think. And so I've got a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses, and they are trying to sell me their religion. And so we had a good discussion, and we came back, and the one lad, the younger lad, sent me a letter before Christmas, and he used the prophecy in Luke 21 of the pestilence, the end times, pestilence and earthquakes and all of that lot. And so I have to ask myself exactly what you just asked me. what is my purpose here? What am I trying to do? So I've had to ask myself personally, when they come back, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to get them out of their delusion? Because I assume you believe that the Jehovah's Witnesses are in delusion. And so I have to think to myself, what is my purpose here? So yeah, I do think about that.
Okay. Well, are you going to leave us on a cliffhanger? What conclusion did you come to when you thought about that?
I actually not too sure yet. Because when it's personal like that,
I respect the honesty. Honestly.
Of course, thank you.
If I may, and like I said, let me repeat something, okay? That I rings true to me. You can tell me what you think. So in my experience, I think that internet atheism is the result of the unsequestered masculine urge for competitive exhibition. Here's what I mean by that. Okay.
That's all right.
Okay. How often do you see, for lack of better terms, well-adjusted people that are married with kids and have a career that they love going on the internet and specifically trying to debunk the existence of God? I would say this has actually never happened in the existence of life, but if you have even one example of it, then I would like to hear it.
No, I think you have a good point. I think you're questioning what the hell I'm doing here.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up is because I actually think it's beautifully baked into the biblical sin of pride. Ultimately, I really do think that the people, and it's one thing, if you're coming on genuinely skeptical, looking for unsure, looking for truth, willing to be convinced. That's a different kind of person. I think they're few and far between. But there's a specific kind of person that is set out on to do the thing you're doing because they no longer feel, or rather, they feel ineffectual as competitive men in the modern world, and they feel a need to sort of, sort of debunk or humiliate or attack or go after or expose or win or dominate. I don't see what other avenue this internet atheism thing leads to. And I've been around long enough to see the people that do this kind of thing, and they never really seem to. There's never a happy ending on these guys' careers or stories or lives. It always just seems like a very kind of, angry, rebellious, last-ditch effort. As like, I could have been a contender, but now I'm just gonna sort of, embrace internet skeptical atheism.
You've got a great point, sir, because I look at the likes of Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Raw,
right?
These strong
them. They're perfect. They're perfect examples of what I'm talking about.
They've immersed their life into fighting this, and to me, in recent times, maybe over the last 18 months, I've thought to myself, actually, even though it really, I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Not exposing anything. It's just the intellectual discussion. But it's like, oh God, should I just get on with my own life? So you've touched on something right there, and I have to think, the likes of Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Raw, and many others, they're almost basing their life on something that they don't believe, which have been told.
Exactly. They're basing their identity on the lack of a belief in something. It's important.
Like Kent Hovind does. He's based his entire life on his lack of belief in evolution. Dr. Demon.
Well, yeah, touche. Look, I'm not a vehement Kent Hovind fan, but I wouldn't say he hasn't based his life on lack of belief in evolution. I think he's based his life on, his own perception of Christianity. I'm not endorsing it or condemning it, but he definitely has not based his life on the lack of a belief in something, which is by definition what internet atheists actually have done. And when pressed, their favorite answer is, I think religion is harmful. It's like, no, you don't. You gain personal, not you. Now I'm just speaking generally, but I would say, no, you don't think religion is harmful. You gain individual validation out of your little, last ditch efforts of trying to say like to someone, well, this is why creation's not a good argument. And to me, I feel pity for those people. So I appreciate your honesty, but I don't want to derail too much. I'll leave it at that, I guess.
No, it's the best discussion I've had tonight. It's good, and I think about that myself. And why should I even continue to bother doing this? So when I get asked, like Mr. the host here, to come and debate him, that would take so much work and effort for me to wrap a case up around it. I'm just happy to come up here and chat for a laugh, because I don't take any of this seriously. But it's
can I just
a thoughtful thought anyway. So thank you for that.
So you devote your whole life to something you know doesn't exist. You know with certainty there is no creator, but yet this is where you spend all your time arguing with Christians. Pretty funny, man.
No, sir. You see that's a trigger straight there. You're saying you're already saying, but I devote all my life to something.
I've seen you in the comments.
All right, well, wait.
Yeah.
Let's let
wrong.
Rob chime in here. He just wanted to say something, so let's let Rob chime in.
Yeah, I kind of left the stream and sort of was going in and out because of chores, and plus Eddie, no criticism to you, but that clicking sound just got to me, so that's why.
I don't know if it was me or not. Alleged it was me, but I left.
It is you.
Oh, it's me. It
But
must be the firewalls of Satan from the depths of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
See how silly that sounds.
I'm in between Eddie and Sunflower, but just to clarify, Sunflower, I think systematic theology can be quite toxic. And for example, the Paul Washer purity culture stuff.
You sound like
a
Elon
lot
Musk.
of. Sorry.
Well, fair enough. I mean,
Wait,
I'm
sorry,
not.
I didn't know. I didn't hear what Eddie was saying.
Oh, sorry, Eddie. What did you say?
I butted in. Sorry, you sound like Elon Musk. You got a very calm demeanor about you. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that I interact with, young folks in their 20s. Some who are struggling in loving God, like how they should love God, and some who have basically lost the faith purely because of the toxic upbringings they've had with respect to a systematized understanding of the Bible. And that's, I'm just being frank. Like I was an atheist. I became Christian in 2015 after a journey of about 5 years, starting in 2010. My family is Christian. We come from India, but European descent. And they didn't shove down the Bible down my throat. They didn't shove down God. The culture just generally was, especially in that third world country, it was sort of like a superstitious sort of attitude with spirituality and so on. But it was sort of like a general, fight or flight sort of attitude that you had to have, generally speaking. And it's only here in the West is there this seems to be this never-ending epic drama and debate on God and gods and science and intellectualism and epistemology and blah 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 blah. And yeah, coming here, it's like kind of like an eye opener. It's like, whoa, what the heck's going on here? And then within that you have factions. So like as you pointed out, you have the atheists who, there are ones that are just I suppose you could call them just normal people. They just get on with their lives. Same, and I'm not saying religious people don't do that as well. They do. So for example, my folks are exactly that. They just get on with their lives. But then in both camps, you have very toxic situations, and they don't even realize it. So I think both sides are to blame. And I'm just really grateful and thankful that I wasn't brought up in that in an equivalent of a toxic environment. Rather, I was just brought up to, make my own conclusions and decisions and stuff like that. So.
You mean to blame for the arguments, or to blame? I'm not sure what you mean.
So it's not the arguments that are being blamed here. It's people's agendas. I want my children to be whatever, right? That cliche phrase, train up the child with respect to the Lord, like in Proverbs. When really those wisdom principles in the Bible are just that, wisdom principles, and that they should not be treated as some form of moral legislation and rule and so on. For example, the Torah. I mean, Second Temple Jews did not perceive the Torah as moral precepts, like X, Y, Z. It has to be done this way, like a sort of like a theocratic sort of thing. That just wasn't the case, and the scholars will point this out. It was more so to do with, these are a set of rules, principles in the sense of how to maximize your health, and that's the point of Ephesians 6, for example. Like children, obey your parents, for this will be your well-being, and you'll live long on the land. Like, I mean, Paul as a Jew is perceiving the law in that sense. And when you systematize the Bible into a strict, rigid, artificial, like maybe like a European or an Australian or an American cultural baggage, and you impose that onto the biblical text itself, you've not only ruined the text and the theology, but now you've introduced basically you made up your own religion, and then you've forced people to fit that mold, that agenda. And then those atheists, like the Aaron Ra's and the Matt Dillahunties, who, guess what? They actually come out of that artificial renderings of the Bible. They then lump all religions and all religious people as apparently speaking that message, when really that's not the case.
I'd agree. We're just as guilty, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's why they're just as guilty as those who make that stuff. So
you're definitely South African.
No, I'm not. I'm not South African. No, I'm in Australia.
Okay, you sound very eloquent. Anyway, that's the best talking I've heard tonight, honey. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree, Rob. That was extremely well said. I don't want to respond too quickly. I would like to let that sort of sit with me more, but somehow I feel like the bigger picture is like. So I personally have never interacted with people, like, I know I hear a lot of bad things about like Darth Dawkins or certain what's the name of the, I don't know. So there's certain like churches that are just very like, that are even among the internet Christian community, are like, these guys are just too strict, too harsh. They're doing a bad thing, right? I have not really interacted with those people, and maybe I'll totally concede that's my personal bias. I'm only seeing I'm seeing way more of the atheists that come out of it than I am really sort of interacting with and seeing the rigid, appropriated Christians that maybe gave rise to a lot of that. But just to play devil's advocate, I can't help but think that at the very least, the internet atheists should have at least had I don't know if maturity is the word. Like, there's something more to me, at least. There's something more to entertaining, to leaving open or entertaining the possibility of God and rejecting certain, I guess, like interpretations, that I don't see in the Matt Dillahunties or the Aaron Ra's. Instead, I just see vicious, aggressive, what I would see as like the anti-theism, right? And that's where I sort of start my, I intuitively sense something has gone more wrong than maybe the, people who have like turned any given theistic position into their own. They sort of like contorted, molded it into their own weird, perverse thing. I just can't help but think that the Matt Dillahunties of the world have truly lost something on the level of that they are now pridefully rejecting the notion of God in a way I just don't see in the hearts of people that have found themselves in radical interpretation of of any particular God.
I personally think that they're fighting too hard for it now, but they're almost stuck in their own echo chamber, because I personally don't go along with Matt Dillahunty. He's become a very aggressive person, and Aaron Ross was that way anyway. And I understand why they are that way, but they're very aggressive that way, and I can see why. But it's just human nature, and it's not where I am. I'm fully open to.
Well, it would definitely take a lot of humility for either Aaron Ra or Dillahunty to, turn around. I mean,
not likely. They're pretty devoted to their religion.
Yeah, well, exactly. What I'm saying is like, when someone's entire livelihood, which it's clear at this point, at least for Dillahunty, I mean, literally the guy's only job has been, think about this, atheist talk call-in. He runs a call-in show.
Yeah, and he hangs up on most
Hey,
people.
hey guys, real quick.
Something is wrong.
So, George wanted to. This is from his library. So, for anybody who's doubting, he has read "Origin of Species." There it is, front and center, right there in his library. If anybody's questioning whether or not he's read the book. All right, continue.
All right, yeah, I would say like Dillahunty's 20-year plus running call-in show. I mean, I'm doing the same sort of like, gimmicky thing for
20 years.
I mean, we're talking about a guy that's never published a paragraph of even of an opinion piece. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, you can't Google a paragraph that Dillahunty has ever even written on. Like, I mean, the guy seems to be living in the moment. Like, I really think he's got either delusions of grandeur or something is wrong with that guy. Like,
he's a moron.
The cheapness of his platform. The cheapness of his platform. Okay, the cheapness of Dillahunty's platform, that is the call-in show, combined with the, I don't know, his seeming sense of like importance and I don't know. I think that's a troubled, misguided person. I really just don't see how anyone. I'm confused as to how anyone thinks he's like to be taken seriously as a legitimate atheist, like
intellectual.
Yeah, like to me,
let's not forget he. Let's not. A lot of people don't actually know this, but
Christian.
He plays a lot of video games, like online video games, and he streams a lot. Like that's the other side. Like he started this back in, what's called QuakeCon back in the 90s.
This is Elon Musk.
And the Counter-Strike team
Elon,
plans.
how much Dogecoin have you got?
Sorry?
He's saying you sound like Elon Musk again. I kind of can hear it, but I don't know. But no, yeah, I mean that, and then also he's also like a street magician. I see. Here's what I see. Here's what I see in Dillahunty. Okay, I see a teenager who feels like they were deceived. or feels like he was deceived by his parents, and now he's living out his trauma of never having been able to get the last word, of being like, you're not gonna make me, believe this. Like, he's stuck in some kind of traumatic loop. Like that
I
guy's
think
life.
you're almost there. I think you're almost there. How I think about it. Sorry.
I don't know. I sense a lot of torment, trauma. Just the guy is troubled, misguided, very, very unwell spiritually, just emotionally, mentally. I don't know.
I'm personally not happy to continue to follow down that road. And Mr. The hat guy said earlier, sorry, I can't see his name. He's quite right. Why should I continue to devote my time to this? And which these people have made it their life. I mean, they are atheists. They are, Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Ra. They are, the flagships of atheism, and they've made it their life into believing something into fighting something they don't believe. Yeah, it's a bizarre thing. It must be.
And worshiping Darwin, who didn't even know what DNA was. That's the most hilarious part of it.
Don't forget the other horseman, Hitchens, who quite literally drank himself to death.
Yeah, let's follow that.
Here's what I'll say. I don't think any of these atheists, the successful atheists, you get the Dawkins, the Hitchens, whatever. Do people really think that these guys wouldn't, like, immediately, if their part of their livelihood and persona wasn't their atheism, do people really think they would put any effort into upholding it? I don't. I think these people are just they've used their
Sunflower. I see the point you're making, but I could also point fingers to people like Ken Hovind who fit the same category.
Fair enough.
You're pointing out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Actually, it's free to get into Dinosaur Adventureland. I don't think Ken Hovind's doing it for popularity or money. I mean, the guy wears Hawaiian shirts that he buys at garage sales for $1. I don't think he's in it for the money or the fame or the girls like Hitchens. I mean, Hitchens would go to a bar and drink himself to death and with a bunch of hookers, and he would be laughing at all the idiots that bought his books. I think there's a big difference there.
Then why is Hovind married a fourth time now? Self-proclaimed married. Whereas at least Dillahunty's only been married once and divorced once.
Why is Hovind doing it?
No, that's a fair point from Rob. I mean, I don't like. I'm the only reason I don't have the same level of conviction towards the Christians that have maybe just totally appropriated, and it doesn't have to be even Christians, any religion, but I guess they are fair enough. There are a lot of Christians that have done it. Is that I don't necessarily feel the authority to point out their motivations. Like I can maybe point to why I think Ken Hovind is wrong on a bunch of things, but I don't know how I can tie that back to why I think his heart is steered in the wrong direction. Whereas with the atheist, I actually feel as though I almost always can. Like I actually always feel like there can't be. I personally have never seen evidence of a person that spends their time on the internet trying to debunk theism that I also feel.
Yeah, but again, Sunflower, that's why I brought up the point I brought up, and that is the atheists like Dillahunty and Aaron Ra. Guess what? It's not like they were atheists and always has been atheists, and now they just started to bash against religion.
Yeah, but Rob,
how ironic! They came from a Christian faith.
Yeah, but Rob, you have to remember a large portion of those demographics you're referring to, per their own admission, they went through some supposed quote-unquote traumatic experience with religion, right? And then you look at the Dillahunties of the world who play directly into that, play towards that demographic, right? The angry ones. And they exacerbate the supposed justification of the outrage, right? And this is where one of the reasons I get irritated with people who, push, and to the point you were making earlier about the systemic religion and all these different things in the very rigid perspective. I'm not suggesting in relation to salvific issues and stuff. That's a different context. But the outlier rules and the subcultures that are being created inside of denominations, for example, those sorts of issues are totally different, in my opinion, are completely different from like what is salvific, right? But those lines get blurred by a lot of individuals as individual humans try to take advantage of other humans, whether it be on the supposed religious side, whether it be Christian or any other religion, as well as on the flip side on the a lot of the atheist individuals, leaders, and that's why this goes back to the whole purpose or the whole point in relation to we are supposed to follow Christ and try to be more like Christ, not like Paul or Apollos. Paul made that point, right? Very clearly. Like, don't say you're of me because I am not the person you're supposed to be following, right? And this is why I get so irritated with people on YouTube bitching and moaning about like, well, Ken Hovind did blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, so he's a human. So are you suggesting that he should be perfect? No, I don't. And I said, play the same thing to, I'm just using him as an example. It's been brought up here. Same thing with, oh crap, brain freeze. Who's the Jewish gentleman that just died? You got the sexual, very famous.
Ravi.
No, I don't
Ravi Zacharias.
Yes.
Ravi.
Yeah.
Indian
So
dude.
like, was he Indian? I thought he was.
No, he's Indian.
Oh, he's Indian. Okay. We're named Zacharias. I thought he was Jewish. Anyway,
No.
my point
He
is
was Indian.
that
He was Indian, very nice guy.
No, I'm sure he was. My point is that he had a flaw. Obviously, he had a flaw, but it's like the exacerbation of their sins. It goes to such an extreme, and I'm just like, look yourself in the mirror. Like the vast majority of, well, I say every single one of us has done something at some point in our lives that we wish we could take back, or some sin that we've conducted that we hope our peers never find out about. That kind of thing. And it's at some point in our lives we've done that, but then people like to take these extraordinarily judgmental positions on, and I'm talking from both sides. I'm making a general observation here, and I think so often time is wasted and the big picture point is missed by individuals trying to get another individual to somehow defend or justify their you're not categorically rejecting so and so and they did a sin. It's like, okay, what's your point? One of yours might come out in 20 years too. Anyway, that's enough of my long-winded diatribe.
No, I completely agree with what you just said. Let me just clarify. I think a couple of points as well. When we say the Matt Dillahunty, quote unquote, the Matt Dillahunties of this world, it's interesting, and actually, it's a good thing in my opinion that there's not a large population of Dillahunties in this world. So if when that phrase is thrown around, the irony is it's only like a couple of individuals here and there, and that's really it. But even still, those couple of individuals will, their mouthpiece is large enough to sort of give the impression that atheists around the world are basically like them, when really that's not the case. Like, for example, me.
Most of Europe is atheist now, England as well. They're pretty outspoken.
And they're atheists.
Matt Dillahunty did a particular video on prophecy, and to be honest, I said to full with Jehovah's Witnesses because they were coming back to me for the second time with prophecy to show that their religion was true. And I'd always had a problem with a particular Nostradamus prophecy, and he did a video on prophecy, and it completely, put to bed all the entire prophecies from Nostradamus through all the biblical ones and everything. It showed, he's talking sense, and it really did. It made sense. Matt Dillahunty is a very strong atheist. I'm not with him, all that way. I'm not with Richard Dawkins all that way. He's about, 7.9 out of 8 in his book, The God Delusion, but he says that God doesn't exist. I'm not quite there, but his video on prophecy certainly put to bed the Nostradamus one and all the biblical ones. There are no problem.
Yeah, but can I just
Yeah,
finish the point I wanted to make? So
yeah, sorry.
So you have actually a small select few of loud-mouthed individuals that we would call the Mad Dillahunties of this world. So that's point number one. Point number two is a very observant, wise thing you've said, LPP, is that there is the claim, the so-called, I was about to be a minister, as Dillahunty was saying many times. And it's like, great, then let's just find out what you do know of the Bible. And oh my gosh, it's just cringe. So then you have to wonder, is there... So not only is there a low number of Dillahunties of this world, but that's still that exact low number of individuals are like sort of like self-proclaimed authorities as far as the Bible is concerned, when really they're not. Their arguments are very wanting, compared to the scholarship that's engaged the biblical text. And then with respect to the human condition, you see, I'm lumping Hovind, or people like Hovind, with Dillahunty, sort of like two sides of the same coin, purely because, I definitely, I would consider myself a wretched sinner. But when I look at...
Sorry,
no,
I'll let you
when
finish.
when I look at, for example, the woman that offered just that one coin in the temple treasury versus the Pharisees with all their religious veneer and that pompous attitude, like, look how much we've put into the treasury, and because guess what, it's sort of like, it's like a vicious cycle. We are so religious. But because we're so religious, God has blessed us in order to sort of return the blessings back into the temple again. And here's a lowly widow who acknowledges, and even the other example about a man who just shouts out into the temple, "Lo is me, I'm a wretched sinner. That's all I can offer." It's that same sort of attitude. And then Jesus says, such people are actually the genuinely rich ones, deep down in their soul, so to speak. In other words, when I see Hovind, for example, just proudly bring on a fourth wife, there's this simultaneous sort of like a self-convicting, well, I'm doing everything the right way because that's just how I should be, and the way God has worked with my ministry. And in other words, there's like a blatant sweeping away of the sins that he's committed publicly, and at the same time self-affirming himself as, just like how the Pharisees would self-affirm themselves. If he acted like that widow with the coin, then there would be no need or reason for the people like some Christians and also some atheists to be disgusted by that.
Why do you put all the blame on Hovind? Just curious.
I just
Maybe some of those
see a lot of judgment there.
Because
women initiate 90% of divorces nowadays. I mean, why would you put all the blame on the guy?
Because the context, the reason why I brought that as a context is because of the Baptist context between, Hovind claiming to be Baptist and Dillahunty claiming to come from a Baptist origin, and I was just showing that systematized theology, toxic systematized theology, sort of like gives rise to certain people like Dillahunty. But then LPP's point is, which is a good point, that is not always the case, because sometimes they make that proclamation. We just don't know. So worst case scenario is that Dillahunty does come from a Christian background with that very toxic, background. And then there you go. That's the fruit of it. And then I can't help but see Hovind's behavior as an example of recent memory. Don't forget, because it's not like this is years ago. This is like earlier this month. He, it just fuels the fire. It just fuels the so-called convictions of Dillahunty to say things like, "See, this is why I'm an atheist," when really, I'm not to blame for Hovind's behavior.
Dillahunty would ever even comment on Hovind at the moment, because Hovind is so low down.
Sure, he would.
But
let me just conclude with this. If Dillahunty had an issue, and this is to you, LPP, just like an observation. This is what I mean. Not one time has Dillahunty or Aaron Ra or any of these guys ever pulled aside the widow who gave that one coin in the temple. Not one time have they done that sort of thing to a Christian that behaves like that, versus Christians who have been the Pharisees of this world, and then they take that and criticize that, and then think that is Christianity, when how ironic, Jesus is the one that agrees with them on that point. So, yeah.
So I think you should have it. You obviously do have your own channel. I think you should shout up your channel, because your talk is very eloquent, and I could listen to you for a long time. Why don't you just shout up your channel? You're very well spoken.
I just YouTube Central Apologetics and you'll see it there.
Central Apologetics.
Sentinel Apologetics.
Sentinel Apologetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Very, very well said, Rob. I just, for me, it feels like the Dillahunty is just, it's more crystallized, as in I can at least imagine a Kent Hovind that's as completely flawed in their approach may still be oriented towards God, whereas I actually, intuitively in my heart, I feel like I can say with as much certainty as I can say about anything that the Dillahunty and Aaron Ross have turned away from God in some sort of perverse act of pride. As flawed as the Hovinds might be, their rejection of God has not crystallized to the point where I can actually like point them out and say, like, like I the way I think about it, the word that makes the most sense to me in my head is orientation towards or away from God. And yes, Hovind may be so flawed and backwards.
He's deluded.
I don't see him as truly oriented away. Like I just see Dillahunty as I see a lot of internet atheists as people that have made up their mind. They are going to.
Exactly.
They are going to, no matter what. They that's it. They are oriented.
And nobody's qualified to debate them. Nobody's qualified to debate Aaron Ra and Dillahunty.
Well,
I mean, we can get a PhD. Yeah, I know. There's plenty, but it's like they're not. It's not going to happen because
Aaron Ra was quite hilarious.
They've taken it upon themselves to. So I think skepticism can be a useful tool. When people make skepticism their dogma, I think that quickly devolves into oblivion.
One of the extremely early, something about skepticism that was very early recognized very early, was the premise that skepticism to a point can be valuable, as you were saying, Sunflower, but taking it to its extreme is like madness. And I think that we witness this very
Literally.
regularly now with like the Dillahunties of the world, right? Like the skepticism is so extreme, it gets to the point of, well, what would convince you God exists? If God came down in front of you and performed a miracle, and it's, well, maybe.
Right.
Okay.
Skeptic.
If God
Yeah, but that's
literally
right.
presents himself in front of you and gives you, like, you claim that God knows what would convince you. Okay, so God comes down and like performs some crazy thing in front of you. You're still going to be like, no, I don't. Or well, even if he does do that, you would still reject him because
Yeah,
you don't
but
like.
that's right.
Yeah, that
Because you don't like God. Like, okay, well, at that point, if God presents himself to you, proves that he exists, and then you're like, okay, you exist, but I still hate you. Then at that point, well, it's like you have zero intention.
Imagine if a Muslim
That's-
God came down and said hello to you. You'd reject that, right?
No, but that's what's confused. That's what confused me.
Well,
Was,
first of all, the Muslim God is the
Hey,
ultimate
guys,
God,
everybody,
so
real quick.
off
Hey, guys,
there.
everybody quiet. Rebecca has been being she joined us and she's been being very patient. So, and she's not the type that just
Rebecca.
jumps in. So what's up,
Hi,
Rebecca? How you
guys.
doing? Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Good. And I wanted to chime in here because I often hear, atheists say, oh, yeah, if God just, came down and, made himself known or whatever. But God has already made himself known through the things that he's made.
Amen.
And,
Amen.
if God came down, if
No, you
God
have a
like
book.
came and did a
No.
dance in
No,
front of
no, no,
people,
no. You
people
have a
would
book.
be like,
Not correct.
some would be like, oh, it's just a hallucin. I'm hallucin.
Yep.
There's nothing more that God could do to show himself and make himself known that would be any more believable than the things that he's already made and the things that he's done. So I don't buy any of this stuff. Like I do think some people have been hurt by religion, and people have reasons for people have gone through pain, physical pain or emotional pain, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why people
You only
deny
have a book
God.
that says that. You
What's
only
that?
have a book that says that.
Oh, like the origin of species, right?
No.
Like your Bible, like your Bible, right?
I long for the day.
No, listen.
when
We tried that earlier, Tony. We tried to get him to recite from his own Bible, and then he got scared and ran away.
Hey, I was an atheist for 20 years, man. That was my Bible. That's what I used to argue against every Mormon that knocked on my door.
I long for the day when Pine Creek enters the architect's room, and then the architect just turns around and is like, "Hello, Pine Creek. I am the architect."
And that's the reason people have their issues with Hovind, and I mean the fact that he has multiple wives, I'm okay, fine. I mean I see the problem with this, right? For sure, it's an issue. At the same time, for me, if I ever get married, then I have a daughter, right? Like that's my point being that the judgment that gets placed, it's like from the purely scriptural perspective, right? Like, well, I have a kid and her mother is still alive, so what's going on? Those kind of things still have to be.
But LPP,
Eddie,
trust
you've got
me,
to put your mic on for yourself. You got to mute your mic, dude. That when you're not talking, you got to put the mic on mute.
That's
I keep
part
doing
of
this
evolution, Eddie.
Because
Come
now
on.
the noise keeps coming through. But my point is that we all have our flaws, and we can, air our grievances. But I think the ongoing aspects of being, just judgmental all the time is, we just need to let things, like, we stay our peace and then let things, let things lie. Is the point? I forget who was making the point earlier, but there's, I think it was Sunflower was talking about, like, yes, may have flaws, may have commit sins, obviously, because we all do. At the same time, what is the rest of, their intent? And on the flip side, with somebody like Dillahunty or Aaron Ron went up, we know what their stated intent is. Their stated intent is to convince people that God does not exist, or that they just there's not enough evidence to have anything other than a lack of belief, whatever their the lactheism talking points are, and ultimately their objective is to bring
I
people
don't
down
believe that is their intent.
with them. Well, it's their stated
What's their intent then?
If you're an anti-theist, that's your stated intent.
Yeah, that's their whole
Yeah, yeah.
life and livelihood. That's all they do.
Yep,
Like,
exactly.
what do you think? What do you think Aaron Ra is actively doing? Like, he talks about this ad nauseum, that his stated intent is to obliterate religion.
Yeah, he's pushing a massive child abuse religion. That's what he's doing.
Well,
I'm not afraid to say it.
I believe
Yeah,
that
I think it all comes down to
Matt and
pride.
Aaron are doing two different things. Aaron is far more believing in evolution because he knows more about it. Matt is far more an ex-Christian,
Propagandist.
and he realizes how it changed him and how the delusions he was in at the time. So I don't.
Yeah,
want
well,
to
I'm an ex-atheist. Well, wait, whoa, I'm an ex-atheist, so I realized the delusion I was under for 20 years.
Yeah, but the irony is, Matt and Aaron will be pressed if you ask them, "Hey, you're just biological animals, right? There must be some sort of underlying, emotional, subconscious reason you're doing this." And the irony is, yeah, I believe it's just pride. They are so angry. They are so angry because they felt like Rebecca said, they felt they were deceived or hurt, that they are unwilling to let go of their prideful, ego.
I'm in your arena, Ian, and I don't believe
egotistical approach to, I'm now, even if I have to take out the world in the process, fool me once, no, I'm going to now double down on my, on their horrible pathological beliefs. That's all it is. The easiest way to catch an atheist with their pants down to say, why do you think it's important to do what you're doing? And they'll say, well, because religion has caused so much pain and suffering all over the world. Biggest load of crap ever uttered by anyone. How great was civilization doing before religion? Yeah. That's when the ugly truth really comes out. That's just their last ditch effort. Like, oh, well, I'm trying to do some kind of charity to the world. I don't pay. They don't give any. They might not give any money in charity, but by crusading in the internet against atheism, it's not about individual validation. It's totally about it's an act of charity that they're trying to put forth the argument. Yeah, I don't buy it.
I've recently commented on the atheist experience to Matt personally, although he hasn't responded, and called him an asshole because he's now been an asshole, and I think he's gone far beyond where he needs to be. He's an asshole.
He's refused to debate me personally. I don't know why. Yeah, he really had a hard time.
He doesn't give anybody a chance to get.
Oh no, never. Yeah.
Eddie.
He has the temper of a 9-year-old girl. It's actually quite sad to see Matt. I tried to call into his channel, his show once. I got his receptionist, or whoever he has answering the phones. He called me out on his text chat repeatedly. He said, "If you're so tough, Sunflower, call in." I was like, "Okay, I will." Got his receptionist.
I'll agree with you, Sunflower.
His receptionist asked me, "What's your question?" I said, "What is the utility in apparent truth?" And she said, "Wow, that's a great question." And then I got put on hold for an hour and a half. Dillahunty said, "I'll never debate you, Sunflower." And then that was it. He blocked me on everything, and that was it.
Eddie, what's your opinion on scientism?
Did you see Dillahunty's debate with Converse Contender on slavery? On the modern
I saw bits and pieces of it, not the whole thing start to finish.
Okay, Converse, even though his performance was such that he because he's a really nice guy, right? So someone like Dillahunty, who's very I suppose aggressive,
it comes in any opportunity.
It comes across as if he's winning the debate, when really, when you read between the lines and when you carefully think about Converse's arguments, which, by the way, him and I, I basically prepped him and a few others on the data points and all that, and he brilliantly made his points exactly how I wanted him to do it. Converse totally won the debate, and there's a moment in the debate where you actually see every time Converse is referring to a scholar, which not one time Dillahunty did. There was a point in the debate where Dillahunty physically puts his head in his hands for like 5 seconds straight, and then Converse is like, come on, Matt, show some decorum, be a little bit more professional in dialogue instead of doing a face palm and I mean when Matt did that, I immediately started laughing, going, you've now just demonstrated to the world, like, I'm thinking of Converse here. Converse has demonstrated to the world the
I personally comment on the atheist experience. Well said, by the way. When he's not on,
Matt is bursting at the
comments that he's not on. So I actually get to enjoy some sort of talking from some other people instead of just him.
Well, to Rob's point, Matt is literally bursting at the seams. And I've observed this, and you can go back and watch any single one of Matt Dillahunty's debates on MDD at least, and I'm sure all the other ones too. Not only are there constant, not only is he a colorful display, as in like his emotions are on display. He has no poker face, right? But here's the most interesting thing. Matt Dillahunty, during his debates on MDD, after he makes points, you can look at this. He diverts his eyes and he starts reading the live stream and responding to it in real time while his interlocutor is making points. If that's not like clinical insecurities, like clinical lack of self-esteem, I've never seen someone do that ever. Like he makes a point and then listens with one ear and with the other ear and other eye reads the live stream and says and starts responding to the live stream nameless, faceless comments while he's debating the person. I mean, that's pathological. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and like you said, his colorful display, his complete lack of restraint. I don't know. Something is up there. Yeah.
The main highlight of the debate, which anyone with any credence towards true epistemology, right? Like the pursuit of truth, will see that Dillahunty not once gave any sort of like hey, like an inkling of some sort of research, like, hey, this scholar blah 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 blah, or this research study blah 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 blah. It's nothing but subjective opinion on this is what I think based on the translation that I'm reading in my own language, which is English, nothing else. And at least people like Converse will take the pains. And in other words, at the end of the day, Christians who actually care about their faith will take the pains to show, hey, I'm putting all the cards on the table. This is the best model to explain what's going on. And this is, and at the end of the day, the conclusion I derive from this is, well, this is not a problem for my faith. And then that's it.
Right.
And Dillahunty's reaction is facepalm. Like that,
Yeah. Well said.
That's literally it. That's all you get in that debate. And everyone in the comment section who are Dillahunty fanboys will not attack the arguments that Converse was making. Rather, they'll attack his slow or slower and more calmer demeanor in the whole thing.
His cadence. And you know what? That's so interesting because here's why that's so interesting. Matt Dillahunty debates on such a visceral level where he's almost operating only on his opponent's body language and cadence and voice. I honestly think if you were to transcribe any other diction, if you were to take Converse Contender's same body language and speech style and cadence and replace it with either a million times whatever Dillahunty would see as more convincing or a million times less convincing, I don't think Dillahunty would have reacted in any different way. He's only looking for visual and auditory cues of when he can, sort of jump in and do a kind of, caricature of a debate, right? Because he's so used to this kind of visceral back and forth, or this kind of shallow back and forth, where you don't even listen to your opponent, their argument. It's like who's the bigger shark? Who's the shark? Who's the fish? And that's exactly how his body language reads during that debate. Like Rob said, he's not. He thinks, oh, I got a sucker here. Listen to this guy. He's talking kind of slow. He sounds unsure of himself. When in reality, he made the biggest fool of himself by putting this, colorful display on. Meanwhile, the people actually listening to Converse Contender were like, "This is sufficient. This is actually a pretty astute argument."
Speaking of, oh, go ahead, George. You've been being very quiet. Go ahead, George, and then Deepak just joined us. So
Yeah,
go ahead, George.
Thank you, John. Sal's making me hungry. I'm going to take my dog for a walk, then sit down and have some dinner. God bless all of you. Okay, bye.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm going to disappear too. Thanks for the chat.
All right, no problem, Eddie. Have a good one.
I don't know. See you next time. Thanks for having me on. Thanks
No
for having
problem.
me on.
Catch you, Eddie.
Wait, so now I'm the only atheist now? Oh boy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stream. What's on your mind?
Hey, not that much actually. I wanted to hop on to say some stuff, but not sure it's that. I don't know. So I have two things to say. Like, one is, I guess, in defense of Matt Dillahunty, who I'm not the biggest fan of, honestly. But I will say, well, one is in defense of him. The other is like more on the topic of evolution and kind of Matt Dillahunty as well. So just like, on Dillahunty's side, like, all I want to say is that I think when you see him like really blow up on a show and stuff, it's often because he is irritated by what he finds to be like, I guess, dishonest argumentation by people who are calling in. I don't think it's justified in many cases. I think it's often people just like not used to the kind of partly it's things like lag and so on. So I do think he takes a lot of things really way too far. But I can think of at least two instances where, like, like, for example, I remember there was like one call where a woman calls in who wasn't prepared to debate him, right? Like, she called. It was basically a prank by her two kids who were atheists, who were like, "Oh yeah, call in. This is a show about Christianity," and she's like, "Oh my God, you guys are atheists," and she just wasn't prepared, right? And he was, rather than like tearing into her, he was like, "Look, ma'am, you're not like, this is not, your kids should know better than subjecting you to like, ridicule on the internet for no reason when you didn't volunteer to do this. So, respectfully, I'm going to hang up on you," which I thought was pretty classy of him.
Well, why does he continue to host the call-in show then? That's the real question.
I have not tried. Yeah, no, well, why? I mean, I think, he's
It's important. Think about it.
Well, here's why. I can answer that. Think about it. There is no commentary book or scholarly discourse with the word atheism. There's literally zero study. It's not even a field of research. Let's just put it that way. It's just an ideological position. Atheos originally meant, it didn't mean existence, that I deny the existence of gods, but in the classical world, atheos literally meant I don't have any association with that god. It doesn't mean you're denying the existence of that god. It's just I don't have any association. Now it's become the if you put like a prefix like atheos, like non-theos, it becomes that. But that's all it is.
Well, yeah, but
there's atheism is, there's just zero application, or zero real world application.
Right. And he's decided to host a call-in show. It's his format, right? He's not a professor at a university where he has to put up with unruly college kids because that's where he gets his paycheck. This is his gig, his format. He's the one that has decided to put it on for 20 years. He's the one that gets frustrated when, he gets callers that are not serious. I don't know that. You know,
Yeah, I mean, two different points. So, like, one is to Rob's point. Like, I would say that it's kind of not exactly like, but very similar to the concept of like, why is there no scholarly articles on non-stamp collecting, right? The analogy isn't exact, right? Primarily because you would
Sorry,
argue
why
on,
no scholarly
on what? Non-stop.
on the usual analogy that people make, right, is that atheism is like non-stamp collecting, right? There's no such the converse, the opposite of stamp collecting isn't like a coherent sort of ideology or
Well,
thing. It's just
but there's nobody actually that identifies as that.
Yeah, and the reason there are people who would positively identify as atheists is because so much of the world is theist, right? Whereas only a small fraction of the world is stamp collecting. So
it's just not, so is it just non-conformism then? It's not actually. It's not. Think about that one.
The problem with your point you're making there is that the difference between not being a stamp collector and saying that stamps don't exist to be collected, or that you lack a belief in stamps existing at all, or being against stamp collectors, saying I don't believe that stamps exist and I am actively against people who do believe that stamps exist, that or want to collect stamps. Like, that's the difference. And to be blunt, I think that a lot of the lacktheism position and the activities of people like Aaron Raw, as well as the plethora of other folks who are copying him, right, and doing their own shows with the same model. Actually, ironically, many of which are being produced by the ACA, very ironically, which is, hey, let's get real. That's his personal little fiefdom. Right. Their objective is anti-theism. They claim to just be lacktheists, but they actually act like anti-theists.
I'll go a step further.
And how does that benefit reality?
So my last point here, and I'll shut up again, is that from any kind, if anybody's ever read anything about like psychological warfare, you do misdirection, right? Or you slightly spin the truth. You spin information, misinformation, all that kind of stuff to reach your end objective. And many of them, they state that their objective is ultimately from a big picture perspective. Oh, some of them over time, I want to, remove religion from society and all this kind of thing. Oh, I want to do it in this very, small and slow process with no controversy, all this other kind of stuff. And then others are hyper aggressive about it, right? But my point is that just because you are claiming to be a lacktheist, but you're acting like an anti-theist, doesn't mean that I have to treat you and just accept the fact that you tell me you don't have any underlying negative intentions towards me. And when you're going to talk like an asshole and be a jerk to people and take advantage of people who aren't as informed as you on different topics, or try to play the semantic games to make that person look stupid, even though they're actually making a valid point, which we see all the time, and then convince all of your followers that somehow you've just obliterated all of the positions are being put forth, when very often he doesn't actually even address them. He plays to the way they all operate is to try and play to the least common denominator rather than actually addressing the substance of a position. Go ahead, guys.
Right. So I agree with you, and that's why I said at the beginning, right? It's not a perfect analogy. It's not. It just loosely gives you. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like I think Pine Creek makes this point a lot, right? Like when you talk about atheists, like what are you really talking about? You're talking about people who believe in, like, gem healing, and there are atheists who are, I don't know, nihilists, I'm sure, like, purely hedonistic nihilists. And there are other atheists who believe in objective morals that don't come from a God. There are atheists who believe in subjective morals. I think it's a much looser collection of people, right, than say Christians, right? So because of that, like, I think that kind of explains why there's no, like, central, what did Rob call it? I forgot. Like, what's the current body of, like, it's atheism, something that defines itself as
research.
Opposite. Yeah. I
mean, wait, there's people that are incidentally atheist by certain definitions, but let's think about the people that willingly not only identify as atheist, but consider it a significant part of their identity.
Yeah,
that's a way narrower. That's like a way narrower.
I agree. And I think the diagnosis someone was making earlier was exactly on point, right? I think, like Dillahunty went through many years of, religion, and in a sense he feels betrayed, I guess, by the ideas like that he thought were wrong and so forth. And so this is his response, right? Like, and actually, by the way, and like Pine Creek, I think like I'm a huge fan of him. I attend, I play poker with him and stuff. But he's always saying that, why do I do this? It's for my own entertainment. And I don't think that's 100% accurate, really. If you really examine his feelings.
Wait, you don't think that saying, you don't think that's accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if he's aware of it or not, but I think if you really like it's not just, he doesn't just do it for his own entertainment. It's because he feels like, I think with him, especially the story of his sister, right? Where he feels particularly angry, not at a God that he doesn't believe exists, but at religion in general, for what he thinks it did.
That's a perverse form of entertainment. It's sort of like I view atheism in that form as it's like a latent teenage rebellion.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what a lot of it is. It's latent teenage rebellion. It's non-conformism coming out in a sort of I'm an adult now. I'm more clever. I can really pull the strings on these doofuses and feel smart. It's latent teenage rebellion in a lot of cases. I think he would say, oh yeah, I'm angry about the thing with my sister. This is how I'm entertaining myself in a sort of, not perverse, but a sort of in his own personal way. He's using this form of entertainment via his internet platform to cope. I think he would say, well, actually, don't be so fast. This is still entertainment for me in its own weird way.
And when I brought up field of research or field of study, what I'm getting at is, this is my observation, by the way, I could be wrong, but when you see Pine Creek or Dillahunty or whoever make their assertions, it's always due to the fact that there's already a body of knowledge and a body of like data points and ultimately the Bible itself that is already an established thing that then drives their commentary. So if they are genuinely arguing for if they want to compete in the marketplace of ideas and say, look, okay, the Bible is in the marketplace of ideas, and this non-biblical thing that I also have uniquely just built up from the ground up, so to speak, right? So say the Pine Creek's Book of Life or something, right? Not once has an atheist ever done that. Rather, it's whatever content they do produce is a reaction to the data points that's already there.
Right.
That's what I find ironic. It's come up with something unique and new, so that now we can actually compare models. But that's
right.
That never happens.
It's dogmatic skepticism, except they fail to realize, well, they have personal relationships, they have love, they have all their humanity precedes their skeptical approach to God. In every instance, of course, everyone starts out as a human first and then decides to become an atheist. And the reason that I'm using this in a one-sided way, everyone starts out as a human first and then believes in God, is because I'm juxtaposing that preceding humanity against the sort of all-purpose skepticism that they claim to wield, right? It's this Swiss Army knife type of skepticism where they can use it to get out of ever being cornered into anything, yet their humanity corners them into, several things, so that they can use their Swiss Army knife of skepticism to get themselves out of God or religion or anything really. However, I don't know where they go with that when you say, well, what about all the things that you find important and love and categorize and have your own hierarchy of wants and desires and emotions? It's like, can your all-purpose dogmatic skepticism get you out of those things? No. And they kind of just toss their arms up.
They're only skeptical of God. That's it. I mean, when I argue abiogenesis, there's so many things that are possible and maybe and that could happen, and it's just ridiculous.
Hey, Tony, since you mentioned that you were like deceived for 20 years, can you say like a little bit about what your thought process was at that time and how did you get to where you weren't deceived?
Just going off to college, and everything they teach is evolution, abiogenesis. That's what I followed. So, looking into it myself and not being brainwashed by the Delahuntes and the entire atheist community, I just studied it myself, and I came to a different conclusion. And where the evidence led me was to ultimately a designer. I could go on and on, but we don't have hours to get into it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the short version.
Well,
But
just
yeah,
in case Eddie comes back, are you ready to go a few hours?
Oh man, not with that.
Just
that
kidding.
guy's
I am actually. I'm gonna duck out of voice. I will still be listening in, but this has been awesome. Really insightful. Thanks everyone for participating. Yeah, this has been so insightful. I will still be listening, but I'm not gonna be in voice anymore. So, God bless. Thanks everyone for letting me chime in. Later.
No problem. So far, good to see you, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's the one thing. If it's going to lead towards a designer, that's what they don't want. They're always going to argue and use some sort of escape hatch to get out of that. You hear it with the multiverse hypothesis, and when we argue abiogenesis, you hear it all the time. There's always a way out.
I mean, I would say this about abiogenesis. I mean, I think actually abiogenesis versus a designer, I think that actually boils a lot down to your priors, right? Like if you come to the question of abiogenesis with a prior that a god or a creator exists, then I think you will find that the most natural, simplest explanation for something we don't have the answer to yet, right? Like, why is there life to begin with? And if you come with a really strong prior that naturalism, that everything should be explained by naturalism as much as possible, then you will probably, say that, like, look.
Are you familiar with the problems with abiogenesis?
Yeah, nothing can. Yeah, for the record, naturalism can't support anything. It already relies on already existing systems. Yeah, it doesn't work.
So we're talking before life.
I mean, okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm like very roughly aware of the problems of like chirality and stuff like that. And so this is actually interesting. Like, it's only been a year since like I've been watching channels like these, and to me, the biggest value I get out of it is actually learning about some of these topics, like where I kind of learn about this chirality thing, and then I go look up like, okay, so what are people on the other side saying? And I'm like, there's a lot of active research here, right? And there are people who think that there are solutions to chirality and stuff. And overall, the impression I get is that, like, yeah, there are no like real
natural
solutions. Not like a complete like theory, that a complete hypothesis, and certainly nothing that you'd count as like positive evidence to any particular like theory of abiogenesis. I think everyone would admit this, right? Even people working on research into this.
Yeah. And would you agree some of the experiments, they require a lot of interference just to get them to work?
And intelligence, yeah.
The experiments that have run so far that I've heard of, yeah, that's true, yeah. But
yeah, what the experiments are going to end up proving is that it takes a lot of intelligence to make life, if they
exactly
work. Yeah, it's insanity. It's called a paradox. Go ahead.
If they got it to work somehow.
Yeah, it's insane.
So,
it wouldn't prove it. It would disprove evolution again. That's the problem.
It would be the law of biogenesis, life coming from life, intelligence always producing life, or life coming from pre-existing life.
I mean, if you have experiments that showed that, by carefully controlling the conditions, with an experimenter and stuff, you can produce certain reactions.
But there are none. But the problem is there are none up to now. So 2021, there are no experiments involving evolution at all. You require an independent variable, dependent variable, and naturally observed phenomena. No such experiment exists in evolution.
I mean, wait, so we're talking now about evolution, not abiogenesis. I think this
all of it. Yeah, all of it. It's all the same. It's all in the same textbook. So there's no experiment for evolution, abiogenesis, or adaptation in nature. No such thing.
But then this is where I agree with Deepak that
I thought you would.
abiogenesis has nothing to do with evolution.
that's not
evolution is
true. That's
once
the
you have life.
textbooks make it very. That would be a lie because they all admit they require magical abiogenesis. You can ignore that, but that's what the evolution textbooks admit to. Yeah.
No, for example, right? Like you could totally. I mean, like I said, like you could come on board with the belief that, which maybe Rob actually has, that abiogenesis was performed by God or a designer, right? And then evolution just took over. I think what's his
No,
name?
that's an oxymoron. God cannot perform abiogenesis. That would be an oxymoron. There's no such thing.
Right. God created the first life, like Luca, as they call it, or whatever, and then like evolution took over, right? Like,
No, there's no such thing as
But can
evolution
I
anyway.
just ask?
There's no definition that's scientific
Can I
for
ask-
evolution either. So you'd have to
Can I ask
define it.
LPP this question about this, but the origin of life? So, just sort of like an observation. So I take seriously Genesis 1 verse 2. God hovers over the waters, and the church fathers even saw in that word for hover to mean to incubate life, and they actually said, like Ephraim the Syrian said, he fertilized the oceans into like how a chicken or a bird hovers over its nest and it brings about life. And I find that very interesting because according to the model, you have life arising soon to be cyanobacteria in the early oceans. But here's the thing. Okay, so we have experiments that are trying to mimic a so-called controlled environment that mimics the early Earth to bring about Luca. But at the end of the day, isn't it the laws in nature that is governing the arise of life, both in the lab and so not only in the lab, right, but also in reality, like back 4.1 billion years, and according to Genesis 1 verse 2. So in other words, when God hovers over the oceans, he's not just ex nihilo creating life, rather he's working with the laws of nature that's already there. That's my position. I don't know if you've tackled that with James Torr in that sense.
I mean, I don't have any issue with the premise of God using the elements that have been created. I mean,
Right.
there's a difference between. I mean, I
So
think
it's ex materia, then not ex nihilo.
I think that applies to the universe, right?
Exactly, ex nihilo to the universe. Yeah.
I didn't even know people actually arguing over it. The life being ex nihilo. I mean, it's the universe.
Then that's
exists,
good.
so.
That's good. Yep.
But in the context of, and this is why I get so irritated with the some of the aspects of the abiogenesis arguments, is there's no way around the necessity of there being arbitrary semantic values being assigned to the three-dimensional structures that are being created or that are necessary. And so you have the literal combination of the physical and the non-physical, right? The material and the immaterial that are necessary for life to exist. And this is not supposition, this is not hypothesis, this is not hyperbole. This is literal and is an unavoidable reality that is recognized in all aspects of biology. And people want to come up with all these crazy hypotheticals as to how we can't even, the plausibility of just the physical structure is, I mean, getting further and further away from actually being explained and being the plausibility of it. So like Deepak was referring to, chirality and stuff. Yeah, okay. So as of December 2020, the current position is they don't have any solution to chirality in anything that's remotely prebiotically plausible. They've got a few hypotheses of what they might be able to do in a completely non-prebiotically plausible environment, but not outside of that. And that's before you even account for the chiral-induced spin selectivity things that they're having to account for, which the whole concept of spiral-induced spin selectivity wasn't even in existence. Like they didn't even know about it until about 2008, and the vast majority of papers didn't even get started getting published on it until, I think the first one I found was 2014, and then the majority of the ones that have been published since were like 2017 on. And a whole boatload of researchers don't even know what it is. The only reason I even know what it is Dr. Tor was talking about it, and he's like most of my peers don't even know what this is. Like, this is bleeding edge stuff. However, the importance of chirality in relation to the spin selectivity has massive ramifications on why biology works. But it doesn't come any in if anything, it makes the chirality problem that much more important, not something that can be dismissed. And it's very ironic that to this day we still hear the talking points of, oh, well, in a prebiotic Earth, we didn't necessarily need to have everything didn't have to be have the homochirality. It could be mixed. I mean, over time it got better. And what we're actually discovering is the importance of the chirality would have to be there from the beginning, or you're toast. Sal, it looks like Sal's got a point. Go ahead.
Succinctly put, the laws of physics make life possible, but simultaneously improbable. That we know that more now. I mean, if we just took that as a hypothesis, we're going to see that play out, and we have seen it. The more that we know, there is a certain the materials that make life have a certain kind of inherent tendency to disorganization, and that was expressed in 2012 kind of probably accurately. They call it the asphalt paradox. It's not formally an asphalt, but when you have the sort of molecules that are precursors to life, they will spontaneously, by themselves, given enough time, become even farther from forming life. It will just spontaneously disorganize. We can describe it in terms of things like Gibbs free energy, etc. So the most natural reaction is not to self-assemble. This is like expecting a tornado to go through a junkyard and assemble a 747. That's very, that's kind of more a figure of speech, but we know that more in terms of the physics and chemistry of how it works. So then what then overcomes the improbability? And so I reviewed papers on my channel with a professor of organic chemistry, Dr. James Carter. We didn't even get through half of it. We were laughing a little bit because they had to invoke multiverses to solve it. Because they worked out the probability. And I see that. There's this book here, The Stairway to Life by Change Tan and Rob Stadler. I'm in the acknowledgement section. The Change Tan was invited to be a professor of molecular biology, which he is now, by a Nobel Prize winner, George Smith. Her co-author, Rob Stadler, is a very respected biomedical engineer, and they articulate it in the book, The Stairway to Life. So the question is, it's not that we have, we think, it's a faith statement to say that we might find the answer. As a matter of principle, there isn't one. So what's the answer? I mean, some people will appeal to God, but it's just, it's not an argument from ignorance at this point that life is improbable. It's really our argument by, contradiction. What we do know contradicts that this happened in any ordinary way.
Can I say something on top of that, Sal? I just have to say that you made the perfect point. And the perfect point is that men cannot know how God creates life. I don't know if that's what you were saying. That's what I got out of it. And that's the absolute truth, that there's no searching for his understanding. The laws of nature created by God, especially after the fall, which everything changed, do not permit any life to be created in any way, shape, or form. But they do allow life to continue that are already existing. That's all. Thanks.
Yes, it allows life to continue that's already exists. It would prevent life from spontaneously forming.
100% correct. Amen.
Yep. That's all we're seeing in Origin of Life, that these chemists have to use lots of pre-existing parts just to get the experiments going.
Well, even in my basic I have a few biochemistry and cellular biology textbooks. It says here life it's called Virchow's principle. Life, a living cell comes from a pre-existing living cell.
Right.
That's still in modern day textbooks, and it's like, well, we haven't found any exceptions to that, and we don't. The only place, I mean, we don't, in terms of pure science, expect that to be violated. The only place that it's violated is in the speculations of abiogenesis researchers. It's not really based on anything we know about chemical theory and or cellular biology. The best argument against abiogenesis was actually by an abiogenesis researcher, Steve Benner, and he's the one who used the word asphalt paradox. I read his paper and I just like, my jaw dropped. I said, so why do you still believe it? You know, I mean, to me, I was thinking.
So
he argued that there are probably laws of physics we're not aware of. I mean, that was his best answer, because if we accept all the laws that we know that we use in the lab that we would synthesize from physics, you wouldn't get life spontaneously.
So Sal, are you saying that there's something equivalent to like in physics, right? We know. I would say, like, I think we can confidently say we know that perpetual motion machines are not possible, right? Because of the second law of thermodynamics. And are you saying, like, the laws that prevent abiogenesis are at a similar level? Like, we know this at that level, or is it just that, you know, like for example, I would not ever. I think when people say, "Oh, argument from ignorance," that often is too strong. Like, it's perfectly reasonable to say that, like, you know, there's no known process in biology that could do this, and there's good reasons to think there cannot be one, right? So you're saying something like that, right?
Yes, and I'm not the one who. What I'm trying to say is this is what some of the top researchers themselves are saying. And one of them was Steve Benner's "The Paradoxes of Life." That's the name of the paper. Very powerful. Unfortunately, most of it's behind the paywall, but he said everything he listed all the major theories, you know, and paradoxes that he himself have studied. But he said chemical theory, structure theory, which is structure of chemicals, would predict the inevitable decay. And I know a little bit about the amino acids. They would, even if you had homochirality, the Gibbs free energy predicts that over time it will become heterochiral, or what we would call really racemic. It doesn't stay in that condition very long. As if you have anything above absolute zero, it's going to spontaneously go into a state that's not usable anymore.
Well, once you have a living organism, obviously it maintains homochirality, right? For all the chemicals that it needs. So why can't there be intermediate states of not quite life, but like proto-life that also have that property that, like, you know, they can maintain homochirality, like, and we don't have
that's a very good question. It's just something we know from stereochemistry and physics. It's a quantum mechanical thing that that when it's kind of like bumping around, you know, there's always vibrations there when you have any sort of temperature.
Mm-hmm.
And when the objects are vibrating and moving and colliding with each other,
mm-hmm.
It's fragile enough. It's like flipping a coin. It will spontaneously go from one to the other, just like flipping. You know, when you flip a coin, you can get heads, but eventually you'll get a tail. So, like, if you started with a table that had all, you know, fair coins heads, if you just keep flipping them randomly, eventually it's about 50% heads, 50% tails.
Mm-hmm.
Those statistics carry over into the molecular level. So you asked how come you can't have that intermediate stage? Well, if you wait long enough, it's gonna go back to a stage where it's not.
But that's not true of living organisms, right? So some property of living organisms.
But you're saying kind of an intermediate state.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm suggesting, and I really have this is speculation.
Sure.
Right? That whatever property of living organisms preserves the homochirality could also apply to, like, some plausible intermediate state, right? So, like, maybe it starts off from a thermodynamic equilibrium, but like some kind of like fluctuation starts a process that maintains homochirality and all the way. This is speculation, right? But I'm like wondering
No,
why
I
we
appreciate
know for
that.
sure.
I think I don't think it's possible, but I'm not discouraging people from looking into it.
Okay.
I can just say for myself personally that the more I studied it over the last 20 years, just as a personal endeavor, my jaw began to drop. I said, each year it's like this becomes
worse.
More insurmountable.
And Sal, how would we stabilize the amino acids? How would we stabilize
the best book for this was The Stairway to Life. But then now I've been publishing and researching protein biology. And the more that I've studied that, even if you had homochiral amino acids, they're basic proteins that are just so improbable. One of the ones that I actually published on is in topoisomerase 2 alpha. And we use that in chemotherapy. We attack that in chemotherapy. It's like a really critical enzyme. And that's why if you just target it, you can kill lots of cells. And and it's only like 1,500 amino acids long. And you have to get a lot of them right. It's not one of these where you can just get just a few, because the function breaks down. And I've talked about that on my channel. I really do appreciate your comment, though. So I'm just sharing from my perspective what persuaded me. Now, I had bouts of agnosticism. I was raised in the Catholic Church, but not very doctrinarian. And I nearly left the faith 20 years ago, but it was my study of the question of abiogenesis that kind of turned me around back. So I will say this, I'm kind of glad I wasn't raised as a young earth creationist, because I don't think some of their arguments are very good. And I think it was better that I was raised an evolutionist, honestly, and I had the chance to change my mind. So that's for me personally, but thank you for your questions.
Sure. Yeah. No. This is a lot of new information for me. And like I was saying, I'll say one thing and I'll stop. Like I was saying earlier, right? I think this is one. Abiogenesis is one thing where I think the priors you come in with might matter a lot. Meaning that, like, suppose even if you only think that there's like a 50% probability that there is an intelligent designer or creator or whatever, right? You might look at like, okay, the problem of how life was created, and be like, look, either there's some way to get around the homochirality problem, some mechanism that led us from like chemical soup to Luca to life, or it was the designer, right? That I already think is 50% probable. And you might look at that and say, look, it's, a posteriori, like based on that evidence, it's probably likely that there was a designer and he created life, right? Like even if you only start with the 50-50 prior.
Yeah. And I started with slightly more. And one thing I found is at a personal level, I'm not talking scientific purely. People are more inclined to be like thinking intelligent design or creationism if they feel that God has worked a personal miracle in their life. I mean, one girl that I witnessed to about the Christian faith, she was very easy to convert because she felt she saw a miracle 3 years earlier of someone healed. And even James Tour, who's the famous chemist, even though he doesn't classify himself as a creationist, he became a Christian because he felt he had a visitation from Jesus himself. So, I mean, at a personal level, if something like that happened to any one of us, I mean, we would be faced with making a decision what to do. I felt I've seen a miracle, and that's hard for me to run away from.
Hey, Sal. So, Gavin says Sal Cordova brings the hammer down on YEC.
I'm a young Earth creationist, but I'm just like, I'm not one to say that I think the arguments are that good yet. I mean, that's why I'm a researcher in these areas, So sorry, Gavin.
Arguments. What's the argument against the fact that the Bible's true? I mean, they don't have a claim for old Earth dating methods. As soon as you ask them, they don't know where they get them from.
Well, Rob's here. He's got some arguments.
No, I can't wait to hear them.
But I wanted, if it's okay, I just want to jump in here and say something that it really annoys me when, there's like this tendency to be like, oh, well, you're talking about abiogenesis. Basically, like if, oh, well, we don't know how life first got started, but once it did, we've got it all figured out. We know how all this happened. When basically it's still the same uphill battle. If you have the first life, you've still got to get to the point of like all the systems and org we see in all the life forms on Earth. And that is just as hard, I think, as getting from non-life to life. I mean, and so I would love to hear a response to that. Since Rob doesn't agree with that, I would love to hear a response to that while we have Sal and LPP and all the people who can make better arguments than I can.
Well, the first transition that's technical, but I think it's the strongest. It's difficult for things to evolve, even if God seeded the world with bacteria. Bacteria are prokaryotic forms. Going to a eukaryotic form with membrane-bound organelles, it's a staggering leap. And I've covered that on my channel. It's not simple to go over it. There's one that's kind of like, then there are other things that are kind of like more kind of amusing, but they're not rigorous, just like the evolution of mammary glands. Mammals are defined by the ability to feed their young through the mother's milk. And that's mammary glands. I've asked evolutionists, how did that evolve? And they'll say, well, it evolved from sweat glands. And I'm just like, don't you see that there are a lot of problems if you're trying to make that argument? Yes, there is similarity, but to make a sweat gland into a functioning, milk-bearing organ, how does the infant not starve in the process of this? And why would a mother be sweating out just enough to keep the kid fed? And there are all sorts of complications to this. It's not as trivial. So I'd say that's the kind of, we have cute examples like that. They're not very rigorous, but then you have the really hard ones that are more rigorous, that are like the eukaryote, prokaryote, and then also like characterizing the common ancestor of a plant and a multicellular animal, a multicellular plant, multicellular animal. Describe, if you take an accounting of all the differences in the cell, it's also staggering. Then you have creatures like the butterfly. How does that evolve? Where it has a phase where it's a caterpillar, and then it goes into a cocoon and just liquefies it all itself, reemerges as a butterfly with new organs, a different diet than it had as a caterpillar. It doesn't make sense in terms of evolution, but it does make sense in terms of a creator trying to showcase his ability. And it does have, everyone who sees that's a Christian, sees the process of the butterfly's metamorphosis. It has Christian themes in it. So there are difficulties, even if we assume that God seeded life, for it to spontaneously evolve to the diversity we have now. And by the way, that was Darwin's claim. He said, he even suggested there were just either one or a few life forms that were created. You'll see that in The Origin of Species, one of the versions. So he had proposed that the abiogenesis event was by God. Whether he really believed that's another question, but he may just put that in there to appease some people. But if even you start with that, it's going to be very difficult from a probabilistic standpoint. And I've studied some of the proteins and transitions there. Now, it's not just me. I mentioned Change Tan. She's a molecular biologist. She studies this stuff. And it was in the process of studying the prokaryote and eukaryote cells, because she has to teach that in her class. That's how she became a creationist.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. And to the atheist, man, keep searching. You sound like a reasonable guy. So
Thanks.
we can't say the same. We can't say the same for a lot of these other atheists. Have a good night, guys. God bless everyone.
Yeah, God bless, Tony.
See you, Tony.
Good night, Tony.
Understatement.
All right, guys.
God bless.
Peace.
Rebecca, it looks like Rob ran away from your question.
Oh, I know. I noticed it. I'm just writing to him on Facebook right now. Why'd you run away, Rob? Yeah.
He got scared bad. Yeah, it was good.
I
mean, I can
know.
try to answer. Maybe I'm the only person left to.
Okay, go for it then.
I mean, look, any like answer I can give you that would attempt to actually lay out the evidence as evolutionists would give you would be destroyed by Sal and LPP simply because they've studied it more than me.
Or a 5-year-old.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, a 5-year-old could destroy evolution. Go ahead.
No, probably
I don't think
I know enough about it.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, but look, okay. My personal answer, I guess, the reason I believe evolution is the same reason, honestly, that I believe quantum physics, or the fact, or I believe that my iPhone works. Right? Is that because I have a hypothesis that generally what science says, especially stuff that it says very confidently, is extremely likely to be true. And my version of testing as a common person, right, is to see that, look, science says that my iPhone is going to do this at this time, and it does do that at that time. Science says that if I walk into a plane and it goes very
Science
fast,
doesn't say things. It doesn't. Sorry to tell you.
Scientists say, okay, let's say that certain theories in science, right, like the practice of science, and this is how most people know what they
it's
know,
engineering. Your cell phone's engineering, so it would require a designer, the opposite of evolution anyway, and it never is going to help this claim for evolution. And there's no science about engineering. There's no independent variable. This word science is how they brainwash you, bro. They don't have any science in evolution. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm not actually. This is not something that maybe philosophers would agree with, right? But this is what real people, like most people, do, right? Like, say this is the same reason.
Zombies,
the reason I believe in evolution is the same reason I believe the Earth is round. I've never actually seen it round. Like, I've seen debates where flat earthers and round earthers really, like, the round earther will lay out, like, all the measurements you can do to prove that, like, this and that, and like these angles and so on. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, right? And then the next day I've forgotten most of those, right? But I do have like this sort of meta knowledge that I've looked at the evidence in some level of depth, and I'm convinced by it. And more importantly than anything else, I'm convinced by this sort of web of belief that's built around it, right? That, like, yeah, like people who are convinced by that the Earth is round build planes, and they tell me, get into this plane, and in a certain number of hours you land up in a completely different place that looks like something completely different, right? So for me, belief in evolution is just an extension of that general sort of meta belief I have in science, right? And what, like, how do I know that Australia
Almost there's no science, though. That's the problem. Yeah, there's no science.
Huh?
Religious. It's like Ken Hobbes says, bro. It's a religion. Like he believes in evolution because somebody told him. He believes in the Big Bang, for example, because somebody told you, and you have no proof. You can't see it for yourself, but somebody told you it's there, so you gotta believe in it.
Well, yeah, Sal, if there was a science, why can't we get the answer when we ask what's the science for evolution? All we get is crickets. There's no science. That's why Stephen Jay Gould 30 years ago admitted that evolution's wrong. So we had to come up with a new theory called punctuated equilibrium. 30 years later, they still admit there's no evidence or science for evolution, bro. It's just a metaphysical religion. That's all.
Well, I like the quote by Jerry Coyne, who wrote the book Why Evolution is True. He said, in science's pecking order, evolutionary biology lurks somewhere near the bottom, far closer to the pseudoscience of phrenology than to physics. I studied physics.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He admitted that? Oh my gosh. That's surprising.
Oh, he did. And, I started promoting that on the net and calling it out. They started to scrub the net. But I caught that quote, and I'm never letting him live it down. But I was trying to point this out yesterday on LPP stream. We were talking to Andrew Cumming, and I said, Andrew, we were talking like about Ben Golt's paper, who LPP interviewed. And I said, look at the research teams. And I was telling Andrew Cumming, I said, most of the science research teams in biology, they don't want evolutionary biologists because they're useless. I know that's harsh to say, but you need chemists, you need computer scientists. My professor of neuroscience was a PhD in electrical engineering because that's the right skill set you need to understand some of the mathematics of how the ear is able to transform vibrations into the air into analog digital signals that go into the brain. It's not trivial engineering to understand that. Someone who's an evolutionary biologist contributes very little knowledge. So what's happened is evolutionary biology has the myth of being good science, but it's not. And by the way, I hope you at least peruse the paper that you're begging for from me. We're pointing this out in the paper I published, that even they themselves are realizing we don't have much of anything. And some of this has gone on for like 100 years, and they've had theorems that have been lifted up as proof of evolution, and quietly they just say this has fallen apart. But even in the scientific community, they think it's been proven. Like I worked on Fisher's fundamental theorem of natural selection, and it's just a myth. So,
Sal, go ahead.
Came to realize is you have at the top tier of science things that are repeatable, like electromagnetic theory, geometric optics, quantum mechanics, and chemistry. At the very bottom tier, you have evolutionary biology, and that was by Jerry Coyne's own admission. I don't know a lot of physicists that will say, I want my theory to be as good as evolutionary biology. A lot of evolutionary biologists wish their theories were as on solid footing as theories in physics.
Well, if I can continue, my answer. So like, look, the what I was saying earlier is the reason I think that the reason I would give Rebecca for why she should believe, right? Like, if you believe in if you believe in what scientists tell you about everything else, right? The only reason not to believe in evolution is because it contradicts your priors that you get from your religion, which might be a good reason if your priors are justified and so forth, right? That's perfectly good reason, right? But if you don't have that prior, then you're left with saying that evolution falls under the same bucket as any other scientific theory that seems to be widely held by the experts in the field or by the majority.
No, it's the exact opposite, Sal. I'll just make this real quick, but there's no science for evolution. Saying the word science doesn't give it science. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, even if I understand I don't have the scientific expertise, but I can listen to their arguments. And so far, I have not been presented with anything that would allow me to understand how an organ or a system can develop by the natural processes that they present, which are what? Mutation, gene duplication. Well, you got to start with something, and you can't just keep duplicating and duplicating. No, think about it. Think about your body. Think about all the stuff that's shoved in there in that compact space. You've got eyes, you've got a sense of smell, you've got a nervous system, a circulatory system, a respiratory system, a digestive system, a reproductive system. And you know what? You don't have time to make all that stuff happen. And any attempt to explain how all that stuff could have come to be, it is all storytelling. And I've been listening to this storytelling. You keep wanting to jump in here. I can see you just want to jump in, but listen, just listen.
I haven't actually jumped in.
Keep going, Rebecca.
There is no explanation for how all that stuff could have come to be by the processes that they present. Any attempt to do so is simply storytelling. And that is exactly what you get. Whenever you read a paper on evolution, they always start out with the assumption that evolution happened. And that's all it is they try to tell the story based on their assumption. Why? Because they need a natural process by which we could have developed, because they cannot tolerate any other idea about how we could have developed. It's a philosophical commitment to naturalism that drives evolution. And so I've been waiting for someone to give me a good argument for how all these things could have come to be. I've never heard it, and it doesn't matter the level of education that the person has. I've read the books that the PhDs in all this evolution write about, and you know what? It's all garbage, and they even admit it in their books. They admit. So when you get deep enough, now when they present it to the public, they present it as, oh, the science is just overwhelming. It's overwhelming. We have so much. And then when you read and you actually get into what they're writing, and you can find their admissions, but they don't present that to the public.
Okay. That's, if that's true, right? I think that's more a failure of communication of science than, or at least it could be, right, a failure of communication of science. One thing that recently, so I have two things to say. One is that one particular thing that helped me a lot recently answer the kind of question that you had, because I think every person thinks about this, right? Like, how could the irreducible complexity of the eye, right? Like, I think it's a perfectly legitimate question to ask, how could a natural selection possibly end up with an eye? And recently I saw a video where, some researcher, I guess, evolutionary biologist, actually explained the pathway that they hypothesized, right, led to.
So a story.
Well, one sec. I think it would help to see that video, because at least it would, for me, yes, it's a story. Like, every hypothesis is a story, right? Like, it needs evidence. But at least once you see that story, you're like, okay, this is at least possible, right? Like, it starts from, for the eye in particular, I don't remember all the details, but it starts from cells that are photoreceptive, because it turns out that when you have just cells, multicellular organisms floating around deep in the sea, knowing which side is up is really important for collecting nutrition, right? Nutrients or whatever. So having cells, having whatever molecules that can react to light, right, and say that, okay, that side is up, is where you start having the biology that's biased towards saying, hey, being receptive to light is really important. Now, the more detail you can add to that, if you can say that not only do I know that light is this way, but there's more light coming at this angle, less light at this angle. Turns out the light has these different colors. It's a whatever 3 billion year story that, you're right, it's a story, but then the second part is look into what kind of evidence they have that story actually happens. I'm not going to be able to explain it all to you, but at least that helped me a little bit, right? That's one thing. Sorry, just the second thing, right? Because this is something that I don't know if other people, for me personally, so I'm actually a scientist too in my, so what I do is I'm a computer scientist. I work with AI, machine learning and stuff. I don't know how much you know about these things, right? But we're building these really large systems that can do things like speak English and recognize cat videos and so on, right? And these are giant systems that, and if you know how we built them, you'd be surprised. There's actually very little design that goes into it. You build a very large system with a lot of parameters, and you just let it learn on its own. You just let it sort of explore a landscape of fitness in a similar way to how evolution does, right? And
wow,
6 years, let me just, 6 years ago, I didn't think that, me and a whole bunch of other researchers didn't think it was possible to get where we are now doing things this way. It was the dumbest, most brute force approach. And we thought oh yeah, you could never build a system that could understand all these complex, things you can do with language. Turns out a lot of that you can, to the point where you can fool a human into thinking, you're speaking to a real person when they're just speaking to a robot. So that, to me, that's analogous, right? To like our ability to, or like, we need a little bit of care in saying something like, just big dumb systems that evolve over time can't possibly achieve certain levels of complexity. It's not a full.
Okay, but
yeah. Sorry.
Now, that system that you built, would you say that could build itself? If someone just plopped that thing down in front of you and you saw how it worked, would you ever believe that by natural processes with no help from you or any other intelligent being, that thing that you assembled would assemble itself?
2015 me would not have believed it, no. I wouldn't have been like impossible, but I would have been like, come on, dude.
No, but I'm talking about you now. Right now.
Yeah, now I know it's possible, right?
No. So now you think that machine could assemble itself from the ground, like from nothing. Like if you just had all its component parts laid out on the ground, you believe that it would put itself together and become learning in the way that you have taught it to learn.
There you go. Gave it a fitness function to follow, yeah.
Hey, so Deepak, does the fitness function have to be superior to what is being created?
So the fitness function turns out to be much simpler than what is created, right?
No. I know the fitness function is the end outcome can be the total information can be greater than the initial fitness function, but I'm saying the fitness function must be superior to the first thing that it creates. And like Deepak, think about this for a second. All of those parameters that you had to create, are you actually going to tell me that the total information that's necessary for all the parameters that you had to have in place in order for it to be able to learn, are you actually suggesting that is less than what the addition of information from a learning perspective represents? I'm talking about in order to be able to learn. Do you follow me?
It's hard to measure. Like,
Dude,
I don't know how to measure that.
Deepak, don't dance, buddy.
I'm not. I'm telling you,
this is a well-established premise in AI and machine learning. We both know this. And you just made a minute ago. You made this whole deal of our robot or AI is being able to fuel humans on certain levels, yes. But to my knowledge, it's never passed the Turing test. Nothing has yet passed the Turing test. Am I correct?
Awfully close, man. Like,
okay.
Close.
No. But we're talking about from a pure general intelligence perspective.
Yeah.
And I mean, anyway, let's go back to my original question. Are you actually suggesting that the amount of functional information that's necessary for you to have an AI system is inferior to something that can be learned initially by that system? Because if you're actually saying this, then I'm going to call straight up bovine scatology on you actually working in that field. And I know you do work in that field, so please don't bullshit me.
I do work in that field.
I know you do. That's why I'm saying don't bullshit me. That's why I'm calling you out and saying don't bullshit me, because you and I both know this.
I don't want to bullshit you, but what
you and I both know this from a functional information. Are you actually trying to claim right now that the source code that you had to write in order to have an AI function, are you actually trying to claim that system has less information than what would be necessary in order for it to learn even the most simple thing as an AI?
Okay, let me
please, dude. Just it's a very simple question. Don't bullshit.
My answer is
don't
yes.
bullshit the audience. Okay.
I'm not bullshitting the audience. I'm saying
okay,
yes.
cool. So you were shaking. Hang on. You were shaking your head about Rebecca and the point that she was making. She was asking the exact same freaking question. Now let's go back to the amount of information that's necessary for the physical hardware of the machine that your program runs on. Are you actually suggesting that the amount of information that goes into the formation of the system and all the machinery that's necessary for you to process the information that is contained in your AI system, are you actually suggesting that all of that information is less than the minuscule amount of information that can be gained from the learning action that your AI is now performing?
So I have to ask a clarifying question, right? Like, how do you measure information? Right? Like, if you gave me a rigorous measure, like if you said something like entropy, right?
We're gonna go to an infinite regress.
Okay, so
if you're saying entropy, then I would have to say no. Like the amount of information I put in is much less than what comes out in terms of like language and vision and so on, right? Like maybe you have some other measure that people have suggest. I know what you're talking about.
Do you deny the mathematical representation and formulas for functional information and how it's calculated?
Which formalism? Like, do you have a name? It might be something I'm not.
Yeah, pull up deep. Google search Jack Shostak functional information formula. But this applies in information theory. I mean, there's aspects of what is represented in communication theory of what.
Yeah, I'm not. I know very little information theory, to be honest. Like, we don't usually, like as computer scientists, we don't actually do much information theory except for like the basics of like Shannon entropy and stuff. I mean, I've heard of this at some point.
Hang on. Are you suggesting?
I have to agree there. I had computer science background. They didn't teach me about information theory.
Taught us a little bit, but yeah, not this thing.
Well, here's the point I'm making is the obviously you have raw Shannon information, right? In terms of just how many bits are there and all that kind of stuff, right? But then you still have to, when you get into communication, you have to, in code theory, you're having to apply the, like, you can quantify how much raw information there is, but then you're also having to calculate the functional information, right? And when you're doing code mapping, for example, you're determining what is the most efficient representations of the different bits, or what is the most efficient way to in bits to represent the value that you're expressing, right? So these are things that must be accounted for, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of the amount of functional information that goes into your system, into your AI system, right? Is always going to be greater than the it might not be greater than the total potential information that could be potentially learned over an extended period of time, right? But I'm talking about what is necessary in order to learn anything. And it is always going to be greater than what can be produced. So you're stuck in a perpetual cycle here. You're talking about the perpetual motion machine not being plausible, right? You have the same barrier to entry of you must have your fitness function must be greater than, and the initial information processing capacity, the amount of information that goes into that is always greater than what comes out. Like von Neumann and Turing and all of them like went into this in great detail back in the 40s. It's one of the things of the whole aspect of like for something to be self-replicating, right? The amount of information and energy and energy necessity is like off the scale, right? Compared to what is being reproduced. Like it must have great. This is why in the context of like a biological system, you have DNA, which has the information, right? But then it has to have all these external proteins that are executing the transcription and translation, right? Or the replication. So, and those are greater than just the DNA strand that's being replicated by itself. And it's the exact same logic is being applied. That's why I was asking you the question of, do you actually think that there is, when you're looking at like the hardware on your computer system, right? There's a shitload of information that went into the creation of that hardware. And then the information that's being contained on the hard drive, right, of that computer, and all the logic and the information that goes into the expression of that information in order to execute one of the parameter functions you guys created, right, for computation, to ultimately end up in a learning process that you guys have enabled your AI to do, right? But that's and that's not even accounting for the ridiculous amount of brain power that went into creation of that system. So anyway, my point is that you're like, oh, I'm just blown away with all this stuff that our AI system can do. And I'm like, I know, I agree. It's freaking amazing. However, you still have it. You guys are like, oh well, yeah, this AI system can do this cool stuff, but you're not accounting for all the necessities to get to the point where you can do AI.
I mean, so I'm a little confused by that terminology, but I was thinking, so one thing you could say, right, that I think maybe one way to put like your point, right, is that it's not just the source code we write that goes into designing the AI, it's also the training data, right? So our AIs basically read the web, right? All whatever gajillion, I forgot how much, like it's like petabytes of text and images that it sucks in before it produces its the final network that does like language and so on, right? So you could say that all that information is part of the input. But if you're going to do that, right, then you have to also admit that the information that goes into evolution and DNA and so on is basically every bit of interaction that organisms and chemicals had with the real world, right? So these organisms weren't like evolving, in like a uniform test tube. They were constantly interacting with an environment, like photons and so on. Like every bit ever encoded by those photons was part of the input information to whatever created that final DNA. So it works both ways, right? Like if you include all the data that's available.
It definitely doesn't work that way. No, you're just trying to take all the colors of the rainbow.
One and not the other, but maybe it's just I think part of the problem is I think these are, unless like I haven't looked into the Shostak thing, but like without doing that, these are like more like intuitive arguments rather than something rigorous and mathematical to me so far. And so which is fine. Like intuition, I think, guides a lot of like discoveries, but like I'm always more comfortable if I can see like an actual theorem that says, if you model X, Y, Z as variables and W as the output, then I'd have to. This is great, but I'd have to read it before understanding it better.
Yeah, you want stories, not the evidence.
I'd like to call you by your name. Are you just other voices?
You can call me. My name is Deepak. Yeah, I like
Deepak. I just wanted to say, rather than information theory, I found the easier argument is the law of large numbers. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Life has, at the abiogenesis level, there are lots of violations for the law of large numbers. The homochirality in amino acids is one aspect, but there are more other chiral issues, particularly in the sugars and in the DNA. And the one in DNA is even far worse because we need to have consistent linkage. You can call it homolinkage. And that's based on the 3D geometry. It doesn't spontaneously connect. We know this if you have, there are numerous ways when these molecules are bumping out in 3 dimensions that they could just spontaneously connect. Rather than getting a nice string, you could just kind of have like a jumbled mess. Like if you took sticky tape balls and just threw them into a jar, they're not going to connect in a nice line like the DNA is organized. That's a violation of the law of large numbers. The reason I like that is the math is easier. And I personally don't like information theory arguments, even though I've studied it because of electrical engineering. The law of large numbers is a simpler approach. So granted, that's not the same as evolution of the eye, but at the abiogenesis level, that's one thing where you actually have the math that's rather straightforward.
Yeah. I mean, if someone else wants to jump in, I have something I could say to that, but I don't know.
Well, bro, I just want to go over the point that your main comparison was something that was severely requiring intelligent design for almost 100 years now in computer technology to justify something that is supposed to have no intelligence behind it. And that's what Rebecca was stating. That's what LPP came up with. And that's the reality, is that all evolutionists, for some reason, in this paradox, compare the exact opposite to then prove begging the question of evolution. It's really weird because, again, we're not talking about evolution because there is no evidence for evolution. If there was evidence for evolution, you'd be showing it to us right now. The fact is that all of biology requires no evolution. If there's biology on a certain animal, like a frog, Well, that's guaranteeing that when they go to dissect the frog, it's still going to be a frog. That's what biology is. And there's many other problems, but we're just, going down the line here, and we're just begging the question because they show us these cartoons. They don't give us any science. That's the point. There is no science for evolution. You'll never find it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said when I started, right? Like, I don't think this is like what I was suggesting is like a lockdown proof that, oh, it's possible, like what evolution is possible in computer science, therefore it's possible. Like, I wasn't offering it like that. It was more like kind of explaining like why my intuition kind of shifted a bit because, like what you were saying, right? 100 years of development, yes, in a sense, but also not in a sense, because there's 100 years of development in computers, yeah, which is a substrate on which we build these things, right? But like the actual approach we ended up taking to build these AIs or almost AIs is basically ignoring the last 60 years of AI research, which tried to take an intelligent design approach, right? Saying, oh, we can encode like rules of common sense into like a logical system or, Bayesian network or whatever. And what people found is like, no, you just come up with like very large, you just build like really large systems of parameters, like networks, right? And you have a simple fitness function. You give it lots of data, right? And you find ways of scaling up that whole process so that it can run on multiple machines in parallel and so on. And that's all. And this is what I was saying, like 6 years ago.
Well, I understand, but that's what I'm saying is that all of that is the opposite of evolution. That's the point, is that all of that is going against this idea that we need things to come together without intelligence, bro. There's just no way around it. Here's another point is that like you understand what natural selection is, I'm sure, right? Well, the problem is natural selection also disproves, if it's real, I know that there's another gentleman here that says there's no such thing, that he might be right. But if natural selection is true, it actually disproves evolution as well, because it's called natural selection. It's not called natural addition. It selects from what already exists, meaning that it's absolutely going to keep every single organism in that family. It will never allow something to go outside of that family, because that outside of the family does not exist. Another word for it is called a gene pool. It's called a gene pool for a reason, because the genes never go outside of the pool. So everything in nature disproves evolution. That's just the reality.
Right, but the mechanism that people posit, right, is that what's selected for is genes that can appear from mutation, right? So you have, like, let's say a static gene pool or like a gene pool at a certain period of time, right? And some of those genes undergo mutation.
Sure.
And if those genes are beneficial, then they get selected. And if not, then they die away. And there's like,
well, no, not necessarily. See, the genes can't be selected individually. The organism is going to be selected. If the tiger makes successful baby tiger cubs, right, those tiger cubs are going to be selected to live, right? Because they're already there. They're already selected. If the tigers make non-successful tiger cubs and they die, well, that guarantees that those tigers aren't going to make any babies. So only the tigers that already had the ability to survive are going to make new tiger babies, again, completely annihilating evolution. So no matter what direction that goes, it destroys evolution. There's no way around it.
The arguments can get very vague, and that's where it tends to favor evolutionary theory. But when you go to specific systems where you can calculate the probabilities, that's where it fails. And that takes more work to study those systems. So it's, so I see a lot of computer scientists on both sides where some are in favor of ID, others are not. And, their arguments are often based on what they're seeing with their computers. But when you take it down to the biological level, particularly at the protein level, that's where you really see it. That this idea of mutations and being selection, it falls apart because there are many proteins that are so life critical. It being half formed would kill the organism. I mentioned the topoisomerase 2 alpha, which is the target of chemotherapies. If you Google how a topoisomerase works, it's like a pair of scissors that cut the DNA, untangle it, and then reconnect it. You can't have a half-formed topoisomerase to do this detangling, because if you have a topoisomerase that just cuts the DNA, you're going to shred the genome. If you have a topoisomerase that doesn't that doesn't untangle it even after it cuts and reconnects, that also fails. There are any number of ways. So the assumption that mutation and selection can work there might be a lot of cases where there could be some cases where that works, but there are enough cases where it would totally fail as an explanation that would be enough for some people to say this is not a feasible route for the entire organism. There are enough of these specific proteins. So that's the problem with these vague generalizations. The serious student will look at these specific examples. And then also with the thing with the law of large numbers, we know that these things, we have experimental and theoretical backing why it would obey this. There's not violation. The reason we know it is we have to build machines when we're trying to make synthetic DNA that's going to resist the law of large numbers. We have to make very careful devices to prevent the law of large numbers from playing out, because the inherent tendency is for this disorganization. Now, unfortunately, some creationists call that the second law of thermodynamics. That's the wrong argument. There are inherent disorganizing tendencies that have to be worked around. If DNA were self-organizing in the way of making these polymers, we wouldn't have these problems. We wouldn't need these synthetic DNA machines. So you were asking for not just an intuitive argument. I'm trying to give you one that has actual. I given you kind of a known mathematical law.
Yeah.
Deepak, is any of this like getting through? Like, are you like, is what?
No, go on. Sorry.
No, I mean, like, is this challenging your current ideas?
Yeah. I mean, like I was saying earlier, right? Like, I really enjoy listening to both sides, because even when, I think like it always helps. Like you might not change your opinion, but you learn more, right? And if you might learn more that like tells you why you were right in the first place, or why you might be wrong. And sometimes you might be like convinced that, like, for example, like having listened to a bunch of, like, over the last year, I've been listening to more of these like channels, that debate evolution and so on. And I've actually learned a lot more about it. Like, I guess my belief in abiogenesis specifically has been lessened significantly. It's still more than 50% or whatever, but like, I used to have the lazy assumption that, science will figure it out. But chirality and stuff are challenges that science will have to deal with if they're going to give a naturalistic explanation. So.
Well, I think if you continue to look into this, you'll start to realize that the strength of evolution is in the number of people who believe in it. That is the only strength that it has. It actually has no scientific support except for large numbers of people who believe it, and especially people in academia. That is where it gets its power.
I mean, to the extent I've actually explored, like, the reasons for evolution, like, I haven't actually seen that, honestly. Maybe it might be biases from the sources I look at and so on, right? But
I actually, and I'll get flack for saying this, I actually think evolutionists have very good arguments. I'm not saying that they're right.
Sal, what do you
can you give me
think
one,
are their
Sal?
good arguments? Come on.
Oh, please give me one, Sal, because I got to help these people out. I need to give them some.
No, because I'll tell you the hardest thing, just looking at, when I look at genes and I browse genes across species, like I will see like the COX-1 gene in the chimp and in the human is 100% identical. That's very convincing superficially that we're related by common ancestry. And it's not an easy argument to, I've said the eukaryote, prokaryote is devastating against evolution. I don't argue, you don't see me arguing with people like Gutsick Gibbon over chimp and human ancestry, because I know it's going to be a difficult fight. That's not a fight I want to fight, because she'll point out, she'll say, Sal, look at the COX-1 gene. It's like, yeah, I already looked at it. I already concede that point. We have 100% identity in that gene. So then we'll argue about the other ones. And it's like, okay, how many genes do we have to go through before I can make an easy argument and just like, oh, this is taking me days. So it's not an argument I want to make. I'm not saying that I'm wrong, but I am saying that we have to respect them. They'll give us a better fight than we give them credit for. And I don't like to lose to opponents because I underestimate who they are.
So I get what you're saying. However, I think and this is why, in the context of the world of technology we currently live in, and what I'm about to say should resonate with Deepak. If I know you're doing a higher level stuff now, but I'm about to refer to, I'm assuming you'll probably know what I'm referring to here. If you were doing a code audit and you were looking at an application that was built on CodeIgniter, for example, there's going to be a shitload of code that's the exact same between two different applications that were built on CodeIgniter, correct?
Sure.
And
yeah.
Right. If you're using the Bootstrap frame, like Bootstrap or something, right? Same thing. There's going to be a ridiculous amount of stuff or using the jQuery library or any of that stuff, right? You're going to see there's going to be ridiculous amounts that is 100% identical, right?
Yeah.
However, the front end, right, that you're looking at could be dramatically different. And the person looking at it from the front end, in terms of look and feel and everything else, and the different functions, they're actually the whole point of that application, right? The two different apps could be not even remotely similar, right? But from a code audit perspective, if you wanted to operate from the kind of referring to what Sal was talking about, the chimps and the humans both have 100% identical on this, XYZ gene, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody in the dev world would be like, well, I see the exact same code in this folder. Well, both of them are built on the CodeIgniter framework. Like, what's your point, right? And that's why I get very frustrated with a lot of the Evos that make this. It says 100%. This is proof beyond all doubt. I'm like, how? If it's built on the same freaking framework, in this context, the universal genetic code, and you have all these similar functions across species, if it was all built on the same framework, you're a dumbass to be arguing that the similarity proves your point.
I actually agree with you. I was thinking the same thing when Sal was making the point about the COX-1 gene. I was like, well, that doesn't really prove, like, in the sense that it could be just like, a designer, reusing the same design element, right? Like, so I do think that from my understanding, like, I really didn't want to like get dragged into like the details of evolution, the proof or lack thereof, because I know that Sal will tear me apart if I get into the details. But I do think from what I understand, like the reasons given for why evolution is true is more subtle than just, it's the same. It's like 99% the same, or the same genes or whatever. It's about certain predictions it makes and the trees.
You get these family looking trees.
Yeah.
The hierarchies. And that has bothered me for a very long time, even as a creationist. I said, okay, if I weighed one argument versus the other, and it's still their best play, because we talk to Andrew Cumming here, he visits LPPs. He loves arguing the trees, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's your best play. And I got to credit them.
Now, I don't find that convincing at all. So they just I do
want to say this,
Yeah.
We keep thinking in the mode of like criticizing the evolutionists, but there are really a lot of Christians and creationists like me that we really struggle with it. So, it's not just the evolutionists thinking about the trees. It's creationists like me that are like, yeah, God, why would you do this? And I've worked on this professionally for like 4 years on this problem, and it's not trivial. Now, I think the best argument against common ancestry is if we can find evidence the fossil record's young. That's my best. I feel if we do that, then all of this is moot.
Yeah, like if you only have 6,000 years.
There's good evidence the fossil record is young.
Do you think that we have not found evidence that the fossil record is young?
We found very good evidence. There's still some anomalies, and those are the ones I'm trying to work through. That's why I went to physics school to work on the radiometric dating problem. There are problems that even creationists themselves had admitted, and we haven't completely resolved those. If we can, then I feel stronger that we have a stronger case. So I'm sorry to throw water on, I'm not trying to throw cold water on the X here. I'm just
No.
saying, I'll just cool off a little bit. I'm not trying to drown you in.
No, Sal, don't worry. I'm surprised that you find the tree stuff convincing, and I mean, I just don't see how their trees go together
I
at
wouldn't
all.
say convincing. It's enough to cause doubt.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't say it's convincing.
Ooh,
So
I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm a
real quick.
creationist, but it troubled me at night. Okay.
So there's a reason that the premise of the hierarchies. There's two reasons why it doesn't bother me whatsoever, in terms of a proof of evolution perspective, and one of them is the whole concept of user permissions, and which I know that resonates with Deepak. He knows what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I love your all your.
So
kinda,
there's different. I used to own a dev shop. I've worked on over 400 web and mobile application projects. Cool. Like when you're mapping out like user permissions and user stories and all that kind of stuff, like you're creating hierarchies of the different functions that are available to the different user types, right? Yeah. And you can turn things on and off. Yeah. So the premise of there being a hierarchy in terms of different function. Yeah. I don't give a rat's ass about that from this proves evolution. I'm like, okay, if you want to operate from the assumption of universal common ancestry, then okay, you can come to that conclusion. However, at the same time, if you are looking at it from a normal development perspective, right? When you're looking at the source code and here's the logic and all these things that were mapped out that you did in your freaking Scrum meetings and everything else, like this
things by a tree, yeah.
Like we did all this stuff. Like you freaking mapped out the schematics of this. You had to sit down and you had to map out all the different ways. Okay, in this scenario, if this, then that. If this, then that. Okay, cool. Do this. Okay, in this particular instance, we're going to have this variable accounted for over here. And hey, maybe nobody will ever use it, but hey, we need to account for it. And at the same time, we're going to have all these different user levels, and they're going to have different abilities to do this, right? And it's the same thing. Another example I use is this always gets me about the whole aspect of heterozygosity and front-loaded genomes, and which would also ultimately result in or potentially result in the same logic of the hierarchy in the descendancy would be, and anybody who's ever built a freaking website, will understand what I'm about to say here. You can go get a WordPress theme that has 15 different templates already pre-installed, right? Like they're already pre-built, and you can do a demo content import, and presto, you now have the potential to turn on or turn off 14 of the 15 templates you're going to use, right? That doesn't mean that the potential for the other 14 isn't still there. It's just not active, right? Just like you can have a widget or a plugin or whatever, it's available. You don't necessarily have it turned on, but it's installed, right? So to argue that because something is dormant means that it's crap or it's junk DNA on one side, or that something's dormant and it's not active means that it wasn't already pre-existing or it had to have evolved versus having been there in the case of necessity, right? Like there's plenty of I was continue to use web development as an example, right? Like you have, your contact page. Well, I'm probably going to put a freaking contact form on the contact page, right? But I might not have it on the about page, or if you actually have, a forum or whatever the functionality of your web app is, right? Like in your freaking dashboard, you might not have the freaking contact form function. A script is not going to be on the dashboard. Like, why would you do that? That makes no sense, right? Anyway, I'm sure you probably follow my logic here of we've got this stuff here, but this has absolutely zero, in my opinion, relevance to the evolutionary model of it somehow is creating itself. And at the same time, it's the last thing I'll say, get your feedback on this. I've used this example many times, and it seems to fly over the heads of most people I'm arguing with. Let's say you've got a baseline contact form, right? You got the first name, last name, email, phone, and a text box, right? But then on a different page, you have first name, last name, phone number, email, text box, option to upload PDF, MP3, or MP4, but not EPUB or Kindle, right? And then you've got calendar selection for an appointment that you're scheduling. I mean, you extrapolate all that out, right? Well, both of these had they both had first name, last name, email address, and text box. Therefore, that means that the second one evolved from the first one. Like, what? No, you're an idiot. Like, no, I added the source, but like, well, why didn't you write the code completely different on the second one that's more complicated? Why did you copy and paste it? Because I'd be an idiot to rewrite it from scratch each time. That's why. And
this is like your first point.
Same
right?
thing with like APIs, right? Like, what do you mean you're using an API to, Google Maps for your GPS signal
Writing everything from
in your
scratch.
app? Like, no. If this is actually designed, you should have rewritten Google Maps from scratch. I mean, you or I would be like, you're an idiot. What do you mean I shouldn't use GitHub? Right? Like, you need to shut up and go away because you don't know what you're talking about. And that's how I very often feel when I'm interacting with people who are just like adamantly pushing all of these premises in relation to biological systems. I'm like, the genetic code is a literal code. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is what it is. It's multiplexed. It's doing all sorts of crazy stuff. You're getting into like the mesh code theory that just came out this year. I just interviewed the author of it. The freaking Talon protein is a 13-bit binary switch mechanism that is like dynamically reading and writing data. I mean, like, we have all these things that are happening in biological systems that is like blowing our minds, because up until recently, as you're talking about with, the AI that you're working on, up until recently, our technology wasn't advanced enough to even know what to look for in biological systems. And so to me, my long-winded diatribe here is like, we have so many people that are with the confidence that you were referring to, right? Like the scientists are very confident in all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, half of these idiots who are running around speaking with extreme confidence in their position would not understand a word that I just said in relation to what has to be accounted for. And the reason I know this is I've debated them and I've had ongoing conversations with PhDs in this topic, and they don't grasp what I'm talking about here. And they somehow think they don't have to account for this in relation to their theory of evolution. And anyway, enough of my long-winded diatribe. I yield. Go ahead.
No, I kind of agree with your first point, at least to some extent. Not as much as like the last thing with the Cox thing, because let's see. So your point was basically that, look, a tree is also like a common design pattern, right? So it's not impossible. It's not surprising that a designer would organize his creations in a tree, right? That's essentially what you're saying, right? Like, so, and I guess I would say that, like, unlike the Cox example, I think here it's not that it's not like this is a proof that like the tree is a proof that evolution has to be true, but it's more a case of, like, I think what scientists would call, like, a particular like piece of evidence favoring one hypothesis over the other. And what I mean by that is this, right? Like, if evolution is true, then organisms have to be arranged in a tree, right? So the probability is 1. Like, if evolution is true, then they'd be in a tree, roughly speaking. But a designer, right, could have chosen one of many different templates, right? He could have maybe he chose a tree, but maybe he could have chosen, like, I don't know, like a 2-dimensional array, right? Or any other kinds of, like, whatever topologies for organizing his organisms. So yes, it's consistent, but it's, like, on net, the evidence probably favors evolution more than design.
So how do you
Paul Nelson said was, why didn't he just make humans the way they're made and everything else with 10? We wouldn't have quite the argument with common ancestry for humans. And that's why the trees were compelling to me. Even as I didn't say it convinced me, it caused me to pause.
Exactly. Yeah.
It caused me to pause.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's overwhelming evidence or it's like a slam dunk that, oh, it's a tree, therefore evolution, because it could always have been a designer. But on net, I think it favors evolution. Like, and again, if you come with a prior or other evidence for favoring a designer, right, then you would have to, like,
So are you suggesting that the end differences are some like okay. Would you get at this? Let's rephrase. Would you concede that whether it's evolution or design, it's operating on a universal framework?
Yeah. DNA and the central dogma, all that stuff. Yeah. RNA,
Okay.
DNA, all that stuff. Yeah. I
Okay,
mean, there are like prions and stuff, I guess, that do weird stuff, but like.
Well, the genetic code is universal. There's modifications in the like mRNA side of it and stuff, but the variations are extraordinarily minor. And we're talking about like PHP version,
I accept
what are they on, like 5 something now, whatever it's on now, like the we're arguing over like PHP 4 versus PHP 5, like that's the differences in the in the code base here. So my point is that we have a universal framework, like that's an unavoidable reality. Everybody, I mean, biologists, and they can see this, like this is a well conceded point, right?
Yeah.
So
that favors the designer. Yeah, I think that's what you're going to say, right? Like if there's universal framework, it's more likely to be a designer than like if you had an evolutionary system, it might have produced like one framework here and another framework there, and one set of codons in Australia and another set in like
right.
That's where you're going, right?
Right. Well, that's one aspect of what I'm going to, and in line with what you just raised, there is you have to account for the fact there is no chemical affinity. It is not chemically determined. It is arbitrary. Like so, those value assignments, the code mapping it's completely arbitrary, right?
Yeah.
So even if you want to argue that it kind of in line with what you were talking about, it would be more likely that the value assignments would not be uniform for the code, right? So why does AUG equal start? Right, is the point, right? It can be completely arbitrary, and we know this because there's different aspects where some of those minor modifications are like the command lines are that's the things that are different, which is hilarious. So in this one, the command line equals an amino acid, and in a different one, it means stop or start, right? So you're having to account for these things on one side, which I think lends itself, just the whole improbability of the code forming itself in the first place is just so freaking astronomical. It's not even logical, in my opinion, to conclude that it formed itself. But anyway, that aside, going to the next step, when you're talking about like the trees, a huge portion of the tree outside of, say, like the family level is like the fact that the supposedness that, oh wait, it must be this other thing must be further up the tree is completely like it's an assertion. It's not it must be this. We have all these incomplete lineages, and well, the similarities kind of stop here, but we're just going to say that this is what it was before, right? So my point is that I have no issue with the tree in more of the, what's the term, the bushes versus the individual tree. Like if you're following the logic down, this goes back to my earlier point about the a freaking WordPress template that has a bazillion different options in it, right? And you can be making modifications through each one, right? Let's say that the common ancestor for the group versus all organisms, right? Just for that particular group is going down, and it's got the potential for all these different pathways, right? Well, of course you're now going to see a tree, which is what we see. We see trees in that context, right? But we're not seeing these like massive. We're not seeing body plan variations. We're not seeing just like ridiculously novel function differences, right? And it is my point. And the huge, like the body plan changes and all that kind of stuff, man, the freaking assumptions that are made to somehow create the tree when you're talking about body plan variation, I mean, those are massive. And the contradictions are at the wazoo in terms of like, oh, well, it's really similar if you just look at this little section of the genome. If you look at the rest of it, it's not even remotely close, right? And this is where some of the aspects of the the destruction of the junk DNA talking point become more and more relevant. So, for example, from a coding region perspective, we are like 84% similar to a freaking mouse, right? If you look at the entirety of the genome, we're 9% similar to the mouse. 9%. So it's like that's a way in terms of this. The reason I bring this up is like the example of the confidence level that we hear that you were kind of referring to that we hear from the scientists. Oh, it's 84% similar. Really? So it's actually 9% similar when you look at the entirety of the genome. I don't really think that supports your position nearly as confidently as you make it out to be. And I'm not saying you. I'm just speaking rhetorically. Anyway, and there's many examples of that.
Well,
and it's
LPP,
like,
it gets worse than that, though. I mean, I'll wait, though.
Good night, guys. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah, oh, I have
LPP.
to-
Nice to meet you, Deepak.
Hey, have a good one, Sal.
Nice to meet you.
Good night,
Nice,
Sal. Looking forward to having you on my channel next week.
I'm looking forward to it too. Take care.
You
God
too.
bless.
Get some sleep, man.
Yeah, I should do that too. Actually,
yeah, it's
I have a
2:30.
1-year-old. Yeah, I have a 1-year-old who's about to wake up in like about half an hour. It's like
Hey,
clockwork.
so Deepak, the last time I remember you being on my channel, I think your wife came in and was like, because you'd been on for a while. I remember coming in, you're like,
she was
okay.
on. Yeah,
She's like,
she was
okay, I gotta go. You're like, okay, I gotta go.
Yeah, back then, I think he was probably like, I don't know, 8-month-old, so he's waking up more often. So now he sleeps till like 1, and then he like wakes up like bawling. So,
Oh yeah, I remember those days with my daughter. I totally get that. But yeah, anyway, left my long-winded diatribes, man. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. Is like the more I dive into it, and you talked about like coming at it with the preconceptions, right? Well, I've made it an effort to go into a lot of this stuff, eyes wide open, but also be willing to go down the proverbial rabbit holes and see what talking points are they actually backed up. And when I go down the more I go down the rabbit holes, the more I find these gigantic gaping holes in the confident veneer that's put forth by this is totally accounted for, and I'm like, really? Because I'm just reading papers on this, and it's not anywhere close to as your position is not anywhere close to as substantiated as the one you're making it out to be. And then it's like you go look at the next one, it's like same thing, like the next one, and then you look at things from like the information and coding theory perspective, on because a lot of the evolutionary biologists and stuff, they don't even know what the hell code theory is, and I'm sitting there reading papers on the application of code theory into genetics, and like how multiplex code theory applies to DNA and like the genetic code and all this kind of stuff. We're finding additional layers of commands in this stuff, right? And I'm like, so we're now having to account for X, Y, Z axis, element, and time variable. Like, okay, that's pretty freaking awesome. Being represented in a 3-dimensional linear string that results in a 3-dimensional object. Like, that's some freaking 3D print script shit right there. And maybe you could write an AI system that can be doing that, but that's going to be some badass stuff. I'm sorry. And per the evolutionary timeline, this stuff came into existence at the very beginning of the chain, right? So you have to account for the direct equivalent of a CPU and 3D printing and a 3D printer, and like you have to account for these things at the beginning. And this is why I say, like, I don't find this plausible at all in looking at what actually has to be accounted for from a technological perspective. And you're getting into like helicases, 10,000 RPM freaking motor, like that has 1,000 parts. Oh wait, it has to be done 4x. So you have to have 4,000 parts in this thing that spins 10,000 RPMs, like, and that has to be accounted for at the beginning. Like, and it's recognized that you have to account for this at the beginning. So
right,
like,
that's true. That is
Yeah, but just imagine it coming together. Yeah.
Right, I'm saying if you can't get around that, like the polymerase is 775 parts. This is like baseline stuff that everybody knows. I say everybody that's like studies this stuff knows you have to have basically at the beginning, and that's two. That's only 2 of the components you have to have. So you're talking about having to have no less than 5,000 parts just to even like go and get close to step 1 in terms of like DNA replication, right? And it's like I forget the total number of like for ribosomes. Even like a simplified, dumbed down version of a ribosome is nuts. Everybody knows it's nuts, and the improbability just of that is like 1 in 10 to the 1,018th power. And that's not me making that up. That's Eugene Koonin, who has a freaking H index of like 284 and is a staunch atheist who believes in the multiverse as the only way to account for the improbabilities.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
heard
like,
that. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm not making this up. This isn't me as like a creation, a guy that believes in God making this up. Like, these are staunch, hardcore atheists that admit this, right? And anyway, enough my tangent.
Hey, I want to say to him too, like, don't forget to you know, your daughter, or you say you had a kid, but don't forget, everybody's gonna present to them evolution, the Big Bang. All you gotta do is put in any movie made from Hollywood, straight from the pit of Babylon, you know, and they're gonna learn all about evolution, the 14 billion year old Big Bang. Don't forget to tell them, hey, you know, there is this other side where, you know, this book that was written 4,000 or 5,000 years ago that teaches that the Earth is only about 6,000 years old, was made by God. Don't forget to tell your kid about that. I just wanted to point that out because I made that mistake earlier in my life where I told my kids, this is it. You know what I mean? They figured it all out. And it was all just a clever, fabricated lie.
Yeah. Well, I definitely plan to teach my kid whatever conclusions you come to, try to make sure there's as many good reasons behind them as possible, and don't be lazy in knowing. Yeah. So
for sure.
I want to say one other thing though. What do I want to say? Yeah, I guess you know, like you're talking about priors and preconceptions, right? Like I guess I didn't mean them to be bad things, right? Like priors are things like, you know, what do we consider the simplest hypothesis, right? Like, because whenever like scientists, like I also think of scientists, by the way, as like the process of science. Like people always talk about science as, ooh, this special process, right? This magic thing. But science to me is just like common sense taken, you know, at a very high level, or like, you know, in a very rigorous way, right? So
well, that's not evolution though. So evolution would be the opposite of common sense, right? Because every 5-year-old knows that kittens only come from cats, and if you ask them, is there any other possibility, they'll say no, because that's it. That's common sense.
Hey, you know what?
I just want to make this point that, like,
so I agree with you on that.
Yeah. But I just want to make this point that, like, but ultimately, right, there's always one input to that, which is, you know, you're faced with like some data, evidence, and so on, and like typically there's like multiple hypotheses that can fit it, right? And you have to end up choosing what is the simplest one, right? And your definition of simplest might be different from mine. And like in particular, like when we're talking about even things like, I don't know, like design, like what's the fine tuning versus multiverse and so on. Like, you know, your prior might be higher for like a designer than for a multiverse, and mine might be the opposite. I'm actually not sure myself which way I go, but I don't want to open like a whole other can of worms. But I want to say, like, you know, so it's easy to
multiverse. All you're saying is like compare this theoretical babble to this other theoretical babble, but you're forgetting about. Don't forget to tell your kid about the Bible that you know, people still defend to this day, and it hasn't changed in 4,000 years of written history.
Yeah, I'll make sure he keeps an open mind. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I got to point this out because LVP brought this up about the similarities. I don't understand why Christians would even think there's any good argument for evolution. I would also say that looking into the genes is actually secondary. The actual offspring, the actual living creature, is the true evidence. It does not matter what genes say. For instance, the hawk and the eagle are actually 99.9% identical in the genetics, and they are completely two different families. They are not compatible, and they are literally identical under the microscope. So even if they're that similar, it still doesn't mean they have a common ancestor, because eagles can only come from eagles and hawks can only come from hawks, and every single bird family cannot become a different kind of bird, even though they all have a gene pool that's 1,000 times more similar than the human and chimp comparison, and still it disproves evolution. I just want to read a Bible verse real quick and I'll get out of here, guys, because I know it's driving you crazy, but it says right here, Romans 1:20, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. You see, the things that are made tell us the truth about creation. Looking into the blood and looking at the DNA is interesting, sure, but it is secondary to seeing the actual creature. So when we see creatures that are brought forth, that is reality. We know that it takes a mother and a father of the same kind to bring forth that offspring, and there's no exception to that. So all things, and here's the other issue, is that I don't understand why Christians want to get into this detailed thing about genetics when we can see the offspring. If I take a mackerel cat and a tabby cat, I can still get 4 different allele frequencies that I did not see in the parents. And I would not have known that until the cats have kittens. And that's how we can identify what the genes are going to end up as. So the final product is what disproves evolution more than anything.
Yeah, so Deepak, one other thing for you to consider. So I assume you're familiar with what CDNs are.
CDNs?
Content delivery networks.
Oh yeah, content delivery networks. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So did you know that we have the direct equivalent of CDNs in the genome?
I've actually heard. I think you mentioned this somewhere, or like in one of your last videos. Yeah, no, I didn't know this. Like, what's the good name for? Like, I can Google to learn more.
Well, to be honest, the premise isn't really like the concept of CDN isn't really applied in the. I don't think the biologists really think about this, but like what they're discovering is this is why I say it's a CDN. So what they've been discovering is like a lot of these gene clusters that they used to claim were just like, oh, this is examples of freaking evolution because it's just a bunch of crap, right? Like, why would there be all these repeats and all this kind of stuff, right? Well, what they've been discovering is that the expression levels vary by like the gene clusters and like the physical positioning of these gene clusters in the macro view of the genome has significance based on cell type. So you like different genes are expressed at higher levels based on cell type, right?
Yeah.
So they'll be like this little cluster will have like some of the common ones, and it'll have the special ones. And people are like, well, why are there the duplications of the common ones? It's over here in this other spot too. Like, why wouldn't you? Well, it's like, well, you're having with the histones and everything, you're having like the physical proximity has dramatic relevance to what is like unzipped. For that, which packet of data is unzipped specifically for that, or sorry, packet, I mean, which folder is unzipped for that specific cell type, right? And I've debated this and I've had it repeated to me over and over again by evolutionists I've argued with on this. They're like, no, that's examples of like crappy design, and I'm like, you're an idiot. I dare you to go to any developer or any like hosting company and be like, hey, content delivery networks are shit. Why would you do this? This is a waste of resources. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you would be considered a moron if you made that argument. That if you have different demand based on geographic proximity, it would kind of make sense to have CDNs. I'm just saying. Am I right or am I wrong?
I have to think about it. I guess if maybe I don't know if it's an example of crappy design, but I would wonder if like, is there a better design? Or it's not a question of is it crappy design or not. I guess it's again a question of does it favor like a process that would have occurred due to evolution or a natural design, right? You know what I mean? Like,
but you can't define evolution. We don't even have an evolution definition. So how could we compare it to it?
I mean, we have what's called the modern synthesis, right? Which I don't really pretend to understand in all of it. But there's like natural selection and I don't know, like Evo and like all sorts.
But don't you think we'd have to have an actual definition to compare it to? Like, we don't even have a definition of evolution. They admit it's not science, bro. That's what I'm telling you. There's no reason to this religion, bro.
Isn't it like whatever allele frequencies, change in allele frequencies over?
No, that's actually called normal reproduction. Like I just said 5 minutes ago, when I have 2 cats that get together and make kittens, I can see the allele frequencies because of the differences in the cats. That's called normal reproduction, not evolution. That's the point.
Okay. I feel like I'm not an evolutionist, so I hate to say things when I'm not.
Give Rebecca go.
Yeah, I love this thing recently. Well, you believe in genetics, don't you? Well, there you go. That's evolution. Like, I hear that all the time and it just drives me crazy. It's like, it's just, I don't know, taking like normal processes and then just
exactly.
It's just extrapolating this ridiculous idea. And anyway, thanks for the conversation, Deepak.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was fun. I learned a lot.
Hey, Deepak, have you ever looked into the like what we're doing with creating like DNA computers?
Not much. Yeah, I see news articles occasionally about people talking about DNA computers, but I haven't really looked into it much. Yeah.
I would suggest looking into it as that, as well as DNA as data storage, because like we've already created the mechanisms to like read write data to DNA. There's like crazy stuff that's being done. We've connected it to microchips. I mean, it's freaking nuts what's going on. And the reason I say this, one of the reasons I say this, is from a data compression perspective, the DNA mechanism is recognized as the most like dense data storage medium possible.
Yeah,
like,
I read that. Yeah,
and it's like, so the reason I'm saying this is in the context of my point about CDNs, right? With the histone code, which, by the way, the histone code is very fascinating. If you ever Google that, it's pretty mind blowing what they've been discovering the last couple of years on that one. But that's a whole nother code, by the way. So my point is, with the CDN concept, we're dealing with real time compression and decompression, right? So the physical proximity it's a speed factor. Like, so if you don't have the genes are going to be most expressed by cell type in the physical location that has the greatest proximity to what is going to be unzipped, compressed and decompressed, right? Then you are going to be slowing down execution. And when you think about how big the genome is, the genome's like 6 feet long, and we're talking about molecules. Like, you're talking about like the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of miles, right? So think about that, the latency problem that we have with satellite internet versus fiber, in direct connect, right? Or Wi-Fi versus having your LAN cable plugged in, and then you're extrapolating, hey, I've got my Wi-Fi and I've got to go, to the moon and back, right? Like, you're going to have a major latency problem. And right.
Yeah, bro. Saying it's not
don't get me started on how they could talk to the NASA.
Iger, not tonight.
Yeah.
My point is that that's why I go back to like anybody that questions that having the physical proximity is actually a good thing versus a bad thing, in my opinion, has no idea about telecommunications and just basic modern technology in terms of information transfer. Like, we have to have this. Like, we're spending billions of dollars. What the hell do we think we're doing with 5G towers? Like, why would we build 5G towers? It's to increase the speed of data efficiency and transfer, right? Like, this is not the only reason, but it's the primary reason for it, right? And like, so unless we're going to argue that putting 5G towers in line of sight positions in order for the greatest percentage of a population base, in order to increase the efficiency and the reason to use it in the first place, unless you're going to argue that that's not a good idea and that's not an indication of intelligent agency and design, then you can't claim that the exact same logic in the genome, whether or not you want to say it could happen through evolution or otherwise, you cannot argue that it's proof that it's not designed, which is a talking point that I hear ad nauseum. You follow my thought process there?
I do, yeah. Vaguely. I mean, I'm not following all the details, but I have to think about it. Certainly can't think about it now. It's like 12:50.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Let's wrap it up. Everybody have last words, then we'll call it a night. Who wants to go first?
I just want to say thanks, guys. It was a great conversation, and it kept me up way later than I should be, but I enjoyed it.
Righto. Iger, you got anything you want to say?
As always, man, we live in a world full of deception. Everything that's being presented to you is not truth all the time. So sometimes you got to go a little bit back in time to actually see what's happening. And the Bible does a great thing by pointing out a lot of the stuff that's going on. So it's funny how God can write the future from the past. Anyways, yeah, man, stay awake, bro. Please, to the other voices of the rooms, guy, teach your kid about God, because nobody else will. Bill Nye's not going to teach a kid about God. Neil the Snake in the Grass Tyson's not going to teach your kids about God. Disney World's definitely not going to teach your kid about God. So somebody has to, bro, and that responsibility comes to you. With that being said, bro, it's God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change the things we can, the wisdom to know the difference. It's my favorite prayer. It's called the Serenity Prayer.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, God bless y'all, and y'all have a good night. Peace.
God bless you too.
Amen.
Good night. Thank you.
XO, you got anything you want to say?
I'll be quick. Yeah, God is true. Every man's a liar. There isn't even a claim in this modern era for evidence for evolution, and that's why it bothers me that in 2021, when we've had access to this information for 15 years, if you still believe in evolution, it has nothing to do with evidence. There's a serious spiritual issue going on, and I have a piece of evolution kryptonite to give to everybody, even though they might not believe me, but they will eventually, and that's there is no such thing as adaptation, let alone evolution. But for some reason, many thousands and millions of Christians still believe in this adaptation thing as well, which again goes against Genesis 1. God said it was good, not that it's going to have to get good. Real quick, the word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Thanks, LPP.
No problem. Deepak, any final words?
I feel like I spoke a lot, so I don't really have. I just want to reiterate what Rebecca said. It was a great conversation, and I also learned a lot. So, yeah, thanks for hosting.
No, of course, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Like our last conversation, which was a while back. I appreciate talking with you, and it's enjoyable. We actually have some back and forth dialogue, which I appreciate, and I also greatly enjoy the fact that you actually understand the points that I'm making from a
all the tech analogies. Yeah.
It's so frustrating when I know people are not grasping the point. And as you know, none of the things I was talking about were all that complicated.
If you have the knowledge that I guess we both have, right? Like if you started talking about, I don't know, like something I have no idea about, like it would be a lot harder.
And I know you could go into greater detail than I have general knowledge of AI and machine learning, like the general structure and logic, but there's obviously hard stuff about that you could go into detail that I'm unaware of. So it's basically, but we weren't getting into the deep dive of the tech stuff.
Probably lose your audience if you did. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, man, great talking with you. Thanks everybody for hanging out in the chat, sticking it out with us all the way to the end. And thank everybody for supporting me. And as always, Doki Doki's been going crazy with super stickers. I appreciate that very much. And anyway, folks, as you contemplate all the different things you heard discussed this evening, I hope that you will use your critical thinking skills to analyze them and to ultimately, as you reach your own conclusions, keep your mind open, but always make sure that the conclusions you reach are logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, everybody.
What up?